12 meters elevation, slowing.
You got bottom in sight.
Bottom in sight.
Bottom in sight.
Yep. Bottom in sight.
Right. Slowing at 20 meters
It's like a midwater fish.
above bottom.
Copy that.
It's like a fairly soft sedimented bottom. See a few midwater fish as we land on the bottom.
So I'm going to hold my heading here.
Okay. Looks like you already faced the direction of travel.
Yeah, pretty
roughly.
close.
Is that our first
So,
snapper? No.
Come down a little bit more.
Not sure what that was. It had a longer caudal.
I'm just taking some tension out of the tether now.
Okay, this is Andrea Quattrini on the Okeanos Explorer. We have reached the bottom for our third dive of the Oceano Profundo
Okay,
expedition.
holding here
This
at
is
18
a
meters above
site
bottom.
locally known as
Copy that.
Pichincho. We're currently 33 miles west of Rincon, Puerto Rico.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Go ahead, Nat.
Just wanted to let you know vehicles are bottom.
Copy that.
Well,
Thank
actually,
you very much, and just let me know when you'd like to
Go watch
put
this
in the
TV on
next
the
ship.
yeah,
cameras
apparently I'm
yet?
not
Will
coming
do.
through
Thank
on
you.
the conference line, and I don't hear the conference line,
I
anybody
see-
on it either.
No, nothing yet.
Can you come up a few meters?
There you go. I got you on pin and tilt.
Nice. Can you come up a few meters while I pass under you? I have some altitude in case there's anything back there.
Copy. Coming up.
Okay, I should have enough tether.
Yeah, you've got plenty.
Coming around.
And we're just still getting
Driving
settled
up
before
around.
we sit down on the bottom and do a white balance. Just kind of looking around here.
Good morning, everybody. Mike
So
Cheadle
you're
from the
made HD
Okeanos
straight
Explorer.
down there.
Correct. Starting to see
Okay.
your light pole.
Nice.
And I have you on fisheye.
Yeah.
You're a little to my port. To my starboard, excuse me. And I have you in main HD.
Great. Okay, so we do have to do a white balance down here.
Good morning, Mike. How are you today?
I'll just get
Morning, Andrea. I'm
about
fine. How are
45
you?
degrees out,
Thank you.
comfortable, and then
Good.
go into auto position while you do that.
Copy. And I think our breakfast relief is here.
We're just trying to
So you can leave the white balance to them.
get the conference line going. Apparently, we're not coming through to those on shore. They're on the line.
So I'm just talking to you. That's right.
Yeah, well, no, it's coming
Hi.
through the video feed,
Ah,
I think. So we're over a soft sedimented bottom. I've seen several fish in the water column and some skirting around the bottom, but haven't been able to confirm any IDs yet as we're settling down. Have a first sign of anthropogenic debris on the bottom. A little bit of trash here.
Okay, pilot.
Welcome, co-pilot.
Dialing in Z-bias there.
Yeah, I'm just
All right,
checking
watch lead, I
kind of the
think,
current Z-bias.
that
Current
should have
doesn't
fixed
seem
the
too
problem.
bad.
Okay, those on
Been
shore,
off stick for a while.
can you hear me doing an audio
Copy
check
that.
with you?
Need a little bit more Z-bias floating up.
Hey, Andrea.
But yeah,
I'm
if you
Amanda
want
here at
to
the Hui ETC.
start
We can
getting
hear you
ready
loud and
for
clear now.
white balance.
Great, thank you.
Sure. I'm just going to settle out and then go into
Hola,
auto
Graciela, how are
to,
you?
assist you if needed.
Okay.
You guys?
Good. Can't hear you very well. If you could you try again?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can. Yes. Do we have anybody else on the line?
Hi, Andrea. Good morning. This is Michelle from Maya West, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, Michelle. How are you?
Good. Happy to be here.
Great. Glad to have you guys. Anyone else?
Hey, Andrew, it's Mike Ford. How are you?
Good morning, Mike. Well, how are you?
Great.
Pilot, can I move your mini-zoos?
Yes. Can I have both
Okay,
cameras?
so this should be an exciting dive.
Let's see, we
I'm
got
not sure
rid
if
of
all
the
of you
joy
have
box
seen
that does
the
nothing.
plan
Put
in the
that
event
back.
log, but
Yeah.
we landed a little off of that original waypoint 1, landed to the northeast. But we're going to settle here, balance the camera, and then we're going to move slowly towards the slope contour, and then move along in a southeast direction. So we're northwest of that first
Okay.
waypoint.
I'm ready
Sorry.
if you are.
We're going to move in the southeast
Yeah,
direction
let
along
me
the
go in that
contour
order.
for a while until we're ready to move up slope to a much shallower depth of approximately 300 meters. So we'll do our best to image all the
Do you want me
fishes
to
and
do
different
cameras?
Sure.
fauna that we see on the seafloor
My
throughout the
altitude is
entire dive today.
20.
We can take it
Altitude's
slowly
20.
so we can get
That
good
looks good.
images.
Oops. Just
What's that?
nothing.
Oh.
Yeah, RV is stable.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrea, just double checking. Did you hear Tim and I at the ECC?
Yes. How are you guys today?
Okay. Thanks.
Can you keep the T handle in
We
gear?
are, well, I think. Tim is recording video
That's,
and keeping busy over here, and I'm just watching, so I guess I get to have a
All right,
lazy
I'm going
morning.
to trade off.
okay.
We're all set up and ready to go.
Great. I'm glad you guys are with us today. Sunday morning. Local time is 7:30, UTC 11:30. And right now we're just white balancing the camera so we can get the lighting correct and get the beautiful imagery that the D2 and videographers and pilots does so well.
Video, is that out far enough? I know I have to light it up a little more, but my elbow can't go out any further. And
Yeah, if you can rotate
There's
it
a
up toward
lot
the
of
lights.
particulates
we can see how much light is
in the
able to
water
hit it.
column today as we descended. Much more so towards the bottom.
let's bring that lower side
How's the
around.
weather on the surface?
The weather on the surface?
Oh yeah.
How's
Yes.
that?
Is it calm? Is it windy?
Nice.
We had 10 knot. We have 10 knot winds, I believe.
Is that square enough for you? Do you want to start to come in and
13 knot winds right now. But it's pretty nice. I actually haven't been outside yet today, but it doesn't seem too rough out here.
Do you want me to say good morning and everything else in,
Yeah, I
in
think that
Spanish?
should be
That would be
fine.
wonderful, please.
Okay.
And
Wonder if we
maybe
should
just the
flip the chip
dive
chart.
plan as well.
Flip the actual
Okay.
board.
Sí, buenos días.
Yeah,
Aquellos
we
que
should
nos
look at
están
that.
viendo
If you
en
can get it to
español,
square up.
estamos en el área conocida
Because
como
you're at
el
your
Pichincho.
rotation limit,
Este
aren't
es el
you?
Okeanos
Yep.
Explorer, y a bordo del
I'm
barco está
as far as I can?
Andrea y Mike,
Not
que
quite
van a
as far
estar
on shoulder, but
dirigiendo la
Can you,
buceada del
sorry.
D2.
Bring it
Esta
bring it
mañana,
left slightly. Is that
la
possible?
buceada será a 600 metros de profundidad, subiendo por el talud hasta unos 300 metros. Dicen que hay 13 nudos de viento ahora mismo ya en donde ellos están, pero que parece que está bastante bien. Se ve un montón de particulados en la columna de agua. Además de eso, el robot está haciendo unas pruebas para asegurarse de que la fotografía y el video que se toma durante esta buceada es
Would you come wide down
espectacular.
and I'll try to adjust?
Sure.
I did.
It's full wide.
Así que dentro de poco vamos a estar empezando la buceada para ver qué hay en el Pichincho, es un área muy conocida de pesca al oeste de Puerto Rico. Es una pena que una de las primeras cosas que vimos cuando vimos el fondo fue basura, y basura artificial, obviamente enviada al fondo por los humanos.
Ready to come back in when you are.
Okay. Stand by.
Got to tilt.
Thank you, Graciela. That is Graciela Garcia Moliner from the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, here located in Puerto Rico.
Okay, go ahead, Dan, a little bit. That's way more square.
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you. That's full zoom.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, that's pretty good. Top bottom focus.
Okay.
It's pretty square to us.
Yeah. So black balance. Yep.
Is that enough light on it, video?
Yeah, that looks good. Thanks.
So we just need to go to axis limits and put the shoulder farther down.
Further down, yeah.
That's good because that's more in the line of our normal work.
Yep. And
Good morning. Did someone just
Todd
join
was
us on
saying,
the OK
rotate
line?
the upper swing arms down a little bit and give it some more light.
It's still not square though. See, it's out of focus on the left.
Yeah.
Need to do a little more work on this. Is that the shoulder down limit, or is it just close?
Not quite. Getting a little bit close to the T-handle though.
All right.
I think I probably cleared it on the left side, but there's no real... Yeah, you can see in the
Mini Zeus.
mini Zeus I did, but...
Need to start paying more attention to the Doppler nav here. We haven't been looking at that, and noticed on yesterday's deep dive our USBL was kind of worthless.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'd be on one side, sometimes you'd be on the other. I trust this when we're in bottom lock. And
have you guys used the autos much?
not yet, not this cruise. We need to
No.
suss that out, see where we are.
To see, just hopefully.
Use
It's in auto now.
Yeah.
Auto by fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll hold position wonderfully, but making moves.
Making moves as
Right,
always.
yeah. I've had it in auto depth.
And for those of
And
you
auto
at home
altitude.
that may
Yeah.
just be
Just
joining
that
us,
moves.
we have the ROV D2 at the bottom, about 33 miles
All right,
west
thanks,
of
pilots.
Rincon, Puerto Rico.
Are you happy
And
with
we
that?
are
Yeah.
white balancing the camera now, still getting set up to be on the bottom for today's dive.
So I believe the plan is to acquire the slope. Shouldn't be a cliff, should be a 30-degree slope.
Okay.
So 50 meters at 50 degrees, 50 at 50.
50 at 50. I'll get myself over that away.
So we're in pretty shallow water, but go ahead and start moving the ship.
I'm okay with that.
I'll have to adjust lights after I do this.
Okay.
But it
That's
looks-
all right.
Bridge,
I can
RV
see
nav?
where I'm going at this point.
Yeah.
ROV nav, this is the bridge.
Yeah, Bridge, we'd like to request a ship move 50 meters, 050 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Hi, is that Michelle again?
Yeah, I'm back.
Roger that, ROV nav. We have 50 meters, bearing 050 degrees at 0.2 knots.
Copy that. Thank you.
Okay, pilot, this is Watch Lead. When you're all set up, I'd like to talk about the dive.
Hi, good morning. Not hearing you too well.
How about now? Is that better?
Hang on. Somebody had decided they didn't want to hear you at all, but I do. Let's try that again.
I think that must have been
Gotcha.
Carl.
Got you. We're
Okay,
lining up to head northeast here.
Yeah, before we get going, though, maybe we can just have a good look at the sediment on the bottom. And, you know, we're really going to image everything that we see today, all the different organisms.
Let's get down and get busy.
So we'll stop that ship move.
Either that or just start us ever so slowly.
Okay.
Well, at 500 meters, we're going to have a pretty quick response time, so...
Yeah, we'll just stop.
Hey, come on, bring your... Oh, you're still stowing, Chris.
Bridge, RV nav.
Just adjusting the
ROV nav, bridge.
Yeah, could we come to a slow stop here? We'll do some work on the bottom before we start moving.
Roger that. Slow stop on the ship move.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll bring my head around that day. Where'd you go?
I went northeast. You come left.
Yep.
Right there. This looks a little more light sedimented, so I'm going to try not to set down and stir up a cloud here.
Yeah, visibility's already not as good as it was yesterday. Get your lights back to you.
Yeah. Eventually you want to end up at about 050.
Roger. I'll keep turning.
This is interesting. There's some kind of folded something lower center.
Okay, I'm 050.
Okay, video, can we get a slow zoom, please, here?
Slow zoom eye.
So watch lead, this is ROV nav. We may want to just keep it
Up
in the
there.
back of our minds
Partial.
about the
That's
fishing
good.
gear we discussed. So if you could just kind of keep that in your minds and remind our pilots that
It's a bit of rock rubble.
Yes, Andrea.
The stuff on the
If we
left,
could-
could that be old coral or
Pilot, can we put the lasers on?
lasers?
Lasers on.
So that gives us a scale of the angular gravel that's within the mud, centimeter diameter.
Looks like sponges, Dave.
Okay.
The one on the left, at least.
On the lower right, this semi-crescent object.
Oh, yeah.
Still partial, pulling out just a little bit.
A few broken bivalve shells.
But does it look like it's really muddy or just looks sediment?
I think it looks really quite muddy. The pilot mentioned that he didn't want to set down because I think he'd stir up a lot of the mud. And we saw a little bit of cloud of mud just from traversing over the surface.
just gently touching. It's not horrid, but it's not as pure as the sand from yesterday.
The pilot just remarked that it's not like the sand of yesterday. It's not awful, but it is a little bit more muddy and dusty than yesterday.
Before I turn the HPU off, pilot, do you want me to deploy the swing arms or?
Still partial.
Yeah, let's do. It always gives us better light. If we get into something craggy, we'll...
Okay, I think that's good for a close-up, and we can come wide and...
Roger that. Wide, please, video.
Wide eye.
Just a little bit of sediment from a touchdown there.
Yeah, we can move slowly to that contour, and that'll be great. Thank you.
All right, moving northeast.
And we can leave the lasers on during the dive and just take them off during beauty shots.
Roger that.
Copy that.
Thank you.
Bridge,
Quick
ROV
zoom
nav.
on this object, please. Fish.
ROV nav, bridge.
Fish
Video?
under.
Yeah, bridge requesting a ship move 40 meters, 050
Video.
degrees,
Go
0.2
for video.
knots.
Yeah.
What was that, pilot?
Here's
Roger
quick
that,
zoom.
ROV nav.
Sorry.
Ship
Talking to
move
someone else.
40 meters, 050
Going
degrees
in.
at
Hold
0.2
that.
knots.
Right there.
Copy that. Thank you, bridge.
I see you. You see
Can we get definitely a close zoom on
Yeah.
that fish?
Just come on in, video.
Coming in.
Does not want to be seen.
Oop.
There we go.
I see you.
Whoa.
Come on
What
out.
is that? Some type of cusk eel?
Seems to have a
Very
forked
interesting.
tail.
Was it forked? I thought it was.
Yeah. And he's got the
C. filamentous pelvix.
yes.
But yeah, if we could see
feelers.
the feelers, we could get a picture of the tail. Yeah, it doesn't look forked to me. It
I know you're right. Here, hang on.
more like a cusk eel. But that coloration is really interesting.
Still partial.
Yeah. I'm trying not to. Let's come out a little bit. Let me reacquire.
Roger that. Holding here.
Okay. Let me see if I can get very stable. Down. Something is obstructed
Yes.
one of the lasers, or it has stopped entirely.
There it is.
There you go.
Oh,
The
this is.
seagrass blade.
Whoa. Yeah, we are. Touching down is fraught with peril.
Try to light it up.
We'll just let it
Yeah, if
settle
we
a bit. Okay, a little more zoom.
sit down on the seafloor, you can see we kind of stir up a lot of sediment, and it stays in the water column a little bit.
Okay, let's hold there a sec.
Silty, muddy here.
I'm getting bounced a bit. I've got my toes in, but my tail is bouncing up and down a little. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Stand by. Let's see if I'm stable here. Yes.
Roger.
Gonna blow his cover here in a minute.
There's a lot of feedback on the conference line.
Coming
Come
out.
please.
Coming out.
Well, I think that's. Are we going to try again, or?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
come back in. It's just back in video. Just
Roger.
a little
Okay.
bit left. I'm not going to try to scoot over, so
I'll just keep them in
frame. Yeah. So
So is it these two actually sitting on
Balance
the,
you
on the
lifted up.
bottom?
yeah.
Coming out.
Partially, yeah. You can see right now the view. The toe is.
We've got him surrounded. He's probably intimidated a bit here. Let me Let me lift off. Oh, 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 oh. Sorry.
What is he hiding under? Is he hiding under?
Looks like a sponge.
What does it look like? Sponge. Oh.
Well, we can continue. Oh, go ahead, Graciela.
Okay, no, I just like to say to the people who are listening and just tuning in that we are 33 miles of Rincon in Spanish.
Okay.
What's the temperature? Do you have
There's
a reading
something
on that?
new that's obstructing the laser when we're tilted all the way down.
The temperature on the bottom is
Could be the ball.
13.6 degrees Celsius. Dissolved oxygen 4.5 milligrams per liter.
Okay, buenos días a quienes están acompañándonos en esta buceada del Pichu. Estamos a 33 millas al oeste de Rincón, en el área conocida como el Pichincho. El fondo es mayormente sedimento suelto. Piensan que es más lodo que otra cosa. Estamos en una profundidad de aproximadamente 600 metros, con una temperatura en el fondo de 36.6 centígrados. El oxígeno disuelto es 4.5 miligramos por litro. Y estamos probando suerte a ver si se puede retratar al pez que está escondido debajo de la...
I think he's top of frame now.
Top of frame?
I believe that's him right there.
Oh, yeah.
Están
Let me
una
come
serie
out
de
just so we have an
científicos
idea.
también conectados vía internet y
just gonna
por
float here this
conferencia
time and
para poder
let's try
tratar de
again.
identificar la
just
mayor
zoom in now.
cantidad de
Keep him in
organismos
frame and
posibles
I'll
en el momento en que se ven.
I'll keep him in frame.
Así que los Hermit Explorer con D2 están, como dije, al oeste de Rincón, aproximadamente 33 millas. Así que esperamos que disfruten de la buceada de hoy.
Gracias, Graciela.
De nada, Andrea.
Well, Andrea, I don't think he's going to come out, and I don't really want to blow his home away.
Okay.
Wide, please.
If we see another, we'll try again.
Okay.
Is there something
straight ahead.
Yep.
ahead
A rock.
too? A big rock. Definitely want to check that out.
Here we go.
You want to much time there, so I'd sprint on over there, check it out. Unless we call it shit stop.
That's
Looks
probably
like
well
it's a bit
populated.
scoured out. Oh, there's all sorts of things on these rocks. Sponges. We'll definitely want to get close zooms of all of those, Dave.
Okay, do we want to pause to
Yes, please.
study in detail?
Yep. So this area really is virtually
easy stop,
unexplored.
please.
This depth zone. Most of the places, of course, we're going to during this expedition are unexplored. But this is also a really interesting area, depth range for
Looks like
exploration.
there might be an inhabitant to the right of that large
Yes,
sponge
Andrea. I mean,
back
we're
in the
likely
crack.
to be on top of the limestone platform again. So
Oh,
first
VNAV
guess
bridge?
looking at these is that they might be carbonate.
Yeah, just confirming that this
The
move
upper
is
example,
complete or all but
we
complete.
can likely see bedding essentially
Yes, so VNAV,
east-west
the move
as
is
we
completed.
rotate around.
Thank you.
But as
No
we
problem.
zoom in, we'll get a better idea of what these might be.
Dave, you're starting to get behind me here.
Yeah, Chris, we've called easy stop.
Oh, okay. Copy that.
You're going to have to spin a little bit, but we'll be right here in the neighborhood. Just keep an eye on things if we need to back up a little bit.
Roger that.
I'm handing off to Carl here.
We're doing a quick pilot change here. It's breakfast time on the ship.
Vamos a ver. Sí, estamos ahora detenidos porque está
Pilot video while
cambiando
you're
los
still in auto
pilotos
altitude. Can
de
I
los
recap
robots.
just for a
Voy
second
a
here?
desayunar, como probablemente vamos a estar haciendo todo
Go ahead, video.
Thank you.
Y esta área de Pichincho es un área que realmente no se había buceado
Okay,
nunca.
all better. Thank you very much.
600 metros de profundidad.
So I'm turned around looking at you right now, Carl.
Co-pilot, the direction of our last move was 050.
Aunque conocemos algo de la oceanografía de este sitio y sabemos que a los pescadores de pelágicos les gusta mucho esta área, no habíamos visto el fondo ni se había hecho este tipo de acción antes en el área de Pichincho.
Okay, watch lead. We're back
Sí se
with you
habían
here.
enviado una serie de instrumentos para
Hello, Carl.
documentar
Hello.
Yeah, we're really going to be taking it slow to try to get images of everything, different thing we see. So on these rocks, there's a couple of sponges, and kind of poke around here before we move on.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't imaged any of this yet, pilot.
Copy that.
Seemed like there had been a slight current from port to starboard that we could take advantage of to try and keep the silt out of the view.
Good morning, Carl. If you could, just put the lasers on.
They are on there. You can see them at the bottom of the rock.
Thank you.
So yeah, we're going to also keep the lasers on the entire time and take them off for beauty shots.
Okay. So, video, let's do a partial zoom on this rock and pick out
Roger.
something to image.
Video, let me know if there's any hot spots in the light pool or anything, and I can adjust the swing arms
Okay.
as necessary.
Thank you, co-pilot.
Looks like a sponge to the left of the rock. A few different sponges colonizing the rock face. There's a lot of holes and...
Is there starfish in there also, or something that looks like it?
Sorry, Graciela, there was an announcement.
I'm just going to set very lightly down here, video.
Yeah,
and,
let's see if we can get a couple close-ups of some
What
of
did you
these.
ask?
One of each, if possible.
Copy that.
She was just wondering if that was a sea star in the center of the screen.
Oh, yes.
On the rock.
It looks like we have some sort of anemone, or I'm not sure what it is on the far right. It's really dark
down.
colored.
Yeah, possibly a cup coral
Yeah,
or an anemone.
not sure what it is.
Okay.
Some glass sponges.
Let's go in on these sponges here.
Roger, coming in.
You can frame them with lasers and then turn
Lots to
lasers
look
off.
at here.
Yes.
How are you feeling,
So you can see
co-pilot?
the face of this rock has a lot of holes
Come in a
and
little more.
pitting. It's a lot of
Okay,
erosion
stopping
from
there.
animals.
Great. It's all you.
Yes, levels.
I wonder if the sponges
Talk
are
to me now?
responsible for
Yes.
it, or if something else is
What was the question?
creating these holes.
Just how are you feeling? Are you okay with Seirios' position that far out ahead?
Yeah, I'm fine with it for now.
Alright.
We're not moving, correct?
So yes,
Correct.
everybody,
Ship is
this
stopped.
looks very
Alright.
much
It seems that you've been
an easy
swinging
rock to
over
identify
the last little bit.
carbonate with, as people have
You
been
haven't
commenting,
moved off my mouse in the
these
last couple minutes,
holes
though.
or borings
And then
by animals.
this is
Just a little bit.
a slope to our starboard.
Say again,
And it
video.
looks like we have some...
Disregard.
Are those mysids coming to the video? Possibly attracted to the light?
Alright, co-pilot, standing by.
Yeah, they're swimming around.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, and then pilot, if you pan up, there's a tiny sea star by a
Okay.
sponge.
Slow pull out.
Copy that. Yeah, pull out till we see the star, and then I'll tilt up to it.
Watch lead nav.
It's going to be up a bit.
You seem pretty stable here,
There
but
he is.
we might slip at any time.
That should be good
Here we go.
for a starter.
Free to go in.
Thank you.
Center it up
Holding here.
for the centering.
Watch
Going
lead
in.
nav.
Okay, our first sea star of today's dive. This looks familiar to me, although I can't put a genus on it.
Yeah, you're free to do as you like video. I'll just
That's
kind
full
of keep
zoom.
it centered. Great. It's a little guy.
Man, that's very small.
Yeah, it's fairly small.
I think we've seen this one before, but we're just trying to see if we can get an ID.
Can we
Looks
come
like
in
there
and...
are hydroids also on the,
No, that's
on
full
the
zoom.
carbonate.
That's full zoom. Zoom.
Watch lead nav.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, would you like to call these targets by a specific acronym today? Or name this target specifically?
Maybe rock for carbonate.
Okay, when you're done video.
Yeah.
We can
Slow
also
pull
just
out.
mark
Yeah.
all waypoints with a certain prefix.
There's a
Oh,
purple
and the
star
event
just
log can
above to
track
the
what
right.
they are.
Okay, that's fine.
I
Let's
see that. I'll
do
just go up a little.
PI,
Center, you're free to zoom.
for Pichincho.
Hold on, you're a little quiet. Can you please repeat?
PICH.
You got it.
Is that full?
PICH.
That's
This is
full zoom.
PICH01.
And we are looking at
That's a very
two
small
different
turtle
echinoderms here. There's a asteroid sea star on the bottom left and an ophiuroid on the upper
I
right.
think we can probably come out.
All right.
I think that's good. And then before we move, there's a sponge on the right. Pilot, there's a sponge on the right and a red, possibly anemone there on the right as well.
I see. Which sponge in particular?
The larger one on top.
On top, gotcha. Okay, video. I'll try to center it up. Just try to keep this foothold, but we'll see.
There's one.
I think I'll hop a little closer to this one.
Roger.
Are we full wide?
Full wide now.
Okay. It's a little better.
Concur.
Okay.
We have a lot of mysids in the water column
you.
now.
Tilting down.
I'm going to take your mini Zeus for a second, Carl.
I think it's a cup coral, Andrew. Looks like there's a calcareous stalk.
Yeah. I think I agree with that, Amanda. The tentacles seem fairly long, though.
Yep, and there's septa in the middle.
You see the septa?
Tentacles are really long, but I think... Which...
Looks Giovanni-like then in some ways, but you
Yeah,
need to see
yeah.
the septa to talk to say it's Giovanni.
So is that our first cup coral of the expedition?
That would be our first cup coral.
Right on.
So we're looking at a scleractinian
Is there
cup
any way to
coral.
get the lighting better onto him?
We'd have
It's
to
a
come from
single
the right
solitary
side.
polyp. Of course, more
Maybe
closely
right
related
swing arm
to several of the more reef-building corals. Hard, stony scleractinian corals that build
Starboard
reefs.
swing
This
arm.
is a single polyp instead of a large colony.
That white mass behind it to the left, is that part of the same organism, do you think?
It looks like it's base.
Yeah.
It's pulling its tentacles in right now.
See, let me repeat that in Spanish because I think that this is interesting, especially with such beautiful pictures.
Okay, sure. Pilot, can we just hold here for a little bit
Sure.
to view?
Este es el primer coral de los que están más relacionados a los que forman el esqueleto de los arrecifes de coral. Es un coral solitario, estamos aproximadamente a 600 metros de profundidad Y lo que están discutiendo los
Not
científicos
yet.
es que
We
es el primero de la
haven't
especie
conducted any drift
y
tests
que
to
es
determine current.
diferente a los otros que han visto, porque realmente está más relacionado a los corales que forman esqueletos en los arrecifes marcianos que a los de las aguas profundas. Es un coral solitario. Así que eso que tienen en la pantalla es de coral y es espectacular
It's like the
la
lighting didn't help
fotografía
much.
que se está obteniendo. Tiene todos los
Just gonna throw the focus to the base for a moment.
Okay.
Wow, that's a really narrow depth of field. Yeah, back on the organism.
Okay, pilot, we can come wide and get an image of the sponge and maybe try to skirt around to get a side image of this coral.
Okay, we'll go
Thanks.
for the sponge first, then move.
Coming
Okay, video,
out.
if you can pull out to the big sponge.
Roger.
I believe
There he
it
is.
is.
Mike, I was
Partial
hoping
zoom.
you could explain to our
Yeah.
viewers, I'm sure you did yesterday, but how is carbonate formed?
The carbonate itself is formed in very shallow waters, away from rivers which bring in detritus, and really the carbonate it represents the growth of a reef of
Okay, video.
animals
Clear.
living
yeah,
there,
thank you.
creating carbonate shells, and the shells accumulating to build these vast platforms
Holding
of
full frame.
carbonate. The whole of the north side of
Levels.
Puerto Rico is made of this carbonate, and it
Focus.
extends offshore,
There we go.
dipping at 4
Oh, there's
degrees
a crab there.
from
lower
something
left,
like
yeah.
20 kilometers offshore.
Well, we'll get him
The
in a sec.
carbonate sequence is
Or
itself
he'll come
up
into
to
the
approximately a kilometer thick, and represents a period when the seas north of Puerto Rico were quietly accumulating this carbonate as a reef
Go ahead.
formed in beautiful, shallow, clear waters.
Roger, thank you.
This is neat. You
Watch
can
it
see
when we're done
close
this
up of
with
the
this. We
sponge.
see a
There's
crab in the
barnacles
lower left
attached to
that
it.
is kind of peeking in.
Yeah, are there a few on the
Lights
top?
on.
Are those two on the bottom as well?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's also looks like there's a shrimp there too. Looks like
Do you want a closer zoom of that, Tim?
if you can
I'm not sure
might
I
be
see the
difficult.
shrimp.
I think I see him.
above the one
Oh,
of the
just
barnacles
center?
that's on the underside.
Oh, I see now, yeah.
Tim must
Oh,
have
that's-
really good monitors.
Great
Yeah.
image. Getting a close-up zoom here on the shrimp and the barnacles that are attached to this sponge.
I'll tilt down a little so we can see the barnacle and the shrimp.
I assume that's a shrimp.
Yeah, the barnacles do look to be embedded in the sponge.
Yeah.
Is that a mysid?
I think so. Yeah.
And there's something growing along the edge of the sponge on the right, too.
It's like little polyps or something.
Yeah.
Are those zoanthids, possibly?
Okay, yeah. Quite a community right here.
Yeah, if we have 4 different animals in view, and the
Pilot, what about
barnacles, the
bringing
mysid
the
shrimp,
lower
the sponge
starboard swing
itself,
arm in?
and then these polyps on the right, possibly zoanthids or small anemones.
Bring it.
I would guess zoanthids. There's so many.
Deploy it.
We often see zoanthids in
Yeah, I guess deploy it, but also swing it forward as far
symbiotic
as it can
relationships
go.
with sponges.
I'm pretty
Some
sure
zoanthids can be, which
is
are
it?
also cnidarians, can be very
Let's find
specific
out, I'm not
to
sure
living on certain sponge
how far they
species.
deployed it.
That's great, thanks.
We're just
Partial
gonna,
out. Where do you want to stay here?
stay there. We're going to do one light adjustment to see if we can get the underside. Just
Okay, Roger. And if we could get a closer view of the polyp structures coming off the sponge on the right, I'm not sure if we can, but
okay.
well, this is an exciting dive so far.
Okay,
Indeed,
video.
spectacular biology.
But just
And we
swing
even
a
found
bit
some
right
rocks.
so we can focus on these little polyps.
Spectacular geology, too.
On the
Yeah,
right,
that's all you
Roger.
get, Carl.
Okay. Thanks, co-pilot. Maybe we're too
Okay.
far above it to get the
And just note, we are at a depth of
that full in?
607 meters.
That's full zoom.
Okay.
Water temperature here is 13.6 degrees C. We're looking at the underside of the sponge right now.
I'll
There's
try
2
and focus.
barnacles in view, mysid shrimp.
Pilot, can I move your mini Zeus?
Oh yeah. Can you put it back to front and center?
You got it.
Y ahora en español, están viendo una esponja con bayocas, que son esas estructuras que sobresalen de la esponja. También se ve un pequeño camaloncito que son los ojos negros y lo que está de
something
rojo de la esponja.
You looking at the swing arm?
Y también
No, I was looking at a critter that came floating in.
Okay, video. I think we're good with this shot. We can come out to the full sponge and see what else we can find.
Sobre una roca de carbonato.
Were you looking for a Nev?
We had that crab lower left.
Right. He's pretty large.
There he is.
Yeah, let's go over to him. Watch lead, are we done with this sponge?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we're going to go to this crab in the lower left of the screen.
You see a crab?
Yeah. He's camouflaged.
Ooh.
Decorator of some
Good
sort.
eye.
There's one of those long floaty things that come floating into rail cam. I thought I saw it go
A floaty thing?
in of the manipulator, but I couldn't find it again.
Okay, video. Free
Got
to
him.
zoom.
Got to tilt down, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I see now. It's got a sponge on its back. Type of decorator crab. Ah,
I don't see
it's
it.
cool. You don't see it?
Full
Right in the
zoom.
middle of the screen. Pink, holding, looks like sponge material on its back.
Yes, got it.
That's awesome. Great camouflage.
Very sneaky.
Un cangrejo
He's got to
completamente
get some camouflage on his legs there.
camuflajeado. Thank you.
Ooh, he's gonna move. See a lot of different species of crabs carrying different things on their backs for camouflage. Sponges are often observed, but I've also seen a crab with a coral on its back as well.
Do you think that there is a camouflage versus the fact that the hard surface offers substrate for things to land on and grow?
I missed the second part of that, Graciela. Versus what?
So instead of they themselves putting it on, offering the surface of their carapace for things to grow on.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, good point.
Okay, watch lead, are you happy with the crab?
Yep, I was just going to say we could move. Thanks.
Great.
Thanks for the spot. Who found that?
I think video did.
I'll share credit with Pilot. He was moving a lot more when we went for the sponge.
Nice work, video.
Yeah. Pilot contributed to that.
All right.
Team effort. Great.
Let's go partial again and see if there's anything before I move the ROV.
Roger, partial.
Okay, we're going to take
Hold
another
there.
look to see if there's anything here to zoom in on, and then we're going to try to skirt around and get a side view of the cup coral. Oh, there's a squat lobster left.
Left.
Just kind of moved off the screen on the upper left.
Upper left, gotcha. Is that full wide video?
Not even
Wow.
close. This
Here.
is small.
Okay.
It looks, I'm not sure.
Might be behind that little outcrop.
Oh yeah, that was upper left before.
Ooh, that a salp chain going by.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's too fast. I don't see the squat lobster. Maybe we'll see
Yeah,
him
it
from
kind of
the
moved
view.
off. Quickly swam away.
Okay.
Just take a pop in
Did
for a quick peek
Tim
here.
and Amanda,
Lower
did you see the
right.
squat lobster?
Lower right?
No, just seeing.
Yeah, it went by pretty quick.
Crinoid
I just
image
saw it
on,
when you
yeah.
mentioned it, and then it scooted out of frame.
Looked like it may have been a Munida species.
You
It's
saw
probably
more
good
of
to
it
move
than I
over
did.
and try and get that
Okay.
one organism for
I'm out of the
that.
event log now.
So he wants a
If you
side
guys are in,
view
you
of this
can record
anemone.
that.
Yeah, I think we want to come around
Yeah,
to
we
our
did. You
right
got that in
and
there.
pivot
Cool,
left
thanks.
for the look. Or you could go left.
I'll go right.
I think you have
Anything
something
else
off
here,
on your.
shoreside?
Oh wait, she's asking a final time.
I think that's good. We can scoot around like you suggested.
Okay, thanks,
All right.
Amanda.
Scooting.
Sure. It's interesting in the Seirios view, you can see what looks like maybe a trail scooting off of the rock
Oh, yeah.
in front of the ROV.
See that?
On the other side, yeah.
On the opposite side
Right.
of the ROV. So.
The large rock over there.
Yeah.
We're at a depth of 607 meters.
We can zoom in on Seirios video if you want.
We're just moving around the edge of this carbonate rock to get a better view of a cup coral.
Partial zoom on Seirios.
Often we need to look at, to identify cup corals, you need to look at the septa inside, so where the live tissue comes out. You have to look at what's called the calyx, so the structure inside that area. And also it's helpful to look at the stalk often for some of these cup corals. I see another
There's a
different
jelly
species
passing
of sponge
by,
on the
very
upper right
small,
as well.
lower.
Looks like another glass sponge.
Lower center almost. Just out of frame now.
Okay, I didn't catch him.
No big guy. Very small.
Yeah, there's a really great view of the D2 and Seirios right now. That would be your feed
Good
2.
video. Let's go in on this anemone and see if I got a better
Roger.
angle here. I think
The squat lobster is also visible from this angle.
You see the squat lobster, Bobby?
Yeah.
Great. Oh yeah, that looks like Javania, possibly.
just get him a little more right.
It's beautiful.
Si el público va a la cámara número 2 que tienen en su pantalla, pueden ver a Dixon y ver lo que está mirando él en la cámara 1 de
Okay, it's all yours,
lo que
Lydia.
está sucediendo
Roger, thank you.
en frente del robot.
Nice close-up of the cup coral. I think, I mean, it looks a lot like the Javania we've seen before. So.
Yeah,
Also,
I
we've
think
got a
so.
bit
And
of
the
this,
tentacles seem a lot
like a
longer
boost
on
of
this, but it
wax
could
up.
be that some that
So that
I
might
have
be able
seen in
to
the
get some
past
detail
on,
in
you
the
know, the
center
Canyons
that's
missions
helpful.
had their tentacles more tucked inside. But this one also
The ones
has
that
white
you've-
tips.
I think you've seen some images from the Gulf of Mexico, Javania too, and they had really long tentacles.
Did they? Okay. Is there a shrimp in the cup coral?
Looks like you caught a little breakfast for us today.
Sunday morning breakfast.
Just gonna boost these blocks real quick, see if I can get a peek inside there and see what's going on. Not really.
Does
just
that
this
shrimp
contrast.
have eggs?
Oh, maybe that was helpful.
Yeah, you can see the shrimp a little better.
Bringing it back down.
Okay. We're gonna wait for the shrimp to disappear.
Holding at your command.
Lo que están viendo en la pantalla es un coral solitario que se está literalmente comiendo, está desayunando con nosotros, todos los camaroncitos que están, que ven en la pantalla que flotan alrededor de este coral.
Oh.
Just gonna tilt up a slight.
You know, we often don't get to watch behavior of animals on the deep sea floor without tools such as the D2. It's pretty interesting just to see how the movement of
Still
this
partial in
coral
Seirios.
moving its tentacles, reacting to the shrimp inside. Oh,
another
caught
shrimp.
another one.
El visu está detenido y tomando fotografía y video de esto, porque es que no es común que podamos filmar, que podamos tener evidencia del comportamiento de los organismos a estas profundidades, ya que estamos a 607 metros de profundidad, aproximadamente 2.000 pies de profundidad, y se ve como el coral, este coral solitario, está manipulando el camarón.
Okay, pilot, I think we can zoom out and take a look at the squat lobster.
Okay, partial video as we
Partial out.
squat lobster. Where did you see it?
If you head back up to the outcrop,
hold here
at the top of this rock.
Okay. Oh, he's at the top.
Yeah, it's not a great angle, but
Okay, we'll give it a try. All right, tilting
you
up.
might be able to catch his front. See him at the base of that.
Is he red?
The
Yeah, he's
pinkish.
red.
partial.
To the left of.
Holding.
Gotcha. Actually, this is probably the best angle
Oh, I
we'll have.
see now.
'Cause he's hiding.
Underneath that
Yep, underneath. Left of the lasers.
rock structure on the left. Yep, right by
Squat
the lasers.
lobster left of the lasers. Okay, video.
Going in. Holding.
He's feeding.
In a little more.
Yep.
Get some levels on him. Expanding.
Is he chewing
I
on
think go in
something?
more.
Yeah, he's. I think he just caught a shrimp in front of our eyes. Oh yeah, you're free to go in.
That's full zoom.
Oh, okay.
It's breakfast time in the
Yeah.
seafloor.
You
Lots
might
of
also
predation events.
Be able to get those things on the sponge from the same place.
I learned something new yesterday. I had no idea. I guess I've never really looked that closely, but yesterday we were looking at a squat lobster, and one of the pilots in the front row asked what this structure was. It looked like a tube on the back of the squat lobster, and couldn't figure out. And you know, these are decapod crustaceans. They have 5 pairs of legs, and it was actually the 5th pair. That was a modified pair of legs, and I did not know that. Mike Vecchione, I thank him for teaching me that yesterday. I learned something new every day out here, too.
Something down, it's just a shrimp. Well, on the left is feeding. That was burrowing.
Can we get a tighter zoom, or are we full?
No, this is full in.
Okay, we can
I'm
come
going
out
to slow out from this if I can.
Tim, Amanda, Michelle, Graciela, is there anything else you see in this
You can get another
area
view of
that we...
that sponge from this side.
Before
We'll
we
just
move.
swing around. Okay, hold there, video.
Holding.
I think we're good. Let's go find the fish.
Okay, go find the fish.
Yeah, we're fine, Andrew. That was a good close-up of the spot lobster.
Do a quick zoom on the back side of the sponge here.
Roger. Coming in.
Maybe a different sponge on that rock on the other side there, the larger rock.
Okay. The one on the upper right.
Background, yeah. Like a double vase there. I don't know. Might be good to get a snap zoom on that.
Whenever you have a good shot for this, we can go full in.
I think we're just going to get a close view of these polyps here on the sponge. Was that the same shrimp we were looking at before?
It's in the same location.
I think I saw this type on the seafloor earlier. This one looks to have eggs, looks to be gravid. You see the red ovoid shapes in the abdomen, like.
Yeah, it does.
Hard to see.
Okay. Watch
Should
lead.
Focus around to the right.
Almost transparent.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, pilot.
Anything else from this camera angle? Or?
Just a quick snap zoom on the sponge. When we zoom out, you'll see it's on the right. Yep.
The large one off the edge of the rock?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll spin around to that.
So Andrew, there's also on the bigger rock in the background or foreground? Background. There's a big vase-like looking sponge we haven't seen yet.
Okay. We'll scoot around and go over there
video.
and check out
Going on
that
the
rock in
sponge.
detail as well
Going for
before
the
we
sponge.
move.
He's pretty far away.
Great, thanks.
That is full zoom.
And then to the right, was there a
Continuous
cucumber on the
focus.
bottom there?
Okay. Don't see any associates with this sponge. I think that's good, pilot.
All right.
So if we can move around
Go
to
partial
the
video.
right, to the back, that large rock
Partial.
in the background.
There you go.
All right. Well, I think we're clear. Let's go full wide.
Full wide eye.
So actually, do you like to move off of this rock to the next one?
Yes,
Is that-
please.
Okay.
It's gonna be a little tough for you to get in there, Carl.
Still
Yeah.
partial on Seirios.
Yeah, could you come a bit wider on that so I can see?
Roger. Coming out.
I guess I'll keep going right
That's a full wide.
to look at. I'll just keep going around. Try to get a little closer to that big rock.
There may have been a sea cucumber. Graciela thought she saw one as well on the sediment.
You have plenty of room to come around right and look
Can
at
you
the other
repeat
side of
that,
this
please?
rock and then change
I
your
said
heading
you
right
thought you saw a
and check
sea
out the big
cucumber.
one.
A holothurian.
Yes. Holothurian in the back.
Okay, so I'll zoom the sonar in. Still at 50.
What would you like it at?
Oh, I don't know. 15.
10.
10. That looks good.
Pilot video, there's like a combed or ridged structure.
Oh yeah, we'll get that next. It's interesting.
And then there's more remnants of it down in the sediment on the right, but that standing structure is interesting.
Just getting a nice wide view of this carbonate rock. We're at a depth of 607 meters.
I think we just missed the fish moving to
There's
the
a fish
left.
off on the left, off in the distance.
Yeah.
Do you see
Shiner.
it?
In the water column in the background.
I see him.
Your right toe's contacting.
Yeah.
It's got a little cone shape on the
Yeah, that's what I was just going to go
base of the rock. Do you guys see that? Yeah, can we zoom in on that when you're ready? Oh, yeah, Amanda did see it. A witch's hat. It looks like a witch's hat or a beehive. Looks like possibly a toppled over sponge.
Okay, video.
Looking at the
Yeah, let's
stock
find out what
marks.
this is. Zooming now. Holding there. I've not seen this before.
Looks up. It's almost like the ones that are round. What are those called? Xenophyophores.
Yeah, so we're looking here at a dead sponge.
Yeah.
Maybe go a little further in.
That's good
and
for
then
me. We can continue on.
Pop in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we got this. Okay.
All right.
Coming out.
What?
Hey, Andrea, just to the right of here, just outside the field of view,
Hold there.
now in the field of view, is that a bivalve?
Okay, let me see.
It's sort of, if you go to the tip of the witch's hat,
Okay.
and go over to the right,
Okay.
just above the edge of the bottom of the witch's hat, above that.
Okay, I see.
Makes sense?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
if you go in video.
Brim, yeah, the brim edge, yeah, almost where the right laser is.
where the right laser
Okay.
is.
Full in video.
It's,
The white?
yeah, just keep going. No, okay. So, very top of the screen now,
Okay.
in the center. Nope, now you're out of it.
I'll be up. Center of the screen.
Are we
Oh,
in it
yeah.
now? Do you
Dome.
see it?
Center of the screen right now. See the red thing go right.
Yeah, I see it.
And now it's in the center of the field of view.
Oh, I see. Yes,
See it?
I finally see it.
Okay.
Looks like
Is it like a bivalve?
a bivalve, yeah.
Maybe. There we go. A little bit of rubble here. And there's a red amphipod. Do you see the red amphipod on the
Oh,
right?
on the left. On the left?
Yeah, right here.
It looks to be an amphipod. I'm not sure, though.
Good eyes. Okay, anything else here?
I don't think so.
Okay, I think we're good, pilot.
Okay, full wide video.
Full wide eye.
That does look like a witch's hat, Amanda.
Full wide.
Great. Okay, watch lead. Anything else before I move to the big rock?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
as we move, it might
There's
be
a
worth
pink
just
thing there.
commenting
You
on
can tell
the
if it's a squat
holes
lobster or
that
not.
you're seeing in the
But you get
surface of the
that
limestone.
organism top right looks like
I'm
a
not
funnel,
an expert in this, and I'm
narrowing
not sure.
cup.
Some of them could be burrows, but the other thing you characteristically
Right at
see in
frame
these
edge.
limestones
I see that.
is what's called honeycomb weathering. And it's called that because it just looks like a honeycomb. And the general idea is that it occurs because salt water gets splashed onto the surface of the rock, and as the water evaporates, it leaves behind little tiny pieces of salt in the pore space of the rock. And then as that salt crystallizes, it expands and starts to just make that rock a little bit weaker, so that those weaker areas can then break out, eventually get eroded away, and you get a hole in there.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, we typically can see this kind of texture in limestones, and it's chemical rather than it being biological.
Full wide on
But not
Seirios.
being an expert, I'm not 100%
Full wide
sure
on
that
Seirios,
some
I
of
think
these
it
may
is.
well be burrows as well.
So you use the term limestones, carbonates, and could you just explain to anybody watching, you know, how those can be interchanged, these terms?
So I think limestone is a very traditional term for these sorts of rocks. Carbonate is a little bit more precise. The rocks themselves are mainly made of a mineral called calcite, which is made of calcium carbonate. And carbonate is just simply carbon and oxygen. And so these rocks loosely get called carbonates when we don't want to definitely say that they're limestone or a particular sort of limestone. We can also get magnesium carbonate rocks, which we call dolomites. And so by using the term carbonate, we're kind of being as general as we can be by just saying that basically these rocks are something like either calcium or magnesium carbonate rocks. But carbonate and limestone often get used interchangeably in these situations.
Thank you for that, Mike Cheadle. We're looking here at another sponge. Look like just above this we saw another witch's hat sponge, a dead one attached to the rock face. We're at a depth of 605 meters.
Some branching
Okay, that's
at the
good. We
bottom.
can snap zoom a couple of the other sponges.
Okay, full wide video.
Wide.
Just
Hey,
move
Andrew,
around
I'm
to
not
different
seeing
sponges.
any current, appreciable current anyway.
Yeah.
Are the pilots
That
doing
lighter
anything?
colored
Are you
one.
noticing anything?
We're not. We're going to do a drift test, though, after we're done looking.
Zoom in on this dead one quick.
Oh, great. Sounds good. Yeah, you don't see the sponges aligned or anything else aligned in a certain way on these rocks to suggest a certain direction.
Right.
Okay.
Predominant.
I'll just move up to this live one here.
The one on the left is a bit different as well. Looks like there's an associate on the rim of the sponge.
I'll get you in tighter if you like.
Okay, centered up pretty well.
We were calling that the styrofoam cup sponge from a distance.
Styrofoam cup sponge.
Like there's something on it.
Is that a bivalve?
I don't know.
That's the best I can
Can we get a closer zoom on that at all?
Full zoom. Already there. Already zoomed all the way in, watch lead.
Co-pilot, can we get the pilot cam over to the port side? Yeah, or swing arm and toe.
So
maybe.
we have
Toes
been on
in
the
view.
bottom now for,
Yeah,
I
just up
believe,
a
an
little, I
hour.
guess.
Let me look back. When did we
Yeah,
land
that's
on
good.
bottom? Yeah, about an hour. We haven't moved too far, but that's how we usually, in the beginning of these dives, we come to a new depth range, a new site, try to image best as we can all of the diversity we see in vertebrates attached to these rocks, mostly so far. But like to do this. This is the first time we've observed some of these animals in situ, and we'll do this before we move on.
Your Manip cams give you a good view on your toes also.
It looks more like it,
Yeah, I was wondering about the swing arm.
like a parasitic.
Yeah,
You'll be fine. You can scoot in.
No, it kind of hurts.
You've got lots of room to scoot in.
Yeah, we're going to take a closer look here in a minute of that associate on the sponge.
Okay. So is that you want a closer look at this watch lead?
Yes, please.
All right. Let's go wide video. Just jump up.
Fish
Oh, we have a
left.
fish. Looks like a beard fish on the left. Yes, Polymyxia nobilis. You can see its chin barbels really well. Can we take a zoom of that fish before it goes out of screen? I know you're moving. But
No, I think he's kind of in between the two rocks here. I don't have much maneuverability. Maybe with the mini Zeus if you could find him.
we got an ID on him, but
Actually, that's one of the fish that sometimes comes up with the deepwater snapper fisheries. People try to avoid it because it doesn't
Get a little zoom on
have
the
any
mini Zeus
value
video.
commercially.
Roger.
they do or they do not have any value commercially.
They don't.
They don't. So what do the fishermen
Out
do
there?
with them? Where do those fish
Is that
go?
the fish there? Can't see it.
Back in the water or?
So they actually do try to avoid
No.
No,
catching
that's just a
anything
shadow.
that's not
Okay.
that they will not be able to sell.
Mm-hmm.
So they either go back in the water or some of them end up in my freezer.
Okay.
We're going
So
closer
they
from
bring
here,
them
pilot.
up for
Yes,
identification.
position.
Full zoom.
Still hard to make out.
Still hard. Still too far away?
Well, I'm almost touching the rock.
Okay. It looks like a bivalve to me almost.
There he is.
You still have
tell.
room.
You do see
You got
different
him?
coloration. I could almost see the
Come in
transparent
mini
limpet.
Zeus video.
If we're looking through the round shell, you see the ovoid shell.
Oh, could just be a limp.
Body inside.
Yeah, a limpet with
Through
the
the
shell.
shell.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
So maybe not a bivalve, but
Can
a
I come out
limpet.
real quick?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Macy's.
Oh, sorry. Mini Zeus.
Is that a jelly?
Hey, Andrew, do you see the jelly? It's at the right side of the screen. It's got different, like, green iridescent coloring.
Right
see
hand
that.
side.
It's right on the margin of the image.
Could we pan to the right?
Panning right.
The egg?
Oh, I see now. Is that a benthic ctenophore? Or is it a jelly?
It might be a benthic jellyfish.
Yeah.
Yeah, zoom center. Do you guys see that?
I don't know. It's really wild.
Can we get the mini Zeus back looking down, co-pilot?
Co-pilot Mini Zeus still partial, I believe. Maybe.
Yeah,
No, I'm full wide now.
You're full wide, yeah.
Thank you.
That's our max zoom, isn't it?
Yeah, now that we're, I can
full
move a
zoom.
couple feet closer.
I think it's really small.
Video, if you come wide again.
Roger, coming out.
I think we can get in a little closer. We have a shrimp on the left, bright red.
Maybe tilt your main HD down to look at your toes. You can always bring it back up.
I've got a good view in the minute cams.
All right, if you're happy with that.
Yeah. I guess the port manip is a bit distorted. It looked like I was on the rock, but
That's why if you use your HD, you can tell exactly where it is.
Mike Cheadle here on the Okeanos Explorer. I'd just like to say good morning to Jason Chater, who chimed into the event log. Unfortunately, I've lost the event log again. Jason and I were talking about how these burrows or this honeycomb weathering formed. We were wondering whether there was evidence that limestone had come above sea level due to the tectonic activity at some point, in which case that could partly explain the holes by weathering, or whether indeed most of these were burrows created by the sponges.
Full zoom. Yeah.
Do you think, is it possible this is a limpet and it's, or something feeding on the sponge? I kind of see a circle around it, or is that part of the animal?
And your jellyfish
it looks more and more to me like a transparent limpet.
Yeah.
We just saw the little medusoid morph come down next to it.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
To the right.
All right, we've got both in view.
I'm not in the chat log right now. Is there an ID on the jelly at all?
No ID. I really don't know.
Yeah, I've never seen it before either.
Better focus on the jelly video.
No, we're just happy we caught it.
Yeah.
That's in focus right there.
Okay.
Okay, great, guys. Thank you. I think that's good.
No problem. Okay, when you're happy with the shot video, we can...
We're going to do a slow pull out from this.
Sure.
So we're looking at a limpet on the lip of a sponge. Next to it is a medusa, or a type of jellyfish. It was just up above on the rock, and it kind of came down next to the sponge as we were looking at the limpet.
I'll pause here for just a second.
Sure. Just wait for some interest.
There's a fish.
There's
a fish bottom left.
On the left.
Oh, just real quick though, Graciela, let me just talk to the pilot real quick before you do that.
Fish bottom right.
Oh,
bottom
there's
left.
a fish. Yep. Can we get a zoom on the fish bottom left?
Center left.
Yeah, I see him. He, yeah, I'll turn. Okay,
Graciela, you can go ahead.
Roger.
Oh, the shrimp is
Sí,
moving
estamos
too.
aquí todavía en la misma roca que encontramos cuando empezamos la búsqueda, pues tiene demasiada diversidad biológica. Y como no tenemos casi nunca la oportunidad de ver estos organismos, de retratarlos, pues están tratando de tomar la mayor cantidad de información posible. Ahora mismo están entrando para ver uno de los peces que está con el camarón, pero había una medusa, una esponja, y como hay muchas asociaciones biológicas entre organismos, están tratando de documentar la mayor cantidad de estas posibles.
That's a massive shrimp.
Pilot, can we get a zoom on the dorsal spines if possible?
Yes.
We're aligned perfectly with it, so it's a little hard to see the dorsal.
So we're looking at a scorpion fish.
After this, said he was going to put together a book about fish backsides.
Yeah.
ID fish from the behind.
From behind, right?
That's right.
Since they never want to turn for us.
The shrimp almost seems to be following the fish.
The shrimp?
Yes. He definitely does.
So we have a scorpion fish, or scorpanid, in view. You can see long cirri above its eyes. I think I know what it is. I'm just going to double check something. And it's got a lot of spotting on its fins.
Do you go right a little? I think I have a bunch more zoom. No, that's full zoom.
Okay.
Do fishermen, Graciela or Michelle, do fishermen often catch scorpion fish in this area as well?
I'm checking to see my list. We're trying to keep track. And we have it on the list of species that they harvest together, but it's not something that they'll be bringing on a continuous basis.
We're getting a lot of feedback from you. Okay, thank you. Does have a tall, long, straight cirri above its eyes. Can we get a closer zoom, or is that max?
That's full zoom.
Okay.
Does seem to be coming a bit closer, though.
So, Andrea, tell us a little about scorpionfish.
Oh, sure. Well, scorpionfish include many, trying to think, different types of fishes that can have spines, so spines with venom. So lionfish are a type of scorpionfish. They're very common from shallow waters to waters at this depth. You often see them to be red color. Some of them can be highly venomous. So the spines do have venomous sacs or poisonous sacs that can release poisons. I'm not sure about this species, the toxicity. Some aren't very toxic at all.
Thank you.
We often ID them with counting the dorsal rays, dorsal spines.
Can you go partial video?
The shape of the pectoral fins are useful. And then often the shape of the cirri, or these little fleshy tabs on the head, are often useful for ID as well.
Okay, you can go back in.
Great.
Well, let me get lasers in there.
Oh, yeah. There's lasers.
Well, are we going back in?
Just doing lasers. You can go
Thank
back
you.
in.
So yeah, you can see that's about 8 centimeters.
Would you like to go back in?
Sure.
All right, back
Looks
in
like a
video.
really pretty side view. Okay, thank you.
Great. Let's see what else is around here.
They must not have bladders. They just seem to stay on the bottom.
Shoreside, do you see anything else right here?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe we'll just do a snap zoom on the big sponge, and then we can continue on.
I think we've seen both exposed sides of this rock. The other side looks uphill and covered in sediment. Okay, video. Snap zoom on this sponge.
Snapping on sponge, right?
You can see all the pores very well.
Nice.
So sponges bring in water through all these pores, filter out plankton and other things from the water column, and then expel the water through the central hole.
There's a coral
Is there
just
a coral?
above the sponge.
Yeah, right above it.
There we go.
Looks like a primnoid. Possibly a plumarella. Do the polyps look biserial?
Is that full in video?
That's full zoom.
Okay.
Right there's full zoom.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that looks like to be a primnoid octocoral.
Watch lead nav. What's the tube above it?
The tube.
That's full zoom, Amanda? I mean, Amanda. Andrea?
Oh no! Again, the Amanda-Andrea confusion.
I hit him. I hit him for it.
Which is fine. It's not.
I do it all the
We
time.
get a full zoom on that.
Sorry.
A good person to be confused with. I think that is full zoom. Yeah. But the polyps do look to be arranged biserially.
So what does that mean biserially?
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So if you see on one side of each branch, there's one polyp, and then the polyp on the other side is just a little bit below it, and so they alternate from side to side.
So throughout this expedition up till now, I've only seen bamboo corals. Is that right?
We have seen.
This is our first.
Yep, only bamboo octocorals so far.
Okay.
And Nav said he saw a tube structure above.
At the top of the screen there, kind of orangish tube with purple coming out.
Oh yeah.
Did you pan up to that?
Video, you done with this one?
Yeah, I've got
I
this.
just got really
Okay.
excited and stood up off of my chair to look, have a better view.
Okay, let's go in on that.
Yeah.
I couldn't see anything. The view is blocked.
Looks like a dead cup coral.
Oh yeah. But is that dead
Thanks,
cup
Archie.
coral coming out of it or something else? The soft.
Right.
Something else soft.
It looks almost like it is part of it, kind of fanning out of the mouth.
Like a barnacle or a octo.
Yeah.
Translucent material.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We're trying to determine what's inside the opening of the cup coral. Maybe it's I actually have no idea.
Yeah.
Any ideas? Shoreside?
So I'm seeing what looks like zoanthids on the top, but the more fuzzy material sort of in the middle of the cup, I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
It's a bit, I'm not sure if it can be more focused or what.
Yeah, video, is it possible to focus on the fuzzy material? And, oops.
That's as focus as that's going to get right there. Let me just throw it out and bring it back in.
Yeah, see the same zoanthids that we saw on the sponge on top
Yeah.
of the cup coral.
Is in focus.
Yeah.
You can see a nice view of the again, those biserial polyps on this octocoral.
Yeah, that was a good catch.
Okay, I think that's good, guys. Thank you.
Great.
So I'm guessing the yellow is an encrusting sponge that's kind
Okay,
of running
video,
along
once you have your shot,
carbonate.
go
Yeah,
wide.
sure.
Find something else.
Coming out.
Okay, I think that's good now. Thanks, guys.
Full wide.
Okay, so Andrew, we've looked, I think, at most of this side of the rock and both sides of the other one.
Yep, I think we're good to continue our movement.
Continue the dive?
Yeah. So
All
we're
right.
at that 600-meter contour now, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So if we can continue along the contour southeast, and then we'll move up later on in the dive, move up slope.
You got it.
Thanks.
Okay, so co-pilot, I have to turn around east and then basically drive under you, I think.
Correct.
I think you just have to figure out which way you turn to follow me without getting a wrap.
You need to turn right and head out past the rocks. Just the way co-pilot's directing you.
Say again?
Just the way the co-pilot's directing you right now.
No, that's what I had told him, but then we have
We're
to
at a
figure out
depth of
which way he'll turn
605
to not get a
meters. We're
turn.
going to continue
Because
moving
he's facing
southeast along a
opposite the direction of
600-meter
travel.
contour.
This is the correct way.
Okay.
Which what's going to be our heading? 050.
117.
117. Okay.
Okay, we're continuing our move.
Pilot's going to get the ship
To remind our
underway.
viewers, we're about 33 miles west of Rincon, Puerto Rico.
Sure, what's the
We're on the
direction?
third dive of our Oceano Profundo
120.
expedition. Diving in an area that is
yeah,
actively
something on the
fished
right.
for deep water
Could
snappers.
just
We're a little deep right now, but we're
object
trying
of
to get a
interest.
better idea of the habitat and benthic communities in this area. What's on the right? Is that an octopus?
It's like a rock.
Rock?
to me.
A rock?
A rocktopus.
A rocktopus? Yeah, go ahead, Graciela.
Okay, so
Bridge, ROV nav.
estamos todavía en el área 33 millas al oeste de Rincón, estamos a 605 metros de
nav,
profundidad
bridge.
aproximadamente.
Yes, ship move, please.
Este es el área que...
Okay.
100 meters, bearing 120, 110.
activamente en esta área. Estamos un poco más profundo de lo que se
snap
pesca
to
para
Ship move
peces
at
de
100 meters.
fondo,
Bearing
pero tiene un área también bien
120
activa
at
para especies pelágicas que es en la columna de agua.
Good
Así
copy.
que estamos identificando el hábitat que hay alrededor de esta área y es la primera vez
Pilots
que se
move
ve, por
underway.
eso tomamos tanto
100
tiempo
meters,
en ver
bearing
todo lo que hay en
120,
cada una de
110.
estas rutas,
Copy that.
porque en muchas ocasiones
So my camera's
que
at
se
60
tiene
degrees.
para poder estos organismos vivos. Así
Your face,
que
the
hasta el
direction of
momento han
travel.
visto esponjas, han visto
Correct.
corales,
So what-
vieron
yeah.
2 o 3 dos especies de peces, muchísimos camarones, especialmente en la columna de
Is
agua,
that feathered
y
organism
una
there?
cantidad
See
de,
that.
de otros organismos que se han ido identificando según ha pasado la
Runaway
mañana.
camera.
Esta es la expedición del Okeanos Explorer, se llama Océano Profundo y es la tercera búsqueda de la misión.
Looks good though.
Looking at a worm, a feather duster worm.
And again, we have another piece of carbonate. This one really does look like it's burrowed. You can see the elongate marks. My guess is that these really are burrows.
So video.
That's
From
right,
a
I'm pulling
snap
up.
zoom to a small feather duster.
Amanda,
Yeah.
do you want to give us a little bit of information on the worm that we're seeing here?
Try and go back in.
Sure. The worm is, we're getting a close-up of right now, lives in this calcareous tube, and it's a type of polychaete annelid, and you can see it's basically plumage, if you will,
drift in
coming out
closer.
of the
Yeah.
top of the tube that
Now we're out of the
is
light.
the part of the animal that it uses to
Oh, there it goes.
feed. It's extended in the water column. You see now we disturb the water around it. It's just retracted into its tube for protection. You see feather duster worms like this in shallow water coral environments, and people probably have seen the relatives or cousins of these in when they've been scuba diving or snorkeling in the coral reefs.
Seirios
So
is
it's
moving.
common sighting around
What's
these
the
parts.
speed?
Thank you, Amanda.
110.
Okay.
Is this part of the circular
Coming out?
tube to the right of
Yeah.
it?
Sure, if that's
Then it
part
comes
of it.
up and off?
If that's
Tim
part of
sees
it, or
something
if
to
the
the
tube
right.
is
Down in.
down inside the carbonate rock here, so it's hard to see where the end point is.
If this is the circulate, we also see them a lot in hydrothermal
Okay.
vent sites
For what?
on hard rock bottom.
Well, why
and usually
not?
the morphology of the tube it lets you know what the species is.
And we
I didn't see a cap. When that pulled in and retracted, normally there's the cap
No
there.
perculum, yeah, and
Pull
I didn't see one either, but it's hard to see or hard to tell which
Pilot, you should also head
In the
uphill
bamboo detritus that we observed
just a
yesterday
few
and the day
meters
before,
so
we
that you're
also
more.
I didn't see one either, but it's hard to see or hard to tell which
Pilot, you should also head
in the
uphill
bamboo detritus that we observed
just a
yesterday and
few
the day
meters
before,
so
we
that
also
you're more
saw
in line with
supulid
Seirios.
tube worms covering the bamboo coral, but definitely a different species than the one we just observed.
Okay, watch lead. We're moving along.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thanks.
Is that a whole third?
Yeah, maybe a sea cucumber coming up on the right.
Fish
and there's
on
a
the
fish
right.
on the right. Can we zoom the fish first?
Sure.
I might be able to.
Yeah, you
to
want to
use
zoom
but
from here?
He might come into us.
Yeah.
And looks like we have a green eye, Chlorophthalmus agassizi.
Big eyes.
They're called green eyes. They have a layer in their eye, membrane called a tapetum, and it helps to reflect light, so it allows the fish to gain a lot more light in this dark environment. This fish, also green eye, is common in this depth range. We often see green eyes associated with soft sediment bottoms. Find them often away from deep reefs.
Do you know what the species is, Andrea? Is this what we've seen before around here?
Yep, it's Chlorophthalmus.
I can get you more zoom.
And then after this, I'll move.
Agassizi, I am sorry. Yeah, yes.
Something else.
It's a really beautiful shot.
Alright, I'm in front of you.
Okay.
Come out.
Yeah.
Coming out.
Are the lasers still on?
No, thanks, Amanda. Yeah, if we can get the lasers back on.
Lasers are on.
There you go.
You want to just do a snap zoom on the lasers and fish video?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Lasers and fish. Right in there.
Just a bit over 10 centimeters.
There he is. Okay, time to move. Full
Okay.
wide.
He was thinking
And
the
then
same thing.
if we can, do a snap zoom on the holothurian as we are on the move.
Okay.
Not sure we have a organism here, but let's go ahead and check.
Yeah, snap zoom.
I think we
Oh,
have
it's a
Oh, it's a bottle.
Beer
Okay.
bottomless.
Glass bottle.
Full wide.
Thanks.
And you're behind me. Can't
Okay.
see it.
Full wide.
Thank you, video. Just going to do a sprint ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Push, Carl, push. Quicker. Got some terrain coming up on sonar. Dead ahead. $10 meters.
See you aligned with the heading now, Josh. Pretty much.
Yep.
Something really coming up on your left.
There it is.
Yeah, there's a rock. Strange, you can't even see it in Seirios.
I'll bring the ship to a stop.
Should we stop here?
Bridge, nav, easy stop, please.
Nav, bridge, easy stop. Here we go.
There's already something yellow.
Thank you.
Looks like it continues on beyond.
Yeah.
So we've found some more likely boulders of rock in the mud, and we're just closing in to see if we can see what they are, and then start to look at the biology.
Nav, can you lower the gains on the sonar to bring up, get rid of some of those whites? That's much better, thank you. Well, I'll just get in nice and close because I have a feeling I'll have to do that later anyway.
So Amanda, you raised a good point, a good question. We're seeing a lot of sponge
Go ahead,
debris
Workshop.
and dead sponges around the bases of these rocks. And when we first landed, we saw a few dead sponges and debris. Is it
Thank you,
possible
Workshop.
a consequence of fishing activity in the region?
Okay, video. Let's go in on this
That's
yellow
a good question, Andrea. I'm just wondering if maybe Graciela or Michelle can speak to that specifically regarding this fishing activity here.
Not as exciting as I thought.
No, I don't know if because we haven't seen any dirty gear or any, at least I haven't seen what I've just watched, any fishing gear left around. I was wondering if it had more to do with the oceanographic activity in the bottom.
Come out a bit, maybe. Leave
I
it
guess,
there.
yeah.
It's a little brittle. Is that a little brittle star on the edge of the sponge?
Yeah, it looks like on the bottom.
Yeah,
Is
you
this
can
full
see the
zoom
legs coming
video?
up and
There's
around.
full zoom.
Okay.
Graciela, what kind of gear are they using for fishing around here?
Okay, yeah, let's come out and search around.
Around here
Doesn't
it would
seem to
be
any interest.
mostly either trolling
Hold there.
or
I'll just
hiding
pan
migratory
around.
at depth, tuna fishing, and then for the deep water it would be mostly vertical long lines.
Something red up there.
What's that white branched object at the bottom of the screen? Just went out of view.
Can you pan? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
There's a couple of them there.
They're
Okay, free to zoom video.
Free to zoom, eh?
Look like a sea star to begin with. I think it's fragments of some coral.
Maybe, yeah. Or maybe another kind of sponge.
Looks like a branching sponge.
Yep.
Shrimp or somebody in there, too.
And a shrimp on the right.
There's so much to look at.
Yeah, your left toe in.
Yep, that looks like a
Pretty
sponge.
good. Should be nice and stable.
And there's a shrimp.
Full zoom.
Those wings make pretty good platforms to perch off of.
Yeah, you can see them from all cameras.
See now there are the branching sponges on the upper right. That's good, pilot. Thank you.
Okay. Go partial again, video.
Get you more light.
Partial eye.
Hold
Hold
there.
in here.
Anything else right here, guys, before we zoom all the way out?
No, I think that was a good overview.
Something orange up there.
The rock ID here is a little bit more tricky than the last boulders. Again, my guess is that it's likely carbonate, but as you can see, the
Going on the
light
reddish orange.
brown coating is making it a little much harder to see the color, the actual color of the rock. It does look a little different to the other outcrop. We don't see all this burrowing or this honeycomb weathering.
Watch lead, would you like a marker here?
Go ahead, repeat.
Yeah.
Would you like a marker?
There was a stocked sponge on the left.
Yes, please. Thanks.
Stocked sponge.
The transparent shrimp on it.
Right there.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
There's shrimp on it.
So we're looking at another type of hexactinellid sponge. There's several hydroids on the stalk. It's hard for me to see.
Watch lead, this is marked as PICH02.
Roger.
Yeah, I think we're good here.
Okay. Okay, we can zoom
You
out.
know, Andrew, that kind of looks like
Okay, video when you're done.
an old skeleton, that stalk, and then a sponge colonized the top of it. I don't know. I could be convinced.
You know, it resembles some of the stalk sponges we did observe yesterday, but the stalk does look old, or covered, maybe covered with hydroids even.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but what Mike was saying is, you know, this rock area is a little different
Full
than the ones we
Thank
were
you,
first
Lydia.
viewing. It has more of a sediment coating.
Can we pan to the right?
Station of transport sediment around here.
Just as we zoomed out, the rock now going off screen towards the left looks very much like the limestones we were looking at before with the burrows, etc.
Can we have a look at the little cave area?
Bottom right?
Yep.
Okay, I'll just drive over there.
If somebody can write in the chat log, the target is PICH-02. I got kicked out again.
We got it. Thanks.
Have more control on the port side. Have more control on the port side. Try to get light in there.
It's another shrimp on the left. Several different species of sponges colonizing the rock face.
Anything in particular you want to see in the
Yeah, I
cave?
just wanted to see the underside.
Okay.
It's nice framing right there.
Yeah. Well, when you have a good overall, you're free to zoom however you want.
Roger,
Maybe
thank you.
an anemone at the very top.
Coming in slow.
Okay.
I want to
Should I-
come up a bit.
Yeah, tilt up to the rim.
Yeah, the rim's perfect because then I can rack between the background and right in there.
That's the best I can do with light.
So that's great. And if you could pan left, there's maybe a crinoid or a yeah, it's coming into view now. Looks like the Barnacle Crinoid.
Push
Halopus,
in
I think?
Still pushing.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Very cool. So we, yesterday and the dive before, oh, that's cool, just kind of closed up. We saw a couple different kinds of crinoids, or feather stars, the sea lilies, and then the comatulids. And this is known as a Barnacle Crinoid.
There's another one on the
Thought he might open back
I
up.
know that they're often seen. I'm not sure their distribution. I know Charles Messing, who is one of the crinoid experts, has observed these off of Roatan, off of the Honduras. But do you have an idea, Tim or Amanda or anybody else on the line about the distribution?
No, I don't think so.
I don't like it, the whole sponge.
Not off the top.
Okay. You want me to tilt up a little? Or you like the contrast?
It's really great to see that.
I like the
Yeah.
contrast.
Okay.
It's very diverse. There's a shrimp
Very cool.
just on the
Another
top
shrimp?
of the arch.
Depth of 600 meters.
Watch lead nav.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there was a second one of those barnacle crinoids to the left.
Just a little bit
Oh,
There's
okay.
actually two on this rock.
Okay.
There's some blue stuff up there.
Barnacle
That's
crinoid.
unusual underwater. Some greenish blue.
I'm sorry, I had a zoom creep.
Anything else here, shoreside?
No, I don't see anything, but it's a nice diversity of sponges. Just in this one shot. It's great.
Gotta come out just a little bit.
Seen at
more.
least 6 or 7 species. More than that, maybe 8 or 9.
It's
What's
on
on
the
the
top left.
Yeah,
the
the
white
one was up
underhang?
to 7, but it's probably more.
Before I go there, can you zoom in on the green? So it's kind of the upper center screen.
Pushing.
Just unusual.
Once you guide it in.
Yeah.
That mat.
Yeah.
What is that?
There's all kinds of stuff.
Encrusting sponge?
That one in the kind of right half of the screen is interesting. Yeah, the green is interesting.
That's a great shot. Showing diversity.
I'm not sure I've ever seen that color, that bright turquoise color. Not at these depths, at least. Would that be part of that
nice
organism,
move to the
or
left,
maybe a
pilot.
bacterial coating?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if it overgrew something, or is that something like you say, microbial. I don't know. What do you think?
Just gonna touch focus here for a second. And
We would have to collect something, I think, as far as the coloration is concerned. There's a lot of possible explanations.
Yes.
this
See a
circular
little
one's
pink one
almost
over
pink
there.
above the
Yellow.
green on the left.
Are you full in?
Yeah, that blue is
Yeah.
new for me.
It's dramatic.
That's full in, and focus is continuing to strobe, pulsate.
Don't see any other structure in that green color to suggest that it's something other than the sponge, part of the sponge. Right, I don't see anything.
Very cool. Open up just more.
Okay, that's good, pilot. Thank you.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, video.
Oh, I could be on this one for a long time. It's a great scene.
Good colors.
Yeah, we had that one object upper left, white,
Yeah.
cylindrical.
Underhang.
Yes. Oh, we are really zoomed in there.
Yeah,
There we go.
it is. Okay, just tilt over.
So like we see in the shallow water coral environments, we'll have sponges of different shapes and sizes and many different colors. So, you know, we're at 600 meters or so at depth, and we're seeing a lot of different coloration here as well. So it's just something to remark on that
There's shrimp
even
under
in the
there.
deep
There's
sea,
one
we
on
see
top.
a variety of colors in sponges and corals and
That seems
Okay.
like good
fishes,
framing.
etc.
Yeah.
Let's go in here.
And a lot of diversity as well.
It's a sponge, it looks like.
And that's a different
Let me
sponge
just give a
species
brief
yet.
summary in Spanish.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, concur.
Sí, están comentando mucho sobre la gran biodiversidad que hay en estas rocas que se están encontrando esporádicamente en el fondo. Y han
Lots of
estado
shrimp.
observando la cantidad de esponjas que hay, incluyendo no solamente la diversidad, sino la diversidad en colores que han observado. Así que a estas profundidades están asombrados de ver
Thanks
tanto
for the lighting,
color,
co-pilot.
que había esponjas que tenían algo de azul, algo de rojo y el amarillo, etcétera. O sea que hay una gran cantidad de color a esas posibilidades. Esto ya
Lower
es
swing arms way
luz
out there.
artificial, o sea que lo estamos viendo con las luces del disco.
I'll pull it back once we move on.
The
Yeah,
extensions
it is a really
protect the lower
amazing
swing arms
zoom
a
of
bit
the
too.
shrimp on
A
the
bit. Right now,
sort
I
of
think
tubular
it's,
sponge.
he would have put that forward
I don't know
toe
if we've
on
seen
something
that
when he
one,
hit the light.
that sponge yet before. The shrimp we've seen.
Are those the thread-legged shrimp?
Thread-legged?
Yeah.
Should I follow him up?
I don't.
You don't know.
I'll come out.
I think
No, I mean, no. The body is very pneumatic arsanid-like, but the antennae look a little smaller and the legs are a little shorter than most pneumatic arsanids. But
Okay.
to me, that's where it's falling.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a very long rostrum.
That was great. Nice zoom.
Yeah, that was great.
Okay, guys, we can continue on. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go wide and see what's further on.
They definitely have hot spots port and starboard now.
Yeah.
That's nice to get some light in there for that shot, though.
Adjusting that camera.
So that's wide?
That's full wide.
Wow.
Yeah, that's full wide.
We can continue all around.
All right, taking off.
Thank you.
Is that a little better, Ed?
Yeah. Yeah, that's nice and flat.
Where do you have him, Josh? Just all the way aft? Or all the way left and right, respectively?
The little port and starboard cameras give you a good idea.
Up a little.
And the port one's pretty far forward. But you can set your toe down, you'll be fine.
Co-pilot, what do you think about Co-pilot, what do you think about a ship move?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Bridge, ROV nav.
ROV nav, bridge.
There are a bunch more rocks up here.
50 meters, bearing 120, 1/10, please.
All right, we're continuing our move. We're at a depth of 602 meters.
50-meter position
contour.
move, bearing
Before we start
120
moving, should we see
at
if there's
1/10 of a
anything,
knot.
Good copy, thank you.
You don't have them latched.
Several different species of sponges colonizing these
before
carbonate
we start
rocks.
moving, there's a lot more right here.
Yeah. Take a zoom.
Pilot, you're about at the end
This
of your tether. We're
sponge
just
from
bringing
the
you
bottom right
closer.
might have an
Okay,
associated in it.
Is that a 15-meter move or a 5-0?
50.
Might just be a sponge or
And if
a
we could
shrimp
zoom in
back
on the
there.
sponge on the right, I think there's
Sure.
an associate
I'm going to look down
inside.
it.
There's a worm or something bottom left. Or bottom center, sorry. Pink.
Yeah.
You are stretched out.
Yeah.
That's why I'm moving the ship.
Thank you, Nav. I shouldn't have questioned you. Well, I'm bouncing a little on the
Let's,
tether video, but I could go for a zoom now.
Can we get the worm first since it's moving? Please.
If you pirouette.
On the bottom screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you come to port,
Yeah.
pirouette, you'll get a little more tether.
I'm pushing now.
Okay,
It
that's
just
good.
looks like he's got a quick move on, so I don't want to flatworm.
Quick move.
Well, he's
if you
booking.
could go under somewhere.
Is that a hagfish?
I think it's a flatworm.
He's crawling.
See the podia.
I think it might not be a hagfish.
I can't. I'm
Sorry,
not getting a
I'm
good
into,
view of it.
Your center.
I just got really excited.
Yeah.
I really love hagfish.
Worm-type worms.
see the podium.
Oh, it's moving on the bottom. I see now.
Not
You
sure
just
if it
get
was
situated here.
a meridian or something else. I didn't see actual
I think we're going to go in for a better zoom.
parapodia.
Sorry, sometimes I need to stand up and look to see the screen.
Is plastic on the left? Yeah. Looked like there was some trash on the left too.
Did it just go underneath the rock?
Okay, video, you're free to zoom.
I would lean towards the meridian and flatworm.
Oh.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, he's coming out. Good.
There he is.
I think some type of flatworm.
Oh, and video nailed it.
I would not want him
That's
to end up in my
huge.
bunk.
It's huge.
It's huge.
Challenge accepted.
I'll get lasers.
Do you have lasers when we have?
Yeah, we just have to zoom out a little bit. Yeah.
Lasers
to see the
on?
lasers.
Yeah.
It's going to go up. Good.
It's at least 10 centimeters.
Ooh.
Wait until we see the end, maybe. Yeah, there
My
it
guess
is.
is the meridian.
Yeah. Okay.
Can we go down just a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank
Or
you.
a flatworm.
Perfect. Let me get this here.
I got your lasers on.
Has anybody
Thank you,
seen this
co-pilot.
before? I haven't. This is new for me.
No, I normally get to see them in sediment cores, and they're teeny tiny.
Yeah.
So this is quite a big specimen.
A mega flatworm.
Yeah, right.
Super cool.
Well, actually, do you know?
Andrew, too, I thought just below this now, I thought I saw a yellow coral or something like that. Just
Is that
Okay,
worm?
Tim.
a second, I saw something that resembled a coral.
Come out. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Is
Okay,
that
go
right,
ahead,
pilot?
Nev.
Yeah.
Yeah, is
Come out.
that worm
Come
crawling
slow,
on
let me know if you need faster.
lots of small little feet, or is it? Would it look more like a centipede or a millipede if we flipped it over?
I just want him to be gone before we got that sponge.
Yeah. No, that was a good call.
So
He's gone
Nav
now.
just asked how exactly is the flatworm moving? What is the flatworm using to move? Amanda, do you want to speak to that a little more? I'm going to pass it to people who study these groups more than I do.
Well, we think it's a nemuridian, possibly, rather than a flatworm. There's two different groups of worm-type invertebrates, and really the body is sort of like a one big muscle. It has the ability to crawl around on the substrate and undulate and move, much like, when you see earthworms in your grass or in the yard. They just have this ability to undulate and move, utilizing its body structure and body form.
What's that shiny stuff?
That one, again, like I said, I hadn't seen
Sure.
such a large version before, but it's great to get the imagery and get an idea of how they move and are able to crawl through all of these different substrates and cracks and crevices.
So the common name for these are called ribbon worms.
Plastic on the lower left-hand side, FYI.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, I stirred up a little sediment there, but it should go down soon.
Look
You're
at
free
that.
to zoom, video.
Look at that stuff sparkle on the
Hey,
left.
Andrea, I don't know where you're going next, but on that rock on the left-hand side, there's some things hanging down just on the corner of the image now.
Okay.
Something yellow and something white.
Okay.
So
Yeah, we're
squat
going to look in the
inside the
sponge. There's a
sponge.
brittle star, and is that a shrimp inside?
Looks like a squat lobster.
A squat lobster?
Yeah, I'd say a squat.
Sorry, I just lost my toe.
Coming out.
Hold? Yeah, you can hold. I think I'm
Right,
settling
sure.
out. It's just my toe is in crumbly carbonate, so... Yeah, if you can still see him around the corner, we can get him.
It looks like there's an ophiacanthid type ophiuroid on the top left margin, and I can't really see what that is. Is that a pagurin?
I'm thinking it's a hermit. Yep.
Hermit crab, yeah.
Okay.
I'm good
Alright,
here.
looks like
And
a
I see
nice
another
home.
one closer.
Yeah, let's go closer on the crab.
I'm not sure that he's alive.
That's why it's hard to.
Sure,
The way this
dead
sponge is
crab?
shaped, it's a catchment almost for anything coming down from above.
It's not moving at all.
Some
There's several
brittle star.
Okeacanthids deeper inside the sponge as well. You can see arms sticking out.
Okay.
Coming out.
Yeah, if you go partial, I'll just try to pirouette around
Unless
and
they're
look
on the
down.
outside of the sponge, but in the back.
That's
See how the
perfect.
top of that is kind of open?
Yeah.
I think
Dead
it's just
crab,
catching
Tim?
anything that falls from above.
Yeah, I think so.
Can we zoom out and then towards the left there are some areas that we want to look at?
Sure.
You don't need to move,
Full
just
wide eye.
pan left.
Full wide.
Can we zoom out and then towards the left there, some areas that we want to look at? Sure. You don't need to move.
What type
We have a
of?
lot of feedback coming. I don't know if somebody's mic is open.
Across there. It's almost to the trash.
What's on the left watch lead that
I think
we're
there's a
interested in?
white
Can you
patch
zoom in
at
on
the base of
the rock,
rock.
just in center view now?
Come in
Okay,
if you'd
yeah.
like, Palmer.
Go in partial.
Stopping on your command.
Hold there.
Holding.
What were we looking for, watch lead?
Tim, what were we looking for? You saw something here, right?
Yeah, right now it's center bottom of the image.
Center bottom.
Bottom center.
Maybe that coral.
There's a collection of different things there.
Okay, and a
Coming
bit
in.
more. Okay, hold there.
Holding here.
Is that the same ribbon worm on the left?
Yeah, it looks like it. There's a couple of sponges there, but there's something else to the left. Is that also a sponge?
Yeah,
with
can
the
you go full in on this?
spicules coming out?
Could be another cladorizid.
branched.
You want to stop me here, Nav, or?
Yeah.
Because I'm about to come over on top of it.
Octo, maybe?
Yeah,
Very small.
is.
We can if you'd feel more comfortable.
I mean, I'm not sure how much longer we're going to spend here.
I'm not sure what that is.
They're pretty quick shipping.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
don't know
a dead sponge?
That's what I was thinking.
How much longer do you have them to move?
Let's go
Those aren't polyps there,
wide
right?
and I'll
20
get a little
meters.
closer to that thing.
Yeah, we probably want to.
No, I don't think so.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Watch lead, if you'd like, I could try to get a
Full
little
wide.
closer. It's very, very small.
I think that's okay. I think
Okay.
Go ahead, Nat.
continue.
Easy stop, please.
Okay, copy that. Coming
Kind
to
of
an easy
just
stop.
continue looking at these rocks in the area before we actually take off with the ship.
Okay. I'll take off and look around.
Fish in Seirios' camera. And it's gone.
Pilot, if we could try and look at that
Did I hear
rock
anyone
that's just
mention
coming
crab?
in to the top right, the slabby thing into the top right.
Gotcha.
Nav, bridge
Michelle, is that you
nav.
trying
Thank
to?
you.
Getting a lot of feedback when you.
Good copy, Bridge.
There's... Is that crinoid? What is that?
Michelle, try again.
You guys see that organism? A star.
Graciela
Just
here.
the
Did
sediment
anyone
part
mention
of that
crabs
slab?
in the area?
Oh, I see it.
Just
Trash in the area so
high
far.
frame
We
center right now.
observed a
Top third.
glass
Oh, okay.
bottle, and
So
then there's some
dead
plastic
ahead.
trash just
Go
a bit
up
ago.
there. We're going to look at the edge of this rock
Sure.
first.
But no fishing gear, right?
Not yet.
Okay, let's do a partial in on this rock.
Partial stopping on your command.
Okay.
Diversity of sponges on this slab here as well.
Still going.
Okay, that's good.
That's
Holding.
another one of the structures we were just zooming in on. And that's branching sponges. A few different shrimp.
There's something interesting there, that white and black.
Can we zoom in on the
center.
stuff underneath?
The
that?
rock.
The grey stuff
Yes.
underneath, yeah.
Video, can you go into the gray rock underneath there?
Roger that.
Yeah, 'cause there is a cup coral on that rock margin.
There's not a lot of light in there.
I think the largest
the
yellow
moon.
hunter saw.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just up and to the right.
Happy with that?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Okay,
Back to partial video.
So we're just
Coming out.
zooming in to see if we can identify the rocks. Under there, it looks less sediment covered and looks like carbonate. It's hard to tell exactly what the
Can
rock
you
is on the
go,
top because it's
no,
covered
this-
with so much biology and by the brown mud that you see.
See that thing looks like a shell straight ahead, or
Yeah,
Looks like
it's right
some
above
sort of
the.
nudibranch
It's on
or
the right
something.
now. You just passed it. Sorry.
That's okay. Going right.
Coming into view on the right, it's the bright, like maroon, burgundy color,
A little,
right above the yellow.
Yeah, a little cup coral
Yep.
maybe?
like that's tiny.
Uh-huh. Okay, you can go in on it.
Roger, thank you. Whoa.
Going back up.
Okay, just earlier we were imaging, got great close-up of a cup coral, and you can see all the tentacles are out. And here you can actually see that the tentacles are pulled in. So the red is the live
Back up.
tissue, and then you can see the septa really nicely.
I think you're falling
And
away
yes,
from
this
it.
could be a Javania species.
Thank you, Adia.
Tim, on the left here is in the left part of the image. I think we were just trying to film that a little while ago.
Come out.
Yeah.
Okay,
With
back
is
to
it a
partial.
hydroid
A couple
or
of them on this ledge here.
dead sponge?
I think so. It could be a lab, but I
Let's
think
just
it's
go
a
wide
sponge.
here and see what they'd like.
Roger.
Okay, anything else on this rock?
One center
There's a
Thing
crinoid
dropping.
swimming.
Ooh, a swimming
Yeah.
crinoid.
Let's go in on him.
That was the one that was up top earlier.
You can
Because
go
he's
in
not
video.
there anymore. Gone
And
in.
just landed on the bottom.
Get a nice shot of his tentacles falling.
Again, it looks like a different species than we observed yesterday. We were a lot deeper yesterday at about 3,500 meters. Saw several Comatula crinoids. Today we're at a depth of 602 meters.
Co-pilot, if we're settled out, could you come down a little to reduce the tether bounce?
Sure can.
Thank you.
I think that's good, pilot.
Okay. Yeah, you
Getting
happy
an
with
image
that?
of a feather star.
Video, are you happy?
We
Yes.
first saw it
All
swimming
right.
on the bottom, but they
go
are
wide.
able to swim. We often see them on the seafloor.
Great.
And then it looks like that rock in the background has a lot of diversity on it. Get a zoom of
The
that.
far background?
Yeah, there's the one in the middle, I guess. Yep.
Yeah.
So we're at a depth of 601 meters. We're 33 miles west of Rincon, Puerto Rico, surveying an area locally known as Pichincho, and fishermen fish in this area. They troll in this area, but they also use vertical long lines to fish for deep water snappers. So some of the species include queen snappers and silk snappers, black snappers. Are they fishing for red snapper in the area too?
Fish.
Graciela or Michelle?
Video
straight
snap.
ahead.
Yeah. Let me get up. Okay, you can zoom.
The red snapper, you see silk
I'm not seeing
snapper.
them.
There he is.
There he is.
Good eye, co-pilot.
With fish swimming upwards, maybe it's an Okeanos or an Argentine. You just see its dorsal fins. Can you make that fish turn?
Not easily.
It's got really big eyes. There are two dorsal fins on top.
Oh, nice try.
Oh.
Come on.
Yes.
Yes, two dorsal fins. That's an Epigonus.
Okay, you can go back
Deep
in.
water cardinal fish. So there's some shallow water cardinal fish in the family Epigonidae. This is a different family of fish, cardinal fish called Epigonidae.
Pilot, could we have the lasers, please?
Yes.
I see a black flag on the first dorsal.
I don't see lasers.
They're in the center now, but the fish is gone. So.
Pirouette around. It might
That's
be
okay. We
Oh,
got
there
a
they are. Yeah,
good
no, I
enough
see
for an
it.
ID
Thank you.
Okay.
on the fish. Take a look at this rock and see what else.
I'll center up on this rock
zoom
and
in on?
can go in partial video.
Partial eye.
Oh, there he is. Just curious. Okay, hold there. Can we get the lasers off?
It's kind of interesting how several of these different fish species, their eye sizes. So, you know, there's not a lot of light at this depth. Most of it's gone by now, but there's still a little bit. Some of these species have really big eyes to capture as much light as they possibly can, or even light from bioluminescing organisms. Others, such as the green eye, have a layer in their eye that helps to reflect light. We see some fishes in the deep sea with little minimal sized eyes, and some, of course, are blind as we get even deeper.
Yeah, Andrew, this sponge we're looking at now looks a lot like the witch's hat we've been looking at. This one looks like it's alive and doing well. There's another one just like it on the other end of this rock, but just an observation.
Yeah, this is the first live one we've seen, I guess.
Yeah.
The witch's hat sponge. I like it.
Is this some sort of
The trouble with common names, I'm sure I'll be corrected tomorrow. It is called something else.
coral here?
Witch's hat is good for now.
What is the black right there? Is that a black coral skeleton? Can we get a better zoom on that at all?
Maybe there's polyps.
Are you full in video?
No. Now I am.
Okay.
And man, that is in focus.
So there's some live tissue on it as well.
Minor ground fault, Bobby.
Any interest in getting closer to this?
Yes, please. That would be
Alright.
wonderful.
If you can go wide video, I'll hop back up the hill.
Roger, coming for wide.
I came back down chasing that fish. Thank you.
Amazing video work today, guys. Thank you so much.
There's a fish again.
Is that the same Epigonus?
Believe so.
Pretty fish.
You know, it's really interesting that most fish have not really run away from the light.
Okay,
fact, they
let's go in on that
turn
black
to
colored
D2.
coral.
Moving away from the light?
No, that they haven't. That they have been, you know,
Yeah.
staying in place. And it's really interesting that most fish have not really run away.
You know, there's often a lot of talk that the ROV lights can disturb fish, causing fish to move away. And I think that is true for some species, particularly as we often see sharks and chimeras darting away. But it's very even individual specific. So, you know, some species will see some attraction, some avoidance. Sometimes they don't move at all. So I don't think it can be summed up that the ROV lights cause all the fishes that we see to their behavior, you know, to avoid the ROV lights.
No, I can just
It's
try
really,
to
I think,
adjust. We'll come up
based
I guess come
from
up
individual
partial
to
over
individual.
center.
You see the ground fault, Bobby?
I think that's good. We can,
17.
You're good with this coral?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, let me ask before we move. Are we good with that coral? Shoreside?
Yeah, I think we're okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go in partial on all of this biology.
Keep our eyes out for another one.
Yeah. Ready to see more stuff.
What's that red in the center of the screen? Sponge.
Hold on just one never mind, it's my focus strobing.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, back to partial.
Partial eye.
We'll just give them a chance to look and move on.
Still coming out.
That's good.
Holding.
And we're at a depth of 600 meters. I'm just going to take a 5-minute break because I haven't eaten breakfast. I need to grab something quickly. I'm getting hungry.
Watchley
Yeah.
Nav?
Go
Just
ahead.
A quick thing for you to think about.
Okay.
Since arriving on bottom, we've only
There's
gone
something moving
100
there.
meters.
Right.
Go in video.
Waypoint 2 is 1,100 meters away.
Yeah.
And that just takes us to the base where you want to go up.
Yeah. And if we don't make it there, we can assess in a couple more hours, decide when to move up. Don't necessarily need to make that second
Roger that.
waypoint. But we definitely want to start moving along this contour.
Yeah. Uphill is about 500 meters.
Okay.
And you have...
So yeah, we'll get some
About
more
8
images of
hours
this,
left.
and then we'll actually start moving, get the ship to move. I think we've done a pretty good job
Full wide.
in this area for now.
See my
There's lots of fun
toe
things to
keeps
look at.
sliding downhill.
So
You have 8 hours and
Talk to Mike.
31
Like to start
minutes
firing
left.
the
Enjoy your lunch,
TSC
Andrea.
when we make our next move.
Okay.
Don't know if that's now or not though.
So
is that
just while
fish
we're
under
panning
that
and
ledge?
moving, it may be worth just talking a little bit about the geological context
Just
of
right
this
of
area.
center. I think it is.
We're at the base of a northwest-southeast trending fault. This is what we call a normal fault, with the side on
ledge.
the south dropped down
Frame
as
center.
the crust was pulled apart. So the
Now.
side on the south is
Can we
lower.
show something that was moving in the lower part
Yeah,
of the
right in
screen?
here. I don't know if you can see on my
Midway on
screen.
the screen on the left.
Midway on the
Just
left.
under that overhang.
Sorry, Amanda.
Below that hanging sponge.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
That small fish that just flew by
Go
us
ahead, guys.
directly
Just
behind
between
him.
two
Yeah.
rocks on
I
the
see.
left-hand side
Yeah.
of the image
What's
to the base
Okay,
of
go
the
in,
far
Brian.
Yeah,
darker
go in.
rock.
Go.
Okay.
The left-hand
He's at
side.
bottom
The
frame
shrimp
now.
On the edge of the screen
Oh,
now.
I'm tracing a shrimp.
Sorry, it's lower down on the
Yeah,
screen.
he's more to your left.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
there he is.
He's right in
And
there.
left, come down a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's inside the sponge, right?
So full wide.
Yeah.
On the
Hand left. Come down that dark rock. Keep coming. A little bit more.
Let me.
I think the scientists are tracing down something different. So
I wasn't listening to them.
It's actually,
Yeah.
if you go full wide on the video.
Yeah, let's see what they're looking for. So full wide, Ed?
There we go. And you'll have to go lateral down towards the left.
Go down slope a little bit.
Okay, what are we looking for?
It's against the dark rock in the background.
Oh, far background, it looks dark now.
Sorry, it was moving and it looked a little.
It looked large.
It looked.
That's what I was going for.
Like maybe.
Okay.
But I don't want to say.
But you have to lateral left and take your head to the right.
I don't know.
It's back in that. If you followed that slab up slope to the right, it's back in that crevice.
Okay.
And it was maybe 5 times the size of that hanging sponge.
Oh,
brownish rock
okay.
right in front of us, and at the
You
base
didn't tell
is
me
dark
that, Ed.
rock behind it.
I was chasing shrimp.
Down left. Yeah, might be seeing it now on the edge of the dark right, dark rock on the left. See, I can just see the gray part of it now.
It's going on the lower left-hand side of the screen.
It's still there.
Yeah, way back in there.
It was moving.
Yeah, well.
Wait, they're looking
Up in
for
here.
No, they're looking for something lower left, and you're saying center. So.
Do you see it?
I actually can't see it. I'm
Yeah.
staring.
I don't think anyone in the
Can I
control
do a
room
snap
knows.
zoom
Lower
here real
left-hand
quick?
side of the screen, it kind of looks like a
Yeah, you can do a snap zoom.
Circular.
like
See, I was
pyramid.
looking back in there.
Don't
Okay.
go, keep it full wide. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
Come out, come out.
Keep it
come out.
full wide.
They want to go.
Come on,
lower.
Carly.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's still
Hard
on the
lateral
lower
left.
left-hand side of the
No,
screen. It's a
I was
gray
going for what Ed
object.
was looking for.
Oh, maybe they're thinking this thing right here.
You have this brown rock right in front of us. It's in between that rock and the black rock in the background.
Yeah, I think Tim's
All of a
talking
sudden-
about this. I've seen them before diving. What are those things called?
You see it?
If I had a pointer, I'd
Can you
point
put,
it out.
can you put the lasers on? It's almost
I
coming
think I
center
have it.
screen now.
It's
Almost.
the white thing between
Something
the
that
two
looks
rocks.
triangular in shape.
Yes.
Could you put the lasers on, please?
Lasers are on.
Center screen,
Okay.
low.
Right there.
Left the lasers.
Looks like a-
Yeah, lasers are almost on it.
It may just be a sponge.
Just
Above the
all
lasers.
lasers.
I don't know.
I
What
got
happened.
it.
But
Looks like a
Above the lasers.
looks like a piece of
the witch hunt. It's a witch hunt.
it did move
It did.
at some point.
okay. Snap
Maybe it
zoom.
was a sponge falling off.
The top frame right, I think.
So you guys meant that sponge up to the top right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
correct.
it's a sponge.
Okay.
We verified that. Thanks.
Well, we've managed to
Good
identify.
job, guys.
We've managed to identify
It's a while, I
Ed's
guess.
empty cave and their dead sponge.
Thank
Yes,
you all.
got him.
We're good.
And you were saying?
This is more fun. No, I was just trying to put things in geological context. We're at the bottom of a fault scarp, a northwest-southeast trending
Hunter's
fault
video is going to
scarp.
start the
And these are
digital
probably
still
blocks
strobe
falling off that
at
scarp.
1357 UTC.
The scarp is what we
Nav,
call a
could you
normal
please note
fault,
that?
formed by
Mark.
extension, pulling the crust apart, and is one of many such faults in this area. Again, it's all part of the Mona
Video,
Canyon,
did you call that?
the edge of the Puerto Rico microplate rotating relative to the bigger
Say again, Nav.
Caribbean
Did
and
you call me?
North American plates.
Yeah, we started the digital
But the
still
fault scarps
strobing at
provide nice rock substrates for the animals to
UTC.
colonize.
You just know
1357, got it.
All right.
And as a geologist, we're interested in how the fault scarps work and what that tells you about the broad, big-scale geology that's going on. shoreside? Do you want to zoom in, or should we move on a little more? What would you like to do?
I think we're good with carrying on, Mike.
Okay.
Watch lead, we're just doing a pilot change for lunch, and we'll be right back with you.
Thank you. So everybody, we're just doing a pilot change. It's lunchtime, so we'll be here for a short while. I should have saved my talk for now. So just to fill in anybody that's listening, this is the third dive of the Okeanos Explorer mission to explore the waters around Puerto Rico. Today we're diving to shallow depths from about 600 meters to about 400 meters. And we're looking at the biology especially, and in particular for deep water fishes like snappers, and trying to understand a little bit more to help the fisheries
Video
around
chair on
here
comms.
in Puerto Rico.
120, the direction of travel now. Thanks.
Correct. Co-pilot.
Hi, Mike. This is Dave, your pilot. I'm on with you.
Hi, Dave.
And I see geology. What would you like?
Well, we've been looking at these rocks for a while, so actually we'd like to move on following the contours for a little bit more. Just exploring, but we've spent a little time looking at these rocks, so it's maybe time to move on a little.
Understood.
I'm not facing the direction.
Dave,
we'll get lined up, and Nav will call it in when he comes in. But let's get set up for a 120 move. That's, I think, the destination to our next waypoint. I'll get myself over there.
Thanks, Dave. I mean, the overall plan is to follow the contours a little bit more, looking for interesting stuff, and then towards the end we'll go up slope.
After that.
Hola, Mike. Let me fill in a little bit in Spanish.
Please, Graciela, go ahead.
Gracias. Sí, estamos todavía en el área de los 600 metros aquí en los Pichinchos. Es que hay mucha biodiversidad y por lo tanto estamos tratando de retratar lo más posible. Ahora nos vamos a mover todavía siguiendo la profundidad de 600 metros o así, para entonces empezar así por el talud a 400 metros. Nos describieron los geólogos del área como una falla donde está el talud hacia el sureste, si mal no entiendo, porque ese no es mi expertise. Sí están describiendo el área en términos de la piedra de carbonato que ven, y hemos estado retratando toda la cantidad de los peces que hemos visto, pero estamos buscando realmente a ver si encontramos áreas donde hay mayor concentración de peces, como son el cartucho.
Have you chatted with
Estamos
science?
esperando instrucciones, pero ya se debe estar empezando a mover el D2 hacia otra área.
All right.
Thanks, Mike.
So maybe we'll
There
start
was a
with
fish
a
in the lower left-hand side of
15-meter
the screen
move.
that just went out of view. Did you guys get it?
Sorry, Amanda.
120.
Pilot?
Go ahead.
One of the things we're really interested in is the fish. So if at any time you see a fish, please zoom and follow it.
Understood.
Bridge, RV9.
Sorry, Amanda, I missed that one.
Bridge, could we request a ship move?
Sure, where would you like to go?
50 meters,
Yeah.
120 degrees, 0.1 knots.
Copy that. 50 meters at 120 degrees
Just
at
going to get a
0.1
quick look at this trash video. Quick zoom
Copy
on
that.
the trash. D2. You need to come down.
That is a very nice plate indeed. Embedded there in the sediment.
Another fish to the right.
To the right. Wide, please, video. me turn up OKEX so I can hear you a little better, Amanda.
Pilots, is it possible to disable the strobe
Okay, yeah, it's just
for the
you see
downward
it in
facing
the lower
camera?
left.
Lower left in current view.
It is.
It's the only thing that's moving right now.
Oh, I got the fish. Roger that. Stand by.
The images we're getting are blown out.
And he went under the overhang.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, video. We've got a fish left of the lasers.
Okay.
Hold there. Outrun me.
And
Okay, sure guy, sure side. Well, what is he?
yeah, you got your fish expert who went on a break, so
Okay.
we'll have to look him up.
Okay.
Okay, strobe disabled.
Copy that, co-pilot. Thank you.
Sure.
It's the same thing that we had seen earlier
more
for the
please. Got it.
EX15.
Hold.
So it's part of what the fisheries would, every so often find, but it's not one that they're after.
And good range. Lasers. We can kill the lasers now. Copy. Briefly.
The polymyxia, is that what you're saying?
For some reason, I keep breaking up. My signal might not be too good. But this is one of the fishes that come up with the commercial catch, although it's not part of the commercial catch everything. And you don't sell it. Así que para los pescadores, este es uno de los que ustedes me han traído y que tengo en mi congelador de la familia Polymyxidae y no es de los que ustedes utilizan comercialmente, pero sí lo han pescado alguna que otra vez.
Ready to leave whenever you folks are.
Yeah, wide, please. Okay, Chris, I'm going to come up and get a little bit
Full wide.
Well, that's exciting. I got in just in time to see the beardfish, Polymyxia nobilis. That was a great shot.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Andrea, for rescuing us.
Still's coming out of the camera.
Sorry, go
look
ahead.
Much better, thanks.
Sure.
Somebody ask a question.
I think Graciela was saying thank you.
Oh.
Muy bien.
So, are we on the move now?
We are on
With the
the
ship?
move.
Okay.
The ship is moving along this face. I'm out ahead.
I mean, there is a lot of stuff in the water that's falling down. It looks like there is, quite a bit of sedimentation in this area.
That is my disturbing the sediment.
So,
yeah. Debris from above.
Yeah, Nav, go ahead.
I was going to say we are moving rather slowly to pass down from the last watches, but just a little more of a stop and look. But if we find that we want to make more progress, we can bump that up. We should still have time to stop and look since we're in pretty shallow water.
Yeah, I think this is pretty interesting habitat, so we can take it slow. It's fine. Also, have you been able to get a estimate of bottom currents here?
I'm going to just stop thrusting and see where I go here.
Thank you, Dave.
It looks like the sediment is drifting. Okay, I'm being spun by my tail, by my tether, but we'll let that finish and see. And I won't turn my propellers or blow anything around, and look at the motion of the sediment relative to the sea floor. I think what we see going up here is a result of my leaving the bottom a moment ago.
I think what we've started to do is to climb up the base of the fault. So we're starting to see these big slabs with cracks between them, covered in mud because the fault hasn't been active for a long time. But we're actually starting to see the effects of the fault. We've climbed, not far, but we've climbed about 10 meters since we started the dive. And that's just enough to get us into the toe of the fault.
I'm not seeing much current at all.
So Graciela,
Not much current at all. Okay.
I think a lot of the sediment that you're seeing in the water column, or particularly in the water column, is actually sediment coming off of the ROV.
Is that a sea
As it leaves
star,
the bottom,
Dave? Right.
it pulls up sediment
Got a
with
sea
it,
star?
and the thrusters kick it around. So oftentimes you have to drive a bit with the ROV before you'll see what the real particulate matter is in the water column.
Keep coming.
See, I mean, I suppose the direction it would tell, a little bit where it's coming from the bottom or from the top, but it just also from the cover, it looks like there is a lot of loose sediment on top.
I agree, Graciela. I think it's broken up rock under here, but just totally covered in sediment.
A little more soon.
So we're getting an image of a sea star. This is a new one for today's dive and for the expedition so far. Hoping Christopher Ma is watching and can provide an ID or call in and let us know what we're looking at. So sea stars are echinoderms, meaning spiny skin. They have tube feet and water vascular systems that are used to move the tube feet. You can actually see on top of the sea star a madreporate, which is used to take in water and help move these tube feet along.
Let's come wide. Seems to be a collection of.
Yeah, if we could get a zoom of that ledge.
Yeah, I'm going to move in a little closer so I'm not bobbing around so much. That's quite a collection of things here. What piques your interest first?
I think just panning over. I'm not seeing anything in particular yet. We've gotten images of all these sponges.
Okay, let's get a little more zoom here, please, video. I'll just walk it around. That's good.
What is that bright green on the going off the screen on the left right now?
Lower. Oh, I see. Yes, curious.
Just a different color.
Stand by. A little more zoom, please, video. You outran it.
So the pink sea star was likely a Ceramaster. Is that another encrusting sponge? Or a bryozoan?
The yellow looks sponge-like to me.
Yellow-green?
Yeah.
Let's come wide. I'm making everybody secure.
Wow, look at that rock face. It's covered with sponges. This looks like another brittle star on the sponge in the lower left. Can you zoom in the middle? I think those are the.
Come on in, video.
They're two more holopus, the barnacle crinoids.
Yeah.
Yep.
Purple guys.
Two of those.
A little bit more. Let's hold there.
The squat lobster. Looks like a Munida species squat lobster, upper right.
A little more zoom on the lobster.
I think we saw this earlier, but we didn't get a close enough view, so this is great.
He's more colorful than others I've seen.
Co-pilot, you have to stop this thing.
How much further do you think we have ways? Yeah, probably.
I can keep going. How much more do we want to do with this particular spot here, Andy?
That's good. I just
Just come wide. Let's get the
yeah,
big
let's
picture.
go wide. I think
I've turned
we
30
got here.
degrees.
so. The sponge in the lower left, or in the bottom left, there's something inside it. Can we just zoom in on that?
Video, you got that?
Yeah, I would stop.
Sponge with
Yeah, I see it.
Let's
Let me know
zoom.
when you're ready. Okay.
Oh, it's a pretty large shrimp.
Rich, could you bring the ship to a slow stop here?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
That looks a little different.
Yeah, you can see
It's amazing rostrum.
Yeah, serrated. I was just going to comment on that.
Yeah.
This red and white banding pattern as well. Often these banding patterns that alternate color, you see it in shallow water, yellow and black or white and black. And you see it in the deep sea a lot of red and white. It's another way for animals to hide themselves from predators. So red is one of the first colors that is absorbed in the ocean. So there's no red light in the deep sea unless there are some fishes that actually do produce red light. But red and white banding can also kind of break up the coloration, so it could be more difficult for predators to see the organism. I think there was an Ophidiid, a cuskeel on the left too, possibly a Benthocomedes. It was a little silver fish. Hopefully Steve Ross is watching when we zoom over. He may be able to help give us an idea on that. That's a great video of that shrimp. Tim, any idea on the shrimp?
No, I was working on it.
Okay, wide
Hang on,
please.
it looks great though, great image. It's hard to watch and also look up.
Thanks. And if you guys could zoom in on the sponge just to the left of that as well. I saw a fish kind of swimming around it.
Okay.
We've stopped the ship, pilot, so I'm just going to rotate, come up and over you, and keep you in view.
Thank you, co-pilot. Back in video, we're on a fish hunt.
Where are we looking?
Stop
That middle
there.
sponge, it was silver. Pretty small, maybe just 3 or 4 centimeters. Maybe a little bigger, maybe 6 centimeters.
Pirouette around and see if it's run for cover back there somewhere.
Well, actually, we've killed the lasers for a beauty shot a while ago. I heard earlier that you'd rather just fly with them on the whole dive until we're told otherwise. Is that true? Watchley, would you like lasers on for the dive until told otherwise?
Absolutely. I don't have him in my ear.
That was my fault, Watchley.
No, that's okay. I have turned the co-pilot off my ear. Sorry.
Fair enough.
You have to push your button.
Yeah.
Do we see him or her?
Have
No?
not.
All right, we can continue on.
Wide.
It's a pretty high-profile rock outcrop.
Yeah, I was just typing into the event log. I think what we're seeing are slabs that essentially have fallen down the face of the fault. And so the fault is actually, in our view, at the moment, running pretty much east-west, well, a little bit to the south of west in our view. So as we're coming around now, we're coming around directly looking at the strike of the fault. So I wonder if these are just big slabs that are falling down and just sitting at the bottom of the fault, Scott.
Descending and looking up.
So what's the height of those rocks, do you think? Maybe 4 or 5 meters from the seafloor?
Yeah, maybe that's, I mean, I'm going to guess a couple of meters. I'd say that the slabs are a meter or so thick, and they're, you know, just dipping upwards towards the higher slopes.
So the ROV right now is pointing southeast. We're at a depth of 598 meters, 598. It's a different color rock there.
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with. I mean, the piece of grey rock that's just going out the bottom of the screen is very likely a carbonate. That's the kind of color we'd expect for a fresh carbonate. What I'm struggling with is whether the big rock units on the left of the screen are carbonate that's buried by mud and biological incrustations, or whether in fact it's a different rock type, whether it's a clastic rock made up of particles of other rock. And indeed the limestone itself, it gets called a carbonate sequence, but the limestone is interbedded with more clastic layers, more sandy rich layers, and so we might expect to see some sort of variation in rock type.
Pilot, can you just pan the camera down? There was this interesting white cylindrical. Yeah, what is that? Is that just a piece of the substrate that's fallen off?
Sorry, Andrea, I wasn't
This here.
Yeah, I mean, so the white bits could be pieces of fresh carbonate.
Okay, copy that.
What is that?
So not that, that's yours.
Oh, yeah, that I guess is a sponge.
But yeah, the white trails above it are fresh pieces of carbonate that have broken off, and so we can see inside the rock. And that, in a way, is the question: is does it all look like that? If we could break it or look inside, or is there more than one type of rock here?
So I guess our
That's good, Pilot.
best
Thank
defense
you.
against that nav would be sonar. So I'll keep an eye
Wide, please.
on that.
Tilting up.
So clearly, the piece that we're just traversing over, that grey piece in the middle of the screen, that clearly is a piece of carbonate. We can see those likely burrows that we talked about before. So we definitely have got true carbonates here. But the question is are the more browner looking rocks on the right more clastic in origin, or at least more sandy limestones? And they may well be, because that's what we find in this sequence of rocks from looking on land and in drill core.
Can we look into that crack along the rock?
Jockeying for position now.
So, Mike, is it possible that that rock on the left may have been kind of placed there more recently than the ones we see on the right?
Absolutely.
The lack of burrowing, the lack of sediment debris.
Yeah, Amanda, absolutely. That's obviously there's very little mud accumulation, and that's almost certainly what happened. I think Andrea's zooming in for the biology, but just very quickly, the crack we're looking at now, notice how you can see that it's white. Again, that might be telling us this is indeed carbonate, because the crack is allowing us to see inside, beneath all the incrustations and the sediment, and we can see this light greyish, whitish color typical of carbonate.
Somebody's in there.
I planned that so you could have a better view of that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Another shrimp, that same species we just imaged. What is that on top of the sponge on the left? It's kind of in the background. To the left.
Got eyes.
Left.
Yeah. Yep. Looks like a hermit crab.
Stand by. There we go.
So yesterday we observed a deeper species of hermit crab, the Parapagus, and it had an anemone on its back. instead of a shell. And this time, of course, we see a hermit crab in a shell from a gastropod. Is that another crinoid, barnacle crinoid, I guess?
Can we get a zoom on that thing in the bottom left?
Yes. Just trying to get
closed.
steadied up here a little bit.
Okey-doke.
Yeah, it looks like it, Andrea.
Yeah.
Nice to see the sort of fresh face of the rock and some of the animals that are colonizing it.
Yeah, and so all that, the fuzzy stuff that we see on the rock right next to it, do you think that's microbial, or is that, sponge, where sponge may have been and had fallen off?
Smoothed it.
Some of the fuzzy stuff looks like sponge,
Yeah, I think so.
but I'm sure there's microbial film all over this.
Thanks, pilot.
Right.
Come wide again.
Briefly, just to interrupt, that's classic carbonate. We can see that very clearly. And as Amanda said earlier, it must have been a lump of rock that's rolling down the hill relatively recently and not developed this mud coating. But that grey colour is typical of carbonate. And the absence of burrows or this honeycomb weathering is another piece of evidence that that's a relatively fresh piece of rock that's fallen down there.
So I'm still curious if some of those holes that we are seeing on that rock is actually from boring sponges. It's possible. There were a couple there.
Yeah, Jason and I were chatting, and I thought my 2 cents is that some of them are definitely borings. Sometimes they're elongate, and we saw that on some later outcrops. Question is, are they all borings, or is some of it this classic honeycomb weathering, which is quite common? And I think, as we discussed, the best way to get it would have been to have this limestone just at sea level at some time, so it could get splashed by salt from the sea, and that would help form those holes. And given the tectonics of this area, that is possible. But I would say definitely borings, maybe also honeycomb weathering.
Okay. Very cool. So were we just here? Oh yeah, the sponge was on the left.
Coming back up through.
Nice view of the habitat here.
Steps here.
We're at a depth of 592 meters.
I think what we might be seeing here is what we are lucky enough to see on the big scale as well. This carbonate platform is really quite hard, and so the fault went through the middle of it, and then it's broken it up into these horizontal slabs, which, as you've moved one side and the other, have formed cracks, and we can see the cracks, in the picture now. And so these slabs have just rotated and fallen over and broken up into, big limestone pavement slabs. And we can see this on the hundreds of meters to kilometer scale when we look at the overall bathymetry.
Let's get a zoom here.
Yeah, is that another sea star?
Don't know what it is.
Looks like it, possibly feeding on a sponge. Possibly a neomorphaster. These Okeanos cruises have really provided a lot of insight into the behavior of many organisms, and also including sea stars and urchins. In the past few years, we have really realized the amount of predation that these can do on deep sea sponges and deep sea corals as well.
If you tilt down far enough, it hits something on our platform.
Okay, so here I go in Spanish.
Thank you.
Sí.
I see.
Aquí Andrea y Amanda y los geólogos han estado hablando sobre la composición de esta área, y parte de las lajas que han visto se ven recientes en términos biológicos y no se ve tanto sedimento sobre ellas, pero sí se ven organismos que se incrustan dentro de estas lajas, dentro de estas piedras, y se nota que han sido de deposición reciente. Se ven las fracturas que hay en la roca como tal, probablemente del movimiento tectónico, ya que estamos en un área de mucha actividad tectónica. Además de eso, han estado definiendo los organismos que hay. Muchas de estas fotografías se le pasará a expertos que hay alrededor del mundo para que nos ayuden a identificar qué especies son. Y específicamente los Oceanos Explorer se ha comprometido con la ciencia y el tratamiento de los organismos a profundidad. Vieron, había una estrella que se estaba comiendo a una esponja y hemos visto una serie de simbiosis, organismos que viven sobre otros o dentro de otros, y además hemos tenido la oportunidad de observar varios peces, varios peces, pero que nos han dado una fotografía espectacular y de excelente resolución, porque se les puede identificar las aletas, los colores, etc. Así que ha habido una cantidad de fotografía espectacular que próximamente se estará identificando. Si no se identifican hoy, que oyen a los científicos hablando de los nombres en latín, se estará identificando en un futuro no muy lejano. That's it.
Thank you, Graciela. I wish I spoke Spanish. So it's a great time.
You guys are providing all the information and just summarizing the information.
Great, thank you.
All your talks, and they are interested. I receiving text about what things they
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit, going in and out.
Speak closer to the microphone.
Okay, so I'll just keep on uninterrupting every so often.
I think it's a good time to introduce all of our shoreside participants. Today we have Amanda Demopoulos from the USGS. She is with Tim Schenk at the ECC, the Command Center at Hui. We also have Mike Vecchione from NOAA Systematics Lab, Michelle Scher from the University of Puerto Rico, and you just heard from Graciela Garcia Moliner, who's the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. I'm Andrea Quattrini. I'm a postdoctoral researcher with Amanda Demopoulos at the USGS. Sitting to my left is Mike Cheadle from the University of Wyoming.
Coming back to 120.
And we're in the control room of the ROV control van. And I also I've mentioned a lot of folks and thank the pilots and the videographers in this room, but I also need to give a shout out to a couple important people on the ship that have really been helping with data management and planning. Derek Sowers, who's been leading the mapping operations, and Casey Cantwell helping with the expedition coordination and website. Brian Kennedy is our fearless expedition leader, plus many others. I'll give them shout outs as we go. Brendan Reeser too, he's been tirelessly working to get all of the data streams up and running, and it's been everybody's been a huge help make this happen. So we're seeing several sponges on the rock face. I mentioned earlier, sponges are an animal. They are in the phylum Porifera, been around for at least 700 million years. Sponges feed by filtering water in through the pores on the outside, and little cells that have little cilia move the water and filter out material, and then the water gets expelled out through a central opening or something that's called the osculum. Not many fishes so far, more than yesterday and the day before. But a couple different species. We have observed a green eye, a beardfish, scorpionfish, a deepwater cardinalfish. A few squat lobsters today, and many sponges, and one octocoral so far, and a couple scleractinian cup corals.
Andrea, let me comment on the habitat and the maybe lack of fish. The lack of fish can be due to, for example, avoidance behavior from the likes of the ROV, or that we are just not in the right habitat where they aggregate. Because most fish would like to have, big rugosity and ledges and things and caves to go hide into. And, the biotop sponges actually offers quite a bit of diversity, also in terms of where fish can come and feed from on other prey.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we may be missing some as well, as there's a lot of cracks and crevices and burrows in these rock faces and ledges. So there could be some hiding underneath. Maybe they are avoiding the ROV lights.
And now in dual language. Sí, es que estábamos hablando del tipo de hábitat que hay en este fondo, que hay algunas lajas y eso, y es donde prefieren estar los peces. Pero también es posible que el que no veamos demasiados peces es porque tienen este comportamiento de alejarse de las mismas, aunque nos han demostrado lo contrario en esta búsqueda, porque están realmente posando para las cámaras. Pero eso todavía para los peces más grandes puede ser un problema que presentan estas luces. Lo otro es que como no tenemos la capacidad de entrar debajo de todas estas lajas, entonces nos queda por explorar ese espacio. Sin embargo, estamos viendo la diversidad de esponjas que hay, que pueden servir tanto como hábitat para otros organismos como para el área donde se encuentran las presas de los peces más grandes. O sea, que hemos visto mucha actividad también en términos de alimentación, tanto el coral atrapando un camarón pero como la estrella de mar.
Adjust a little bit more towards it because he's strung out. Maybe just for the next ship move. Is that one? I guess that is 120-ish for the contours, yeah.
Shoreside, we're just kind of looking at the bathymetry and moving. We have a lot of time left in this dive. I'm just thinking about for future planning the different depths we want to cover, and eventually we want to move upslope. But I'm curious if we should, we've been at the same depth really throughout the dive so far, about 600 to 585. We could continue on this for another half hour or so, or for as long as we would like. Or we could do that and then jog up maybe to a different depth, maybe to 550, 570, something like that, and move along that contour for a while. See if Nav and ROV would be happy with that. What do you guys think? What's your opinions from shoreside?
I think probably we should move up the slope a little.
Move up the slope a little?
Yes.
Copy. Okay.
I mean, if I can just jump in, maybe the best plan is to move up a little bit, then traverse, move up a little bit, and then traverse.
Yeah, let me talk to Nav about that. See if we can make that happen. Nav, Watchley.
Chris, coming back to you.
Did you hear that conversation?
Yeah, so you'd rather continue to move upslope.
Well, make a move maybe up to, say, 500, 70, 50 meters, something like that, and then continue along southeast. Can we do that? In this type of environment, and then after a while we'll jog up again and move. Awesome.
So watch the, maybe you have to do that now, or is you on a ship move now? It's not a problem to change it. You just change it and start moving up.
No, let's do it after the ship move.
Okay. Andrea, I've come up to about 580.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll go up to 550 or so.
Yeah, I'll see how...
What's the length of the tether again?
30 meters.
30.
Yeah.
And the tether, of course, is what is... The D2 is connected to the Seirios platform. You can see it in the I2 feed. The tether trailing off behind the ROV D2. So I have a correction from Dr. Christopher Ma on the pink sea star. It's likely Plinthaster dentatus.
So I'm just going to keep coming up and see whether how much the terrain recedes from
It's a
us.
type of goniasterid starfish, sea star.
Okay.
Can't go too much further out. But
Yeah, I'm coming left to close with you.
Okay. We're
You know, the
still
beauty of
moving
telepresence and being out here with internet. I'm also having a
the-
conversation with Dr. Steve Ross from
across the
UNC
screen.
Wilmington about fishes that we're seeing. And he made a good point. And we've been in this depth range before on several areas, Lophelia reefs and other deep water coral reefs in the Gulf of Mexico and off the southeast U.S. And we often see a lot more fishes. And, you know, I talked about earlier about the ROV lights. Some points it could, you know, explain why. We don't see a lot of fish, but it's individual specific, right? Other times, ROV lights don't seem to really, you know, disrupt fish behavior much at all. They're not avoiding the lights, so this could be related to food in this area, or food supply. That's a possibility. And several of these species we also see, you know, at these deep reefs. Like so it's not species specific. We're seeing beardfish and green eyes,
shelf here.
and higher abundances in some areas.
Interesting.
Sure side, I've lost event log again. You've probably already done this, but if you could put a note in for me that we're moving up slope, etc. Thank you.
Okay, and we're at a depth of 575.
Mike, we may be coming to a bench here. We're starting to pick up some more distant sonar targets, indicating a shelf.
Sounds good, Dave.
Did somebody join the OKX line, or did we lose someone? Graciela, are you still online? We still have Tim and Amanda with us.
I'm way stretched out now.
Yes, we're here, and Taylor has joined us. Finley?
Hi,
Wanna say
Taylor.
Yeah, we'll either have to do a ship move
Say
or
hello, Andrea.
you'll have to come down
All right.
to
Got lots of company today, and they
reacquire.
brought snacks, so we'll be in good shape. for
Oh,
the rest of the day.
nice.
Conversation with Wesley is to make this move along the contour and bump up to 550 or so.
All right, Mike, you should note that at about 567, there's a transition to this break. We'll be coming back up to this, but it's too far away from us now.
Coming back down.
Thank you, Dave. That's great. Gotcha.
Is Michelle Scher still on the conference line?
Things to come.
Well, hopefully Michelle and or Graciela will call back in.
I'll work my way down as soon as the footballs catch up.
I've got enough tether to work with now. We can just...
Okay.
Just while we're maneuvering, let's just talk again a little bit about the geology. Think of this carbonate platform as a stack of sheets of different strengths. Some are very strong, some are weaker, made of more and less carbonate. And this is a fault that's cut through the stack of sheets at right angles. And so these boulders that we are seeing now, these pieces of slabs, are pieces of a very strong sheet that's basically been cracked by the fault, and the lumps have kept together as coherent wholes, and they've basically slipped down the slope. And so earlier we saw those big slabs which were a few meters across. Here they're a little bit smaller, but the different styles we're seeing reflects the different competency of the various sheets of rock.
Can you, sorry to interrupt real quick, can you zoom upper, like center left now? Maybe an anemone?
Ah, yeah.
Go ahead, sorry, Mike.
No. I was just about done.
Okay.
Okay, video, we can come in.
Maybe another cup coral.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Andrea, about the conversation that we were having earlier about physics, was that I got disconnected.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering what happened to you.
I'm back.
Oh, good, I'm glad you're back.
But the thing is that at 600 meters here, I mean, what's the light range, what's the temperature range, and how does that compare with the Gulf of Mexico and other areas at the same depth?
Absolutely. Those are all, you know, as we explore more of these areas, that's the information we need, right? We need to understand what is actually controlling the benthic communities locally and regionally, and how it compares among regions. These are really interesting questions that we can't quite answer yet.
But what from your previous work or someone else's work at this depth in the Gulf of Mexico, what's the temperature like? What's the light?
Yeah, the temperature is sure in the Gulf of Mexico at the same depth range. We're actually the oxygen is quite a bit lower, so it's higher here right now. It's 4.5 milligrams per liter, and it's actually quite a bit lower than that in the Gulf of Mexico. Temperature can range from, you know, I would say 8 to 12 degrees in this depth range. And often we see variability in temperature too. Off the southeast U.S., we can see very high temperatures at times. So temperature seems a little warmer here. That may explain some of the differences. But yeah, I'm not sure what else. Any other observations, Amanda, Tim?
Not right now.
Or are you guys snacking, eating?
Might be a fresh fracture here.
Yes, I was just going to say that, Pilot. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, if we can just zoom in on the white stuff, we can just double check whether it looks like carbonate. Thank you.
Nav bridge, I want to let you know we're about 5 meters away from the end of that move.
So again, doing what we've done before, trying to find fresh pieces of rock that have recently broken or not covered by sediment to get a thorough ID. And I think we can see very clearly there that that's very similar to the first rock we saw today, this white carbonate with these little holes in it, which some of which are likely burrows. I think it's very clear that these are really carbonates. They're just so encrusted with organisms and with this brown sediment that's covering a lot of this slope. And as I think Amanda pointed out, where we do see the fresh rock, it means it's more recent. Either it's recently broken or it was been kept away from the sediment, and then occasionally we're seeing these lumps of rock which have no brown sediment on at all, and those are very recent pieces of rockfall that have happened quite recently. Thanks, Dave.
How recently?
Graciela, that's a very hard one, and I really am not. I'm not sure. Sorry. There's a good example in front of us. There's clearly the more white rock, and then the stuff to the right, which is heavily encrusted. And what we need to answer that question is look on the top surface. There you can see a slice through the rock, and that really is quite white. There's no borings. That's a recent break, but it could be on the scale of tens of years. Probably the sedimentation rates are sufficiently slow that we can't really tell. And as we come to the top of it, you can see that it's brown on the top,
yes,
which is where we might expect the sediment to accumulate. So the answer is I don't really know. We definitely cannot say just because we see a fresh rock that it happened, this year, last year, or the year before. Probably within the last
030 degrees.
Tens of years is a guess, but that's my best guess.
Can we get a better zoom on all that pile of white? Yeah, the spines.
Yep. I'm hoping to find out where they came from.
Possibly an urchin.
A little more zoom.
Pretty long, but some of the Seirios urchins have quite long spines. That'd be my guess. See some pteropod shells there as well.
Let's come wide and see if we can find something uphill. Oh, there's more over here. Perhaps the predator lives under the rock.
Yeah, can we get a view underneath that rock as well?
I'm all lined up for the next move, Dave, so...
Yeah, you're coming at me, right?
Yeah, we'll probably swing left to right a little bit, but... You've got time.
Looks like there's some associates in each one of those sponges.
Yeah, I see that, Tim. Let's see here. Video coming under the lasers. Quick zoom. Hold that. Shrimp.
Gee.
Do we have an ID on that?
Looks like shrimp.
Okay.
Do we have an ID on that?
Okay,
That
wide,
looks
please.
different than the other species that we observed in the sponge.
Yeah. I agree. Can we look in the other one?
Can we get a snap zoom
Yeah.
on that other?
Stand by.
Please.
Oh, excuse me, I had a cough there.
Zoom. Hold that a moment. Yep, it's the other guy. A little more zoom. That's good hold.
Some of that turquoise sponge again.
And a little more zoom.
What was the size of the spine?
Maybe 5 centimeters. They're pretty long.
Looks like this could have be a recent molt, but it looks like kind of a heterocarpus.
Heterocarpus?
Venus, perhaps? Like a
Wide
pandalid.
piece.
You want to peek in the other two on the right?
Okay. I'll move a little closer video before it gets more light on the subject.
Copy that, thanks.
Looks like there might be an associate on the back side here coming around. Little zoom.
Okeanos brittle star? Looks like it.
A little more zoom. I'm going to rise just gently. There we go.
Yeah, this looks unfamiliar.
Yeah, that's hairier than
we've seen before.
Yeah, a little more zoom. Okay, just stay with that. See if I can move in a little bit.
It's a great image, this brittle star on the sponge species. Okeanos likes brittle star.
Get me out of trouble, Chris.
Yeah, you're okay for now. You can feel that swing a little bit, but
Yeah, I just got a toe down here.
So there are several researchers that are looking into compounds from deep sea sponges to be useful for cancer research.
I'm going to pull focus quick.
Right. Stable.
Full zoom.
Okay, frame it. Thanks.
And also from the bacteria living, the microbial community that is found on sponges, they're utilizing those as well. So potential drug discovery in deep sea animals like sponges and even corals. Wow, that is amazing.
wrapping that shot up, pilot.
Okay.
See all the spines on that brittle star.
Need to finish up video.
Yeah, I'm ready to pull out.
Okay, wide please.
So, Andrea, question for me. Why are they called brittle stars? Why brittle?
I bet, and this is purely a guess, but I bet that when they were first caught and pickled, they probably turned very brittle in preservation.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Okay.
I actually don't know, but
it sounds like a good
maybe
guess.
somebody could correct me.
It sounds like very plausible to me. Again,
it could be also because, you know, if you handle them, they may drop their arms too.
Right.
Another reason they may be brittle stars.
Right.
You want to center yourself.
All right. Heading uphill.
I'm all lined up. Actually, looks like a pretty sharp feature, so let's get out there and characterize that.
Well, that's interesting coming up.
So, yeah, while we were looking down here, we were looking at the sonar, and it looks like there's a rock scarp at 5, 6, 7 meters. So about 15 meters above where we were, and that's the scarp we're coming up to now. And this is likely the source of those slabs that we were seeing at the bottom of the slope. And I think you can start to see this maybe quite clearly here. We've got the light gray carbonates underneath, and then this slabby, big slab that's sponge encrusted, which looks very much like the smaller pieces we saw down the bottom of the slope. So my guess is this thing that's breaking and basically falling downwards.
Hey, Brian, why don't you call an easy stop? I don't feel comfortable going forward anymore without Dave coming up.
Well, I can come up. I just jumped down here for a quick look.
Okay.
And coming back up.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to get down here and get a look before we lost the opportunity.
Yeah, fair enough. I haven't cleared.
Thank you, Dave. That's great, because we can clearly see under that slab, and we can see the grey carbonate. So maybe there are two lithologies here. There's the very clear grey carbonate, and then the stuff that is probably stronger forms the top that gets covered by all this brown mud and incrustation.
Sorry,
that is
Dave,
much more brittle, coming back to the brittle stars, and it's stronger and more brittle, so it breaks up into these slabs. But the layering we see, these are outcrops, they're not slabs, and we're seeing the layering that was formed, or the layering or bedding that was formed when the rocks were originally deposited.
We're at a depth of 563 meters. Rock face is colonized by a diversity of sponges.
I haven't cleared this still.
Another step feature.
More sediment here. And then we're coming up again to a rock face.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting, I guess, this really rugged topography here, just looking at the bathy.
Sorry, I'm just typing at the moment. The reason it looks steppy is we have to understand the resolution of a bathymetry.
Right.
The resolution of the bathymetry is something like maybe 50 meters. So anything less than 50 meters, we can't resolve from the bathymetry. So often when we see very constant slopes in the bathymetry, they're actually more staircase-like. And that's clearly, we're now looking at real outcrop, and we're seeing the separate layers that are formed within the carbonate platform, some strong, some weak. The stronger ones form the vertical side of the steps, and then where it gets weaker, you get the flat side of the steps. And we're seeing subtle variations in lithology. Notice how platy these rocks look. There's probably a bigger component of mud or sand actually within the limestones. And so we're seeing through the carbonate stratigraphy. As I mentioned earlier, the carbonate stratigraphy is 1 kilometer thick, but it's not all limestone. It's not all pure limestone. It consists of limestones and more sandy limestones and intercalated sandy layers, and that's exactly what we're seeing now.
That came up a little quicker than expected.
Yeah.
Mike, we've had to rise a little more rapidly than usual. Terrain was a little steeper,
Okay.
and we arrived a little quicker than usual. And question is, we're at 5:35-ish, and do we want to go back down or work at this depth?
Let's work at this depth for a little bit. We have some time. Then we'll move up to 500.
Okay, I'll have a look left and right here, and I can go back down a little bit now that we've come to a stop.
I mean, I want to say thank you, Dave. That was great from a geology perspective. We just saw 30 meters of a rock face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel way more comfortable here, pilot.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of go down and do a little spiral around here so we see it a little bit more slowly.
And
Fish
I just
something?
made what you said.
Zoom?
What
Lasers?
are we doing now?
We are going to just move laterally at this depth at 540 for just a little while, and then we'll continue up to 500. Do the same, move laterally at 500, and then continue up.
Okay, so let me just go into Spanish a second. So that
We have another Okeanos
Sí,
deepwater
hablamos
cardinal
con
fish.
los geólogos sobre look at fish.
Yeah, another
wide,
deepwater
please.
cardinal fish, Okeanos.
Oh, there's
2 of them there.
and wide. Thank you.
Okay, continue on, Graciela.
Okay, I was by the fishing. I'll fish and I freeze. Ok, estaban hablando los geólogos sobre la geología de esta área y están viendo que hay mucho carbonato, están viendo también que hay probablemente 2 geografías, creo que es que se dice, pero que hay mucho carbonato fresco, o sea, que pueden haber rompimientos en estas lajas, y eso era lo que estábamos viendo más profundo. Estamos alrededor de 540 metros de profundidad y se van a estar moviendo realmente en esta área por un rato para ver la diversidad. También hablamos sobre la resolución de la batimetría, que son 50 metros, o sea que eso es mucho, y ahora estamos viendo unos pedazos bien pequeños y se ve que hay mucha más rugosidad, hay mucha más estructura en el fondo. Además de que también discutimos la diferencia entre el Golfo de México y el Caribe en términos de la cantidad de peces que se ven en el Golfo de México, y hablamos sobre el tipo de fondo, la luz solar que llega a estas profundidades, que es muy poca, y los cambios de temperatura y el oxígeno suelto, que es mayor aquí de lo que es en el Golfo de México. Y que todo esto ha estado pasando en medio de las conversaciones entre los científicos que se identificaron hace un rato.
So I think we found the culprit of the missing spines. So Mike tapped me and said he knows what this is.
It's an echinoderm.
It is. What kind?
A spiny echinoderm.
Spiny one.
I'd have to turn it over and look at its mouth to know what it is.
It is a spiny urchin.
Okay.
And we saw some of the spines on the seafloor just a little while ago. Looked like it was from this, probably a Seirios species.
Well, definitely the spines earlier look much larger than these.
They did look a little larger, yeah. I don't know. I don't know that.
I'm not going to go any further down, Chris. This is
okay.
555 and then come back up slow.
I'm comfortable with a move 120 if we're just going to. If the idea is to kind of go across here.
Okay, we'll get back up to you before we get that going, though.
Right. But now that we know what the what this face looks like.
Zoom on the central object. Oh, it's just a chunk of rock.
A chunk of rock.
Wide, please. Okay, so this junction is 555 meters deep.
Okay.
And coming back up.
Nav watch lead. What is our off bottom time today? 1800. Okay, so we have about 7 more hours in the dive. It's fantastic.
Don't forget to eat.
Yeah, I did forget to eat breakfast.
Nav, watch lead 2. Should we call this pinch 3?
Sure. Well, I say sure.
Thank you. Pitch.
Here's another.
Yep.
Junction at 544 meters. Is that the right
Can
word,
you spell
Mike?
that out for us, Andrea?
PICH-3.
I think a dash and a hyphen are the same thing. How about an underscore?
What about an N dash? They're a little longer. So I'm just noticing there's not a lot of colonization here of sponges on this rock face. A little more sediment.
Yeah, I mean, we're clearly seeing the bedding there, these layers, and you can see some of them are stronger than others. The gray stuff, probably the really pure clay limestone layers are much weaker, and then you've got the more resistant browner layers above. And that's how this face is breaking up, and that's what we were seeing at the bottom of the slope. We were seeing big slabs of this stronger stuff.
The sponges seem to like this particular section here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave, you're absolutely right. The biology seems to like particular rock types.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Great view on the stream too, with the layering you can see in the Seirios view.
Yeah, you want to go partial video?
Pilot watch lead, do we have the lasers on?
We do not.
Negative.
Now
we do.
There you go.
Yeah, right there's good video. Thanks. That looks great.
That is a really great view, Amanda.
Just a little beauty shot.
I'll show you my good side.
I see a fish moving.
Yeah, fish.
I got it.
I think it's another epigonid.
Bringing the lasers on it video. And let's zoom for an ID.
Sure is. Thank you.
Okay, wide again.
on Seirios as well. Thank you, video.
Tim, Amanda, would
Hey,
you?
Andrew, do you see that thing moving just to the left of the fish? Sort of meandering around?
No, we can zoom back in.
The smaller fish? It's below a sponge.
Not that much.
To the right?
Yeah, it's a joke. Stop.
Come out a little bit.
Okay.
I see a...
Oh, yep. It's to the right.
Another fish.
Another fish.
See him?
Oh, yeah.
Same one, same species. There's two. Thanks. Good eye, Tim.
Oh, and there's another one on the right margin. Bringing the lasers. Right there, center
I have my nose up to the monitor.
Yeah, I'm several feet away. Although I often look at the videographer's monitor on the right, and then they're rewinding a lot, and I'm behind.
So, Tim, you were just pranking me earlier with that sponge, huh?
Yeah, that's the story we're telling ourselves today, Mike.
Speaking of, does
Everything is just next to a sponge.
do you want any close-up views of the sponges, Tim, for associates?
Well, of course.
What's the answer?
if you can do some snaps, I mean, there's a fish right there in front of you if you want to zoom in on that. I don't see any associates in these sponges, actually.
I'm looking, Tim.
It's another Epigonus. There's one up above, actually. The sponge at the top center. There's something inside.
There's several fish down below, too, bottom left on the sediment.
Okay, zoom, please. That was an optical delusion.
That was. Okay.
Wide, please. I'll walk it across here and see if we can find somebody.
Can you
at home.
pan to the left?
Left?
Tim said he saw several fish on the sediment.
He was right. Quick zoom.
There's three. They look to be the same. Epigonus.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And out again.
Yep. 2, 3, all the same.
Thank you, video.
Okay, we can continue. Depth 532.
I don't see any associates in any of the sponges in front of
No.
me yet.
No associates.
Lateral over here to the left. This thick band of them. This
Pilot, could we briefly just turn on the lasers, please?
they are on center screen.
Yeah.
Very,
I got them, yeah.
very tiny.
Thank you, that's great. That's all I need.
Somewhat far away.
Thank you, sorry.
There's a fish upper left. Is that something different?
Same
Just
thing.
turned funny. It's the same. Epigonus. That's fine. We're at a depth of 530 meters in diving a site locally known as Pichincho. We are 33 miles west of Rincon, Puerto Rico. This is dive 3 on our Oceano Profundo expedition. Today's date is the 12th of April. It's a Sunday. Local time is 11:13, UTC 15:13. We have another sea urchin. This is a bit different than the one before. Can we zoom in?
Yeah, I thought that was the same guy, but we will.
Is it?
I'm not sure, but we will.
I love the
picture. Spines look longer.
spines look longer. The coloration's different on the body.
visibility is much better here than it was when we started.
Let's get a little more zoom, please, video.
Yeah, I was just noting visibility is a lot better here now than it was the start.
Oh, yeah. Looks like it's got some brittle star associates.
Okay, lasers off, please. Shall not forget to turn them back on. A little more zoom.
I'd like to pull focus.
Andrew, do you see the ophiuroids on the spines of the urchin?
Yes, I do not. Wow.
That's cool.
Oh my gosh.
Stand by.
Very nice.
Oh, that looks like Astrogomphus.
Astrogomphus, the brittle stars, with the banding on the arms.
Yeah, we'll look at it again.
The spines on this seem to have, for lack of better words, little spines coming off of them. I can't think.
Yeah, come wide.
But these are quite a bit longer, and maybe the ones that we saw on the seafloor a little earlier ago.
Can we go back in on those ophiuroids?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna
think so.
set it up for macro here.
We're gonna get a beauty shot here.
Great, thank you.
I don't think I can do anything else, too.
What do you think? A different Seirios-like species here than the last one we observed? The last one, the spines were a lot shorter and the body seemed a little bigger to me, but we may be looking at it from a different angle.
Yeah, we'll see a close-up here and see what... can we get the lasers on?
They're on. They should be.
No, we turned them off.
Oh, you did?
Turn them back on.
Yeah, we're trying to keep them on until we go in for close-ups, so we'll probably turn them off. Ah. Are those stylus starids on the left?
Need help with tilt.
Yeah, are they those stylus starids in the fringe of the rock?
And we can start to come in video.
Right.
Coming in.
It's a wave set coming, so you might get pulled over.
Alright, can we lose the lasers now?
Okay. Coming left just a smidge.
Slightly.
It's a pretty colorful urchin.
It's pretty good.
Going all the way?
Sure. Yeah, I'm actually looking at Twitter, and this does look to be different than the last one we observed, the last spiny urchin. This is a Seirios. It's an echinoderm, spiny skin.
Looks pretty good.
And
yeah, I didn't notice these yellow spines. They did have shorter spines on the other one as well, but also the spines on the actual larger spines.
Yeah.
It's the first time we've seen that today, including the ones that were on the seafloor in piles.
Okay, I'm happy if you are.
Anything more for science? We're very stable here if you need a close-up.
If you want to maybe zoom out and just pan either left or right, if there's anything else to get a zoom in while we're here.
Come wide.
Oh, yes, the branching white on the edge. They could be corals. I'll have to take another look.
Might lose my toe hold, but we'll see if we can come around. Actually, you know what? There's one over to the right on the protruding rock. Let's see if we can work that. So I think I'll come loose otherwise.
I still have your camera.
Yeah.
We have some white branching that look like corals.
Tilt up.
Let me say something a second because I'm getting some text here. Estamos en el área de los Pichinchos y están retratando la mayor cantidad de especies posibles porque con la alta resolución de estas fotografías se pueden identificar las especies. Y aparentemente es una especie diferente de erizo al que habíamos visto anteriormente. Asociado a esto también están estas estrellas de mar que estaban colgando de las espinas del erizo y entonces también estas espinas son las mismas que vimos en el fondo anteriormente. Entonces se acerca mucho para ver que puedan ver lo más específico posible las características de las especies que se están retratando para contribuir a la descripción de las especies, añadir información sobre la profundidad, el área donde se encuentran, etc.
Another bump down because
40.
there's a purple guy, yeah. More bump down. Yeah. That thing.
Yeah, I think we're looking here at a type of lace coral or stylosterid coral. There's a cup coral right there as well.
Yeah.
Different species than before. So we have two types of corals, lace corals, stylosterids, and the cup coral, which is a scleractinian.
Just going to walk it around here.
So is it possibly a black coral in the background behind the white?
Let's see.
Behind the stylosterid.
Push focus.
Behind, like underneath the...
Push has a black central axis.
I'm not seeing it yet. To the right?
It's just to the left of the cup coral, but in the background behind the stylosterid.
Oh, okay.
Tilt down.
I think it's
far.
I think it's right behind the.
Oh, it's
white.
right behind.
Yeah.
We might see it when
go to the white. Focus. I'd focus to the white video.
Oh, okay.
You focus on the stylosterid,
there you go.
it'll come into focus.
See it?
Oh yeah.
Branch it down.
I still don't see it.
It's tiny there.
See it?
Well, pilot sees it.
Just to the left of the stylosterid.
It's right in between. Tim's got.
I don't see it, but it's not. Is it? I don't think it's a black coral though. I think we were looking at that earlier.
I might come around and look
Yes,
at
I
it
think that's a black
when we leave.
skeleton, possibly with yellow tissue.
Let's
soft tissue.
come wide for a minute, please, video. Let me get my bearings.
It's possible. I can't rule it out, but
Okay.
not sure.
Yeah, that's way over there. Anything else in view, Andrea, before I...
Let's see. Anything else shoreside?
I'm going to try to get over there and get a view, see if that was a black coral, but to change my angle.
I think we're good here.
Okay.
You want to carry along?
12 o'clock. Is
Thank
it a
you.
whole one?
Yeah, continue along,
Yeah.
Dave.
Is it a dark spot? Can we just take a quick look at that?
Pop on in there.
All right.
I'm floating off here.
Yeah, I'll give you camera back. Got it now.
What would have done that?
That's an excellent question.
Okay, wide, please. Right between the lights here. I'm just not going to be able to get in there, I don't think. Let's go around this way.
I can rotate one of the lights a little bit. Upper left.
Let's get a little zoom from right here, video. I just want to see if I can get
trying to
that
get
big
that-
bright thing out of the way there, and we'll see if we can see that. Should be right under the lasers, black coral.
I see it.
Do you?
Yep.
I don't. Relative to the lasers.
To the right of your laser, about maybe 4 mil.
Oh, that's something dead.
What are you going in for, Dave?
I was trying to see if we could find that black coral. There's black.
I think that's it.
I think that's it.
Here.
Oops.
It's touching the purplish conical sponge.
Yeah, that's what isn't what we saw before, but it is black and branching. Push focus a little bit. Right between the lasers. Or the same. I don't see the cup coral.
See the Holopus Barnacle Crinoid as well, tucked under there.
Push focus a little bit. Oh,
I think we're in a different ballpark.
I think we are. Okay. And the shrimp.
What is that on the right? Is that a brittle star?
Reaching out there a little.
Yeah.
Can we get anything more?
Looks like
between
it.
The lasers. Come drifting back. Let's come wide. Stir up on this.
I guess one comment I'd just like to make is, a question we're often getting is how recent, when did this happen? So a question we can address is how old is the fault? And the answer to that is it's at least a dead fault today. In other words, it's old enough that it's probably not moving today. And we know that because, as you can see from the Seirios view, you can see all these ledges. We can see differential erosion of the different strength rock units which the fault has exposed. If it was a recent fault, we might expect to see a much plainer surface. There wouldn't have been time for the easily erodible layers to have been eroded. So I think, one thing we're clearly seeing here is it's not a fault that's been active in recent times.
What's your pleasure, science? Up and over, lateral?
Let's move lateral for a little bit.
Okay. We've worked over this spot pretty good, Nav. Okay.
120.
Yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll move up to 500 or so.
Go ahead, Nav.
Okay, requesting a ship move.
Okay.
50 meters, 120 degrees, 0.1 knots.
Copy that. 50 meters, 120 at 0.1 knots.
Good copy, thank
Sí, estaban hablando sobre la geología de esta área, pero parece que hay muchos eventos que están activas en esta falla y estaban explicando que no es una falla muy activa porque ha habido tiempo para que haya erupción y colonización, como pueden ver en la mayor parte de las imágenes que han visto. Si hubiese sido una falla reciente, un movimiento reciente, no habría tiempo para que esta área estuviese erosionada, ni hubiese tantos organismos incrustados, ni estuviese tan colonizada. Así que pues hace ya tiempo que hubo movimiento en esta área y es lo que refleja desde la fotografía que se está obteniendo la geología del área de los Pichinchos en esta área en particular. I just went over the geological summary of the area.
Just had a pilot change, a lunch relief. Todd just sat down in the pilot's chair, and Jeff is the co-pilot. What? Oh.
They're doing a great job.
They're amazing. Talented bunch of people on this ship.
definitely. I don't get tired of explaining, you know, the
I like to get a
situation.
snap zoom
How
on that
amazing it is
cylindrical
that we
object
can
between the two
be
rocks.
seeing this with the whole distance where it's getting the water and the ship and everything that's running at the same
I see
time.
what
Oh,
you're
great.
seeing, Jared.
Amazing.
Left to the lasers, maybe.
Yeah, there's a nice view of the D2 and Seirios feed right now.
9 o'clock low.
I always like to take a look at that feed. It helps give perspective on how large some of these features are on the
gonna
bottom of the
fold in a little
seafloor
bit
compared
so you
to
can see
this ROV, which is about 3 by 2 meters.
Top left of the screen now. Okay, I see it now.
Going back to the activity of the fault or not, Jason just again chimed in on the event log and made the point that although, you know, this fault maybe hasn't been active recently, that doesn't mean the area is not tectonically active. I mean, we are in this plate boundary between the North American and Caribbean plates, and we had the big earthquake in January of 2014, magnitude 6, not too far away from here. So this area is still tectonically active. It's just the fault we're looking at today maybe hasn't moved in recent times.
No, see, that's what I made reference to the specific fault that we're looking at versus the rest of the area. Así que lo que acaban de explicar Mike es que aunque estamos viendo esta área que es una falla que no se ha movido recientemente, sí estamos en un área activa tectónicamente hablando, que son las dos placas del Caribe y el Atlántico, o sea que sí son áreas de mucho movimiento, pero donde estamos buceando ahora mismo, pues no ha habido movimiento reciente. Y mencionan el terremoto que hubo en el 2014, en enero, que es una de los más grandes que hemos tenido recientemente. Así que sí es una área de mucho movimiento. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Graciela.
I have to crank down the volume, and then I can't hear anyone else in the OKEX. Is it just me?
Let me,
Okay, we're at a depth of 528 meters. I'm going to move laterally at this depth for a little while longer before we jog again upslope.
Yeah, and they are usually, but there seems to be an imbalance there.
And we, as Graciela was speaking, we were imaging another piece of trash on the bottom that looked to be an old Fanta soda can.
Is this star of interest?
Yeah, can we zoom on the sea star, please?
Stand by, I'll get a little closer.
Huh?
Yes.
Go ahead, video.
Is your lunch relief not relieving?
Correct.
I wonder if we should make a call out to find your lunch relief. You okay?
He may be eating.
Going in for a zoom of a sea star, Neomorphaster, potentially. I think this was the same species we observed feeding on the sponge a little earlier. Looks like there was a branching sponge right between two of the arms.
You want to try to go tight? You want to try to go tight?
So we're zoomed in on an asteroid sea star, potentially a Neomorphaster. So sea stars have pedicelaria, which are small clamp-like structures that are found all over the surface of the skin. Pedicelaria. They can be used in defense or food acquisition, depending on different species.
That's right, I was coming in closer.
So they're usually activated upon stimulation, and they may close like scissors or a pair of forceps. Pedicelaria. Oh, we're questioning whether it's a neomorphaster or a pythonaster sea star.
Hey, Pilot, I wonder if we just, okay, shall we come out? I wonder if we go down.
That's great, Pilot. Thank you.
On this.
You're welcome.
And then move over. You're
on the edge of my tether.
You're on the edge of your tether getting all that bounce. If we move down, you'll suck some of that up and maybe it'll be a little nicer.
Okay.
If you'd like.
To the right of the lasers? The tube, I can't really hear you. Why not?
Yeah, we're just trying to make our way down a little. That bob you see is because we're stretched out on our tether, this current position on the wall. If we move down a little, we'll take that bob out and
okay.
The video will be nicer. So, just trying to encourage that.
You want to snap in on that, Jared?
Looks like a sponge. I believe we observed this a little while ago. It was laying on the seafloor. Wasn't attached to the rock face.
Bringing my head around. Now 90 degrees off track.
Do I need to shuffle along to the southeast now?
You're okay. I'm just facing at you. We're moving this way. Nice.
The last ship move is probably finished by now, I take it, right?
No, I think we started it.
We've gone maybe 20 meters. How far was it?
It's been 10 minutes, going 50 meters at 0.1 knots, going 130.
So maybe like halfway or something?
Okay, so Christopher Ma is commenting that maybe Henrica.
Yeah, copy that.
I don't know if I'm saying that right.
I'll let you know.
Henricia.
But otherwise
also, we did observe this on feeding on the sponge earlier, so that was probably the same species.
There's a little bit more shape to the tether now.
Yeah.
So what if I hold about that depth and
sounds good.
Scooting along in this direction?
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay.
We just came a little bit down, right, from where we were. Was looking down. I didn't see.
Andrea, just to give ourselves a little more tether to play with.
Okay, so just a couple meters.
We are at 5.35 right now.
3 to 5 meters.
That's about right.
A little more than that. We were at 5:28 before. Anyways, it's amazing how in just a couple meters there's virtually no visible sessile fauna here. I mean, a few kind of on the edge at the top, but not like above where those layers were covered with a diversity of sponges.
Would you like an illustration of that?
Seems like we should ride this layer.
And now we're at the depth of 530 where we start picking up all of the colonization of the rock face.
Still got tether up here. Come a little closer to the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. Steady out there. Come back down a couple meters and just ride along this. Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
Nav watch lead.
Moving my head.
Go ahead, watch it.
Slightly.
Are we finishing the ship move?
I think the ship we should be finishing in the near future, but we're not that deep. I'm just getting oriented myself, so it will be finishing up soon, I would think, if the Seirios should come to a halt maybe 5 minutes later.
Okay. Copy.
Look at right there is the big difference.
Yeah. It's pretty undercut. Do you see that? There's a fish.
You see a fish?
I see a fish. To the right and below. A big sponge in the center.
Zoom fish. Oh, I see now.
Go ahead in slowly, Jared, please.
Yeah, so we've seen several of these so far on the dive. These are deepwater cardinal fish or epigonids. Some of you may be more familiar with the shallow water apogonids, shallow water cardinal fish that you often see on shallow water reefs. This also has 2 dorsal fins, has a very large eye, help capture the most light it possibly can, and it looks like it's about 10 centimeters
Come up on 5 meters
in
left.
total length.
Here's you first swimming
Thank you.
backwards.
No problem.
You see the way it's like flicking its caudal fin, propelling itself backwards a little. Huh. Very cool.
He's wiggling, but we can try it.
Do you want to take off the lasers for a beauty shot? You can see the individual scales. It's pretty amazing.
Okay.
No visible ectoparasites. Often we see parasites on fishes in the deep sea, and they're also found on shallow water fishes as well.
Andrea, what kind of fish was that again?
Deepwater cardinal fish, Epigonus.
Okay.
Moving along. There's another one. Another fish. Want to do a quick snap to identify it? Okay.
Looks similar.
Great, thanks guys. So I'm thinking that we're almost at the end of our ship move. We can continue out along the tether. to the length of the tether, I guess, and then we can jog up to 500 meters and do another 50-meter ship move. How does that sound? To shoreside and to Mike?
Sounds good.
Sounds great. Unanimous.
Unanimous. Okay, yeah, so if we can move the end of the tether length and then laterally, and then we'll jog back up to 500 meters and do the same.
All right, let's copy that.
A lot of sponges growing on the underside of this lip on this rock face.
Science, this is Video.
Yeah, go ahead, Video.
I had a science question for you folks. It seems as though we see a lot of the same kind of organisms. We're seeing a lot of the same kind of fish, a lot of the same kind of glass sponges. Could you maybe explain as to why?
Yeah, for some of the sessile organisms, often adults that are found in an area can be cues for larvae coming in to settle. So they may provide chemical cues, and larvae thus could settle in a certain area where there are already adults. They could also be from certain cohorts or certain ages of organisms that are spawned, and they kind of settled together, so they all may be closely related. Other times we see organisms within the same area that could be all from the same parent, so they could be offspring of the same parents in that area. For the fishes, a lot of times fishes do aggregate. We often see certain fish species most abundant in certain depth ranges, and so they could be utilizing a variety of food in an area, and maybe better competitors than other fishes may be found in that area.
I don't know. 030.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
They want to get up to a depth of 500, so
They said it was pretty steep, so
a couple of bumps.
just maybe couple small bumps as we go up, like 5 meters or 10 meters or something.
We can certainly go a lot more than 5 meters because
Right,
you
but
can see 30 meters
yeah.
ahead.
We'll go 30 meters to start at from 1.2.
2 is good.
What was their last move called?
What's that yellow thing right there?
The last move?
The last
Snap
move towards
zoom on
the
the
wall.
yellow?
Go ahead.
How long? How much of a distance was it?
Some sort of sponge.
50. No, sorry. 40.
Oh, okay.
Going up the slope. Yeah.
Okay.
Could you guys nav fill watch lead in after you guys decide what you're doing?
Uphill from here.
We probably should do that before we do what we're doing.
We went to the end of our tether along that contour.
Okay.
Andrea.
Yeah.
So we're going to set up a move to move upslope as you asked.
Great. And what's the ship move?
30 meters at 025.2 knots.
Thank you.
Good, Snap.
Go ahead, Neff.
Yeah, we'd like to start a new move, please. 30 meters, 30 meters, at bearing 025 at 0.2 knots.
Okay, 30 meters at bearing 025 at 0.2 knots.
Back off a little bit.
Thank you.
Sure.
So we're at a depth of 530 meters. We've reached the end of the tether, so we're going to
Okay, good copy.
make another ship move to go up slope, and then do the same kind of lateral move at 500 meters for a little while. And we're going to continue doing this. We have 6 more hours in the dive. Our off bottom time is 6 p.m. tonight, or 1800.
Well, Andrea's off to lunch, so I guess I'm back on watch lead. I was busy typing there. So we're still looking at these bedded carbonates with sponges, and we're on watch for fish.
Ship's on the move. Are you on the move yet, Jeff? I don't think so. Maybe a little.
As we look in the rocks in front of us, we can see the subtle variation in colors, which partly represents the sedimentation, but partly represents the variation in what the rocks themselves are made of. And here we are zooming in on a sponge.
Cup coral. Or no. What is that?
And
it's opening up. A small Galatheid crab right there, I think.
Oh, this is nice.
Shoreside? We've seen those before, and I've forgotten what they are.
I don't think I've seen one of these open yet.
They're calling them the Barnacle Crinoid.
The Barnacle Crinoid, sorry, I'd forgotten, yeah. And then to the right...
And then there are a lot of cup corals in the background that look like they're dead, dead cup corals.
Right.
And then a shrimp on the right.
Right, yeah.
And then there's some sort of pink tentacles that I'm seeing around. Not sure what those are from.
Let me know when we've got to take off.
All right, pilot, you ready? Should probably get moving.
Okay,
let's go.
Going wide.
And so the reason we're seeing these ledges is we're seeing differential erosion of the different lithologies. So you can see that there's, this very strong layer which was forming the blocks that we first saw at the start of the dive is much stronger, much more resistant than the more carbonate-rich grey layers underneath. There's a fish in the middle of the screen, if we could zoom in.
Snap on the way.
Going in.
I'm going to guess it's an epigontis again.
Moving at a pretty good
Epigonus, sorry.
Alright, should be good enough for an ID.
Okay, let's move on.
Coming out.
Thank you, pilot.
Stay in front of Seirios.
Yep.
Most definitely feeling the move.
Nav bridge.
Bridge nav.
Coming up on 5 meters left.
Thank you.
No problem.
Why don't we see what we look like when we settle that one, Jim?
We're almost to 500 meters now.
Still a pretty good water return in the sonar.
I'm almost to 500 meters anyways.
Yeah, there's a star. Do we want to have a quick look at the star?
I'd like to if we have time.
Jeff, are you okay?
Yeah, still inching, but I'll let you know.
Take control of my camera, please.
Okay.
Okay, go in.
Touchdown.
Yeah, slight touchdown.
And so there we're zooming in on, I think, another Pythonasta.
Ready when you
Just
are.
hold that for a second. We're still okay, right, Jeff?
More
So it's interesting. It looks like it's on a sponge. It might be consuming the sponge, maybe.
So Amanda just
Much more.
Yeah, not moving much
explained
more, just,
that the
barely
Pythonasta is
getting
likely
on
on a sponge
the
and maybe
wall,
eating that sponge.
So I think I've got it stable now. If you want to go in, Jared.
Thanks, Todd.
Take it down a little, Jeff.
Plunging down.
Too late to ask if we could pirouette around the underside.
Tim came in and corrected me and said it's Ceramaster, and I'm sure he knows a lot better than me.
Okay, as I lift off, I'll pirouette a little bit. If you're wide, I'll go. Lift off.
Full wide.
Not too bad.
Yeah, we rarely get to see the underside of these guys. I'd love to get what we can.
Okay, go in quick. I'll rock it into the center of the screen if I can. Just hold zoom. Let me get it there, and then you can go.
And there we can see the underside of the Ceramaster. And
okay.
Pulling focus, full zoom, floating back out a bit.
Toe hold got wiggled. Let's get back in. If I can hold it there. Jeff, you're pretty much stationary now, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, Jared, do it. Do what you need to do.
so, Tim, do you think it is consuming that sponge?
So we just got a tweet from Chris Ma from the Smithsonian, and he is calling it a Plinsaster dentatus, and it's feeding on the sponge. That's correct. So Plinsaster
Difficult to say.
Thank you, Amanda.
is the genus. Sure.
All right.
Okay.
Going wide.
You ready? Go ahead and stretch out so that when we pass off, we're in a safe configuration.
Can you put that in the weblog,
Full wide,
Amanda,
thank
please?
I'm getting to it. Thanks.
Thank you. We just had a navigator change, and we're scanning across the slope again. And we've got broken up fragments of rock which have fallen down the scarp, and it looks like some more rock face coming up soon. So again, to summarize, we're
Seirios is pretty much stopped, and I got left a little bit behind looking at that star. So
we're traversing up this slope, which is actually a fault through the carbonate platform, which forms a series of layered rocks, and we're seeing various resistant layers which form the steeper scarps, and then gentler slopes where the steeper scarps have collapsed and formed a talus pile. And so we're currently looking at some bits of talus just as we approach the next steep wall within this face. So the best way to think about it is this face is like a step of stairs. There are flat areas and the steep areas, and the steep areas are where the more resistant rocks are, and the flat areas are where the more eroded rocks are.
I'm coming straight up this feature that looks very vertical.
Roger that.
I'll make room.
Pilot just informed us, and you can see it out of the Seirios view, that we're coming up to a very near vertical feature. And these are bits of rocks falling off that feature that have fallen to the floor.
Pilot video, contract.
Comms video.
Roger.
Pilot is pilot's launch relief has finished. I'm going to pass this over to Chris. I think we're in a safe spot. Stand by.
And while we're doing a pilot change, we'll again just recap the overall objective of the mission. We are doing a shallow dive today. We started at about 600 meters, and we're going to come up by the end of the dive to about 300 meters, and we're very much
Okay, Dave, I think the idea is to go up to 500 here.
I'll make room for you.
All right.
Okay, we had
settled out.
a bad echo there, so I'll try again. Today's objective was to start at about 600 meters, and we're going to go up by the end of the dive to about 300 meters. And we're investigating this fault scarp, but the biology is the real priority of this dive. We're looking, as with all the dives, to understand the biology, but also, in particular, looking for fishes. And in particular, deep water snappers and deep water groupers, which are an important fishery resource for Puerto Rico. And so we're working with people from the fishery management, Graciela, and Puerto Rico, and trying to understand better the habitat of these deep water fishes to help future management and fishing out in this area. So we're hoping as we get to the shallower depths, we'll start to see some of these snappers and grouper fishes. Up to now, we have seen quite a few fishes, but they've tended to be of a different type. Some epigonuses, and in fact, we've seen many other spectacular examples of the biology as well.
Dave, could you point my minis at my front toes?
Yes.
Thank you.
You want total situation awareness?
Yeah, that's as long as I can see the front two. That's perfect. A little up, and then perfect. Thank you.
Oh, not that way, this way. Put it out there a little bit more. It's a very touchy stick here.
So here it looks like we're actually traversing across maybe an actual bedding plane, one of these flat horizontal surfaces. You can see all these slabby pieces of rock as we approach likely a more steeper slope. And there's another epigonus, I think.
I know Dave got a bunch of these, so
Yeah. Coming out.
copy.
And it's pilot, there's something growing on top of that rock just to the left, going off the bottom of the screen now?
Yeah, I see it. Let me break
Is that a lace coral?
I'll get resituated and see if we can take a better look at it.
Thank you.
Go zoom.
Zoom?
Video.
Roger.
Please.
Holding there.
Nice catch, Mike.
So this is one of Andrea's branching, I've forgotten what she called it. We've seen these earlier. Amanda, help me.
Backing out on your head, sorry.
Yeah.
So we did see this earlier. This is a type of octocoral called a primnoa. And we saw a smaller version of this earlier on in the dive.
Thank you.
Feels like we're falling away slowly.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to. Is there any desire to get a real close up?
As soon as we mention octocoral, guess what? Andrea comes back. Oh, sorry, it was Casey. I'm sure Andrew will be here soon.
Getting a little tighter if you like.
Yeah, that's good video. Just hold there.
And there we have a dead sponge on the left.
We're going to port to starboard current here.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Not too much.
Behind the coral, you can clearly see that we're in carbonate rocks, the white burrowed rocks
Come
again.
wide,
I put my toe in, but I'm just kind of scooting on that rock.
It's full wide.
Copy, thanks. Okay, you want to come back in there?
Going in?
Take my tilt, Dave.
Got your tilt.
Gonna come out just a touch so we're not touching the top of frame.
So this octocoral, from know it has itty bitty, teeny tiny polyps, and each polyp has
might
8
dart in
tentacles,
close.
hence the name octocoral.
Pretty far zoomed already,
Feel
but
free to zoom.
It's a great close-up view of this. I'm curious of the overall size, and we're taking an even better close-up view to see if there are any associates on it. And I'm not seeing anything from our view.
feels like we got this.
Yeah, I think so. Anything else here, Washley or Amanda?
I think that's good, guys.
Okay.
Coming out slow.
Thank you.
On the left there, just as we zoom out, a nice example of a live sponge and a dead sponge.
Copy, thank you.
Another Epigonus fish, otherwise known as the cardinal fish, just to the right center of the field of view. And some beautiful sponges.
Washley, we are at 500 meters here. I think that was the target.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think the idea now is if we can traverse along the contour and just really looking for the biology to see what we can find.
Sure.
The overall plan for the dive is to go laterally along contours for a while and then go up a little bit and until we get to the end of the dive.
Okay.
50 meters, 21.
Yeah, which,
120.
yeah.
Maybe close a little bit. He's stretched out right here. Let's try 105 for this and see where we end up.
A pair of Epigonus in the lower center of the screen again as we traverse this carbonate face.
Oh, I'm tilting your camera. Sorry, dude.
Go ahead now.
Bridge requesting a ship move 50 meters, 105 degrees, 0.1 knots.
Okay, 50 meters bearing 105 at 0.1 knots?
That's correct.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you, Bridge.
Pilot, can we pan back a little bit just to get a wider field of view?
I believe I'm full wide right now. I
Are
can
you
back up.
Yeah, if you could.
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll lose some light, but there's
Okay.
a larger view there. I'll give you a view down the wall.
Yeah, I'm going to swing.
Thank you.
To look.
So that's a nice shot. You can see this rock face, and you can see some collapsed material sitting on top and falling down the side in the distance.
You're even going to need to stay near the left margin, or you're going to run out of tether.
So again, the white color of the rocks means we're in no doubt that these are part of this carbonate platform
slope, right of center, top of frame.
The white?
Yeah, that might just be a rock ledge.
Go check that out here.
Like a piece of broken off rock. Haven't seen it move. Yeah. It corresponds to the larger ones around it. Yeah. That is exactly what that is.
Okay.
Coming on.
I think that's just the mud-covered slope above that scarp face.
Can you come back in briefly? Video?
Yeah.
It's center screen right
there.
That, right between the lasers. Ah, thought I saw an eyeball in that guy. Negative. Thank you.
Roger. Full wide.
What's that white piece on the right, lower right? Was that another piece of rock or something, Mike?
Pilot, Amanda just asked about a white piece in the lower right. Do you mean the piece in the middle of the field?
Yeah, it's in the middle.
Yeah.
Right there.
So where the...
Back in video.
Yeah.
I think it's
Thank you.
It's not just a rock. I know you get mad when I say that, Mike.
It is just a piece of carbonate, just a little tiny slab of carbonate.
Well, I don't know if it's just a piece of carbonate. What is that?
Would you not agree?
It's not just. I don't want to minimize the fact that it's carbonate.
Good.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of it, a lot to go around.
And I was just, if you come full wide,
Thank you,
looking
pilot.
up, looks to be a lot of stuff on the wall up there.
Hey, Nev. Just a little bit of housekeeping information since the upgrade on HiPAC. Previously, we were unable to set the A-frame as the ship reference location. I was trying to use... first I wanted to use the shiv, and it wouldn't let me put the reference outside the outline, and then I tried to put it at the center of the transom, and that didn't work either.
Go again, pilot.
So something to look into with the new version.
Right above the laser.
You notice that the ship reference location is the center.
Give you a little push.
Just had the ship shape drawn about the
looks like
center of it.
Don't even have... Oh, there's lasers. Got them. Don't see a sea star.
Tried to enter an offset between the ship shape is correct.
We're seeing a little debris flow of
GPS
pieces of
locations.
sponge and pieces of
So the
sediment
ship shape
that
is
have rolled down this slope.
accurate. But in terms of the reference location for all our vectors and moves and things like that, you'd want that at the shiv.
So, like if we were trying to
Oh, there we go.
measure the left-handed square over here.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Dig around.
Almost.
Can we zoom in on that?
Yeah.
Pilot, thank you.
Setting up right now, watch the...
This is something different. We haven't seen this on the dive so far.
You're making me feel better, Amanda.
I'm glad you're catching all of these things, Mike. You have good eyes out there.
It's easier from the ship. The expert's back.
Okay, come on in, video.
Thank you.
And Dave, if you could take the camera and maybe just tilt up to the
Gotcha.
spiral.
Tilt. Coming up slow.
Okay, this is Andrea Quattrini. I'm back.
Coral whip.
Looks like a black coral to me.
Is this the first one we've seen like this?
I concur.
Concur, yeah.
I didn't see one on my ship this
There are
morning.
whip corals that are octocorals, but when you zoom in on, you can actually see the individual polyps on the axis with the 8 tentacles. So this is a black coral. Black corals are hexacorals. And we, call these black corals. Some of you may think why, but the underlying skeleton is actually made out of a material that's black in color, and the living tissue is actually growing over the axis.
Do you want to get a good look at any particular part, the base or anything?
Yeah, if we just put lasers on the base, too.
Come out.
Can we make sure we take a look at the tip and there see any associates?
On the tip as well?
It's possible.
Gone in. Holding.
I might not be able to see the base from here. It looks like it wraps around.
That's full zoom.
I can adjust if you want to go back to the tip. I think Amanda wanted to check that out.
Roger. Coming out.
And we can swing around and look at the base. Give it a tilt up there, Dave.
Well, I was gone for a little while because I had technical difficulties, but I'm back.
Hello.
Keep it in frame.
Hola. Ok, en español, lo que están viendo en la pantalla es un coral negro, que como Andrea explicó, aunque no lo crean, el tallo es negro, pero está recubierto por el tejido vivo y cada uno de los pelitos que ven es realmente un pólipo. Esa es una de las razones que las que saben que es un coral negro. Esto todavía es en el área del Pichincho. Y vamos a estar buceando, esta es la primera vez que lo ven durante este año en las buceadas que han hecho aquí en Puerto Rico.
Just run the focus.
Do we have
down
an
the length
estimate
of
of the current?
Earlier we did a drift test and just got the result that there was very little current here. I'm not sure if we ever confirmed the speed. I can double check with nav.
No, it doesn't. It looks like there is basically no movement.
Whoa.
Te estaba preguntando sobre el tipo de corriente que hay en esta área y hicieron estuvieron haciendo una pequeña prueba y confirmaron que no había mucha corriente.
That's good, pilot. Thank you. We have another epigonid on the left.
Full wide.
Copy, thank you.
Yeah, it looks like when we finish this move, then we can go back to 120 that we've closed in. We've closed in 10 meters so far. Basically got us in half a tether length, which is about where we like to be. This is actually about the right distance here.
We'll keep moving along the top.
Go ahead, Neff.
Yeah, could we come to a slow
camera,
stop here?
sorry.
No problem.
Okay, can you come in here, video? We're just gonna try to
So we just moved around
width of the base.
to look at the
Sure.
base.
We'll be able to see it up and under there, but
Yeah, pretty tiny.
yeah,
Okay, thanks.
keep coming if you got it. And
That's my full.
okay.
It's maybe half a centimeter.
Mhm. Thank you, pilots.
Come live video, thank you. Sorry, Nav, co-pilot, I was tunnel vision there. What was the discussion? What's the plan?
We were closing with the face here. I wanted to get about a half tether length off instead of a whole tether length, and we closed faster than expected, so we came to an easy stop, and we're going to reset back to 120.
Understood.
Pilots, can we just take a zoom in under that ledge?
Sure thing. We'll get situated here.
Pilot, do you want to take a look at that shell on the left-hand side of the screen, 9 o'clock?
Not until after we get up under the ledge here.
All right.
Does it look like a gastropod shell on the left?
On the left? On the bottom or the top of that?
Edge of the screen. It's on the bottom part of the ledge. Or
Yeah. I think I know
it just went out of view on the left side. So.
I know where it is, Angie. I just wanted to get a good look under here.
Yeah, okay.
Before.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks.
Can you bring out anything? Go in and bring out anything in the background there? I don't know if there's anything there or not.
Yeah, just kind of wanted to take a look at the ledge, actually, like what's growing on the ledge. Oh, but this may be of interest for you, Mike. This is underneath the ledge.
Well, again, clearly we can see that it's carbonate, and again, I'd have to guess that those were burrows we were looking at, that something's burrowed in there at some stage.
Can we have a look at that white branching?
Sure. Thanks, Jay. Come back in.
Looks like another branching sponge.
You can try to fill a frame with that. If you got it.
That's full.
Copy.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, if you're done video, we'll go back to your shell over there.
For what?
Moving to look at the gastropod. I think Chris has his eye on it.
They seem to have
oh, I see now.
come out towards the Seirios lights as well.
It's like a top shell almost.
Okay, video, you want to start a command?
So Andrea, the gastropods seem to have come out clustered around the lights of Seirios here.
Some type of gastropod. I always call these top shells. I'm not sure if anybody knows the genus. But, of course, there's no living animal
I think it
inside.
might be kind of split shell. I mean, it does one, obviously, but we've seen ones like this on Norwa seamount. Maybe not the same genus, but related versions.
Okay.
And it's definitely got the same coiled shape.
All set.
It almost looks as if someone took a can opener to it.
It does.
Yeah, someone might have munched along.
Thank you, pilot. We can continue our movement.
Copy that.
At some point, I would like to take a look at the water column to the side of this type of habitat.
Could you repeat that, Graciela?
Sure. At some point, I would like to take a look at the water column to the side of this type of habitat. If we come to it, where it drops off, just look to the side, into the blue.
How's that?
And the reason is that if there are any fish hanging out on the outer side of these ledges and stuff.
Okay, I hear you now. You want to look into the water column a little bit, kind of pan up to see if there's any fish hanging out in the distance.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, the Seirios view is good for that.
We have a good view of that now. Is that what you were looking for?
Yep, thank you. And at some point, safety first. At some point, when we're a little bit farther away from the structures, is there a possibility of turning off at least some light to see what it looks like compared to the lights that we have now? Safety first.
Yeah, Andrea, we can do that at any point. So
Okay.
Just let us know.
Okay, thanks.
Try to get some light up under here.
And now just checking the strike of the cliff, and it's like 125 is where I'm looking right now.
Okay. See anything up under there? Video?
I can go in for a closer look. We're a little bit far.
I can't get too much closer.
That's what
But yeah.
Yeah, we have some interesting stuff in here. At the very least, it's a great shot.
You can come out and we can keep moving, kind of looking more
Yeah, just pan for another couple seconds.
ahead of us as we move.
Copy that, Andrea. We're video. I just wanted to finish this shot up here.
All right, that's good. Full wide.
Copy, thank you.
So yeah, if we could just maybe move and kind of look out ahead of us a little more.
Okay.
That would be good.
Sure.
Did you follow that request?
I did.
Okay.
I didn't know if we wanted to maintain that or just do it occasionally. But
Yeah, let's do it for a little while. And
Okay. Oh, there's a shark up there?
Big shark. Guessing a Squalus cubensis, possibly. Let's see, maybe a Asper.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
It's got white tipped fins, so possibly Seirios asper, but it's moving very quickly.
Yeah. I'm gonna let him go, but if you want to zoom, go ahead, video.
Oh, there it is. Yes, Squalus cubensis. It's got black tips on its two dorsals.
How big do you think it is?
Mm-hmm.
He's asking how big you think it is.
Oh, how big? I'm sorry. I was looking down. I didn't see the lasers on it. Did anybody get a view? How big that may have been? Half a meter? A little more?
30, 40 centimeters easy.
Half a meter, probably.
It was oblique to us most of the time.
That was exciting.
That's awesome. Our first shark.
Yes,
for the
that was
day.
our first shark.
Yeah, that was fun.
Of the day and of the cruise, I think.
Of the cruise. Do you remember seeing that species in some of the other video from this region?
Yeah, we have seen that species on either Dog or Conrad's seamount. Have to look at my list.
50 meters.
But we've also, let me see.
0.1. Okay, 50 meters, 125 degrees, 0.1 knots.
You said the dogfish with the spine on the dorsal fin, right?
Yeah, Squalidae, so Squalus cubensis, a Cuban dog shark. We have seen this before on Conrad's seamount, just a little south of us, and also on Lophelia, near Lophelia Reefs in the southeastern part of the U.S. as well. So it's pretty wide-ranging.
Yeah, this is part of what the fish bring up every so often, which they don't like to bring up because there is not a fishery for that here.
Uh-huh.
So they clean them up, throw them back overboard.
So I got a 45
they
degree
remain
angle
alive.
on
And
the cliff here.
hopefully we'll make
as
it
we
back
go
to the
along.
bottom.
So you should be able to
Yellow
work
branching
back and forth.
we just passed.
I'm sorry. I got a lot going on in my ear here. Hold on.
Pan left real quick if you can.
Yeah, can we pan left, pilot?
Sure.
So right there below looks like possibly octocoral. So if you pan down.
Yeah, the mustard
Yeah.
color there.
Good eye, guys. Sorry about that.
No, that's what we're here for.
There's an urchin in the back too. Possibly he's feeding on something.
I'm gonna fill frame with those, a couple of those video. Go ahead and push in.
I think these are zoanthids.
Let's get this guy.
I'm guessing
Looks
gold
like it's
coral.
some zoanthids encrusting branches of the thing.
Could be the gold coral as well. The
Yep.
yeah. I think so. So although, you know, at first sight this appears to be octocoral-like, these are actually zoanthids.
Come a little bit wide video. See if we can,
Some of the gold corals have been aged off of Hawaii, and I believe some of the age estimates are 1,000 years old or so.
you could push back in if you've got it.
Thanks.
Ooh. Yeah, one of them just
snag a treat.
lunch,
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, so some of these gold corals can be, 800 years old and higher. Very slow-growing, long-lived species.
In the capable hands of Art Howard. So.
He doesn't miss anything.
Nope.
I think the oldest age of a coral is around 4,000 years old. I believe it was collected in the Gulf of Mexico, was it?
So there was about a 2,000-year-old coral that was aged in the Gulf of Mexico.
That's it, the
And
2,000.
then off Hawaii, there was one that was aged at 4,500.
That's it, 4,500 off of Hawaii, 2,000 in the Gulf.
Brennan worked at the Hawaii specimen, and Nancy Prouty from USGS aged the specimen from Gulf of Mexico. So like you said, they're slow-growing, very long-lived specimens.
See any of the other ones that different? Anything in particular?
That's great, thank you. No, we can continue on, thanks. If you just pan up, though, there's an urchin kind of on top of this ledge. Just kind of look at that quickly, and we can keep moving. It looked like it was feeding on something.
Come wide video. Thank you. There he is.
Another whip coral, black coral, Stichopathes.
I don't know if I'm seeing things, but it looks like we're passing over what looks like smaller fans on the seafloor. They're white in color. Maybe more of that primnoid that you were seeing earlier.
Okay.
Nice shot from Seirios of
oh yeah,
the ROV on one of the flat ledge, one of the stepped ledges.
Okay, coming in video.
Another Stylosideris species. Spiny urchin here.
And you can come in as you wish there.
Nice. Want some tilt help?
Sure.
Coming.
Color's pretty outstanding, with the pinkish color at the base of the spines. Contrasts the yellow on the body of the urchin. Is that a mysid on the left?
I see something moving.
Associate.
Just went behind the spine.
Maybe feeding on something, it's really hard to tell.
Oh yeah, it looks like it. I was looking down below.
It's on the left, upper left of the urchin.
Yeah, we see it now, yeah.
Awesome close-up.
Yeah, and you can see here the spines are really smooth. We got a close-up of the last one we took. The spines had little tiny spines all over them. Very cool.
Almost see below.
Thank
If you.
you.
Look really closely, you can see a serpulid on the spines.
Oh, really?
The right-hand side at about 4
Oh, yep. I see it.
I see the coiled
little coil. You see
tube.
the little
Yeah.
feather.
Little tube worm on the spine of the urchin.
Yep.
That's great. Thanks,
Andrew, I
guys.
noticed another whip right here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and I missed the last two you found. Didn't know if you noticed if the polyps were all on one side of the axis or on two sides.
I think they were all over. They weren't on just one side.
Looks like he's missing.
Of the gold coral?
No, sorry, the whip. That's
Making a
Oh.
run for
the
it.
white whip.
We can have a look at it again. I think it is Stichopathes. I'm not sure.
Okay.
We'll take a look at it after we get a beauty shot here.
I'm good whenever.
Okay. Can we just take a zoom of the black coral to the left, that whip?
Sure.
Coming out.
Just keep the camera, Dave.
Got it.
Just let me know when I gotta go, Dave.
You're okay. No, you can
Keep
get that.
coming in. Oh, sorry. Start to come in video. It's a little bit out of the light, I guess, isn't it?
That's good for an ID for me. Tim, do you want a closer view?
Keep coming video.
So I guess I always thought that Stichopathes had polyps on one side of the axis. I don't know if that's changed in the last year, 2 or 3. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't even tell if the polyps are all on the same side or not. I'm kind of trying to figure that out.
It looks
like they're all around, but
yeah, it does.
from our point of view.
Well, the goal here is to document it, and that's what you're doing.
Yeah,
So that's good.
that's great.
Yeah. I always thought that Seirios had polyps all the way around the
Okay. Seirios.
maybe, but I don't.
Okay, video. If you're
Yeah, I don't know the whip corals very well. Thank you.
I'm gonna move in here.
Coming back, lasers coming on. You're fine.
Great.
I just
Thanks.
came a
Thanks.
little bit left to center you up there. I'm gonna go back to.
So, Andrea, why are they called black corals?
Because underneath the axis that the live tissue is growing on is black. It's made out of a proteinaceous material. Yep. So black coral. And black corals are often used in jewelry trade. There are some areas in the world they harvest black corals for jewelry. Hawaii, for a while, they harvest. I don't think they harvest black corals anymore off of Hawaii, but I'm not positive about that. Amanda, do you know if they still harvest black corals off of Hawaii?
So we were
I
perpendicular,
believe
you
that
and
there's
I,
still
at that
some
moment.
with that do
That's
dive
our
for corals in
range.
Hawaii for
Yeah.
jewelry. So I believe
Yeah.
there's still an industry.
Yeah, and they're beautiful. If you take the tissue off, it's very shiny black. And yeah, there's some other corals, octocorals called red corals that they harvest for jewelry too. Yeah. And so there's a big campaign that these corals are too precious to wear. So people really trying to avoid, to get people to stop fishing these long-lived, slow-growing corals for jewelry.
Thank you, Andrea.
But here in the U.S. Caribbean, the take of black coral is completely prohibited.
Is it completely
There were-
prohibited? Okay.
Angie, I'm kind of passing
Prohibited.
by
No
this. Do you wanna
fishing,
get a closer
no
look?
take of black coral.
Yes, please.
Got it.
But for the shallow water species, at some point, there was some talk about doing some type of culturing them for the early trade.
Uh-huh.
But then nothing happened with that.
Okay. So how long has it been prohibited?
The take of coral has been prohibited by the local government since the, 70s or 80s.
Oh, wow, okay.
And then the federal, so it's been a long-standing prohibition on the take of black coral.
I might not sit down.
There's something
Start to
else
come
at the
tight.
base of this coral too, Andrea, before you scoot away.
Okay. So another whip black coral and very nice brittle star here.
Could be an Asteronix brittle star.
Asteronix.
I haven't seen the central disc really yet, but that's what it looks like.
They have incredibly long arms.
Yeah, it reminds me of some of the astroschema that we see.
Yeah.
Are they actually doing any harm to the coral, or they're just using it as stepping stone to get food or something.
Yeah, we think that these brittle stars. Oh, go ahead, Tim. You can answer that.
No, go ahead.
Better than me. No, go for it.
No, I think in general there's very little damage that happens to the coral with asteroids or ophiuroids on them. Typically don't see the ophiuroids eating the coral polyps. We do see that where they do hang on and exist on corals, that those polyps seem to be doing very well, actually, in terms of relative health. The place the ophiuroids usually occupy a place of living tissue on the coral. And as you can see with this one here, it's up off the bottom. It's out into the current. It's holding on tightly to that coral, but it's also has very long arms with which to capture items for food.
Okay, taking your tilt again. Copy.
Come back in video.
You going to say something, Andrew?
I was asking the pilot to zoom in on the other fan-like coral just below. I think he's getting a close-up of trying to get a close-up of the disc of the brittle star.
That's affirmative. Come back in video. Keep coming.
I'm seeing more fans around here as well, so it's a good spot to take a closer look.
Oh, that's a nice view.
Not quite stable, sorry.
Yeah, easy on the verge or you'll tilt.
Let me interject a little bit in Spanish. La estrella de mar que están viendo sobre el coral negro está extendiendo sus tentáculos para poder alimentarse. Y hay un poquitito de corriente aquí, pero sí, se está aguantando bastante fuertemente. Se están viendo otra serie de corales alrededor, así que van a empezar a investigar esta área. Y también en la última media hora vimos uno de los tiburones del grupo de los cazones, que tienen la espina en la aleta dorsal. Y fuera de eso hemos visto el mismo tipo de peces que vimos anteriormente. Pero sin embargo los erizos y los corales son diferentes a los que han visto antes.
Tilting. Come back in video.
Thank you.
Just try there. Come back in.
Thank you, Graciela.
And now he's turned.
I think is that okay for you, Tim?
Yeah, that's great.
We got a brief view of the disc.
Okay.
Okay, if we can come down, there's a fan-like coral at the base. If we could take a close-up of that.
Sure.
It's towards the right.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay, go ahead in video. Do just one bump down, Dave. Perfect.
Looks like there's a chirostylid associate on it.
Is it a hydroid?
Keep coming, video. Is that full?
That's full.
Copy.
Yeah, you can see the arms of the chirostylid extended
Oh, yeah.
on the opposite side.
Can we get any closer to get a zoom of the polyps, the white?
Yeah, I'd like to move anyway.
You got that, too? No.
Can you see the tree on the right-hand side towards the bottom?
Did you see a fish?
No fish, there's a tree, some coral or something rather large.
Okay.
I got something. Okay.
I wish I had seen a fish.
Now you can take it back.
Got it.
Is that full?
That's full.
Copy. Is that close enough, Andrea? We can probably get a little
Yeah,
closer.
that's good. If you could just hold right here.
Sure.
There's a couple. I'm trying to. Looks. Counting 8 tentacles and polyps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Going for the base.
Oh, we've
I
got,
think it's
some squat lobsters
definitely an
there.
octocoral. You can count the 8 tentacles in the
They're almost
polyps.
transparent.
There's 2 different species here. I haven't seen this one before, this larger one on the right. It's new
Here you go,
for
center
me.
Screen. See it?
Yep.
Can we get? Yeah. Can they zoom in more than that, Andrea, when they're ready, or at the limit?
We can. Come wide, partial video, and hold there.
It looked like another primnoid right below it.
Tilting.
Parentipathes?
Yeah.
Yeah, just hold there, Dave.
Yeah, close up on the bottom.
Try to sneak in here.
Yeah. One coral at a time.
Roger that.
Copy that.
Perfect.
491 meters.
We're at a depth of 491.
Interesting dark skeleton on this octocoral that we're trying to get a closer look at.
Okay, go ahead in.
La profundidad en esta área son 491 metros y están discerniendo estos 2 corales negros que están viendo, uno de los cuales están reportando que no lo conocían o no lo habían visto anteriormente. Y la fotografía tiene una resolución tan impresionante que se pueden contar los tentáculos de cada pólipo del coral.
You can see the chirocylid crab hanging out in the branches.
Yeah, we often see squat lobsters intimately associated with octocorals and hard corals as well. And black corals.
It's really unusual color to see it that white, though.
That's really light.
Yeah.
Something you haven't seen before?
Well, just the coloration of it. Maybe it just molted or something, but it's.
There's another one up at the
Yeah,
top.
there's another one
very
at the...
translucent to white.
Tilting.
That's unusual.
So these gastrotychus?
Well, that could be on the other side. The big one could be gastrotychus.
Yeah.
Can't tell.
Okay.
But Europtychus is the little one, most likely. Hard to see from this side.
Yeah. I don't know if we can get a better view if we move around to the right. If not, we can continue along this edge here.
Yeah, there were a couple of other corals, I think, up on this rock. On this
Yeah,
side.
up ahead.
These little Parentipathes, like things we're seeing, little stalks.
Oh, yeah.
And brown
The
single
brownish.
stalks.
Yeah. May not be a black coral, but they look like Parentipathes. And was there another fan on this side too that was?
Yeah, there was something over.
Just hold there.
What are we looking for, Pilot?
I think the dark stalks.
Yeah, that and then just the other side of the fan to see those squat lobsters on that coral.
Kind of made a mess over there, but hopefully it'll go away. Come back wide video. See if we can just set up for the.
I think it's history.
Yeah. It's not moving too quickly.
There's no current.
Yeah.
Or if there is, it's coming at you.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Andrea, are the lasers on?
It cleared up.
I can't see.
I don't think so. I think we turned them off.
They're
But they're there.
Well, that cleared up pretty quick. Maybe you can get over there.
Oh, that's a nice view. You can see the edge.
Tilts up a little bit. I like looking down.
There you go.
Copy.
Look at the Seirios view. Like these major excavations along this ledge wall.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic.
Wild.
Should I change this over now or not?
Let's try it there, video. Go ahead and quick. And
tilting. Tilting back down. There you go. Well,
Very cool. So we're looking at a chirostylid squat lobster on a octocoral.
Well, that looks really different to me.
what in the world is that?
Yeah, I haven't seen one.
Than the gastrotychus that we normally see.
Never seen that.
Very different to me.
Hey, it's
Yeah.
looking at us.
It's looking everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this one before.
And we haven't seen the coral before either. At least I haven't. Have you, Tim?
No, you know, from this side,
It's reminding me of Chrysogorgid.
Pretty unstable here.
well,
That's what I was just asking about.
the same thing
Yeah.
here.
It's not Chrysogorgia, but it's could be in the family.
If you've got more,
Yeah.
you want to push
Similar
on
to
coral,
others,
is that
yeah.
full zoom?
This is full.
Is there, Andrea, a way to get even better focus on the head end of that crab?
I can ask video.
Way to get us closer?
Yeah. There's always a way.
You want to pull it?
Video, can you get better focus on the head of that crab?
Let's get the stalks. If we
Yeah, I've
can.
never seen that thing before.
No, it's wild.
I really haven't. It's like a
Actually,
cobra.
no,
Watch
just-
lead. We're going to try and get a little bit
Okay,
closer.
don't
And
have
yeah,
any
I
kind
can
of roster
give you
or not.
a closer view of those eye stalks. We were at Mech Zoom.
Copy.
Copy.
Tilt down so you can see
Yeah.
the feet.
Copy, thanks. That's
It
good.
does look like a Chrysogorgid in some ways.
It has a similar.
The branching, but then again,
We were
Yeah,
imaging
the
at
kind
that
of
a bit.
the
Same
angular, the angles of the
Understood.
branches, how they turn, reminds me a
Yeah.
lot of a Chrysogorgia.
Are you still swinging, Dave?
And the polyps too. They're not very big. They're kind of wispy. You see that a lot with the Chrysogorgids.
I did see something purple at the base too. I wasn't sure if that might be a polychaete, but as we get close in here now, we should keep an eye out. Something else white and wispy over to the left.
Yeah, it might be another one of those Morales.
Yeah.
Okay, without
Pretty cool.
smushing corals, that could be the closest we get. Go ahead, back in. Stand by.
Standing by.
Is there one up here as well? So there's 3 crabs on this one.
Okay, keep coming.
Done.
2.
Keep coming if you can.
Usually on Chrysogorgid, it's sort of like
That's
this. You would
nice.
see shrimp.
So much better, is it?
Oh, that's a lot better.
Oh, that's fabulous. Yeah.
Wow.
Well
Close
done,
and you
everybody.
can see the
It's like transparent carapace.
or whatever
It's just
Tilting up.
crustacean equivalent may
it
be.
has little spines down the back too, right? Parallel row,
Yep.
or almost in a circle then at the end.
Not much of a roster.
No, that's what I was saying.
Science by
focus.
stocks. Did you mean their
Track the focus.
No rostrum.
Wow.
Not very
Oh, here it comes.
prominent one.
Sliding a little bit on you, Jared. So
Oh,
Yeah, our depth of field is shallow enough too, where we can't get the whole creature in
gorgeous.
focus.
Wow.
So
yeah,
right now
that's
I'm locking
fabulous.
his body.
Yeah,
and his
it's
eyes.
a great image.
Don't know what that is. You just can hold it for a minute.
Video, if you can hold it just for a minute.
Sure.
trying. It's
We can get
what's he doing? There's something moving something right above his eyes there.
Even the last segments of the legs look really different to me. They're just there's some extensions on there that
They're a little longer.
you can only see. There's that one polychaete, I think.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all right.
Only down right.
We can try to pan over to the right to get a close-up of the other one as well.
Good shot of the polyps here.
There's one
Yeah.
walking right behind him.
That's a shrimp on the far side.
Okay. Yeah.
In the background there, Andrea,
Yeah, I lost it.
the red guy moving in there.
Yeah, there.
Polychaete
Species.
Yeah.
Shrimp.
Tilt back up, Dave. Sorry.
Coming up slow.
I don't know about
I didn't see anything at the base.
Oh, there's a shrimp in there, right?
Yeah, there's a shrimp on the right.
On the branch.
Right, I wrote like that.
I thought there was another squat lobster on this, though.
There's one on the opposite side, I believe.
Oh.
There's one, the white one's right there on the right edge, top right edge.
Camouflaged in, and I can't see it.
Yeah, you can barely see it.
If you guys can pan to the right a little bit. And there's another squat lobster.
I think he's almost coming up to center screen right now. Tilt. Yeah.
Reach.
Oh yeah, he's back in there.
Look at how long the
I know.
pictures are.
He's trying to grab the D2. Oh, thank you, shrimp, for coming around.
Yeah, that looks like serrata palma, that shrimp.
Okay.
A really long claw. See, but it's absolutely transparent. See it?
Yep.
It's really long.
Is one longer than the other in the species? Or thicker than the other?
Yes.
Getting his claws.
It's a B serrata palma.
Males and females different that way? Or?
Yeah, I mean, from crabs and other organisms, don't the males have the larger claws for attracting females?
Typically, yes. But we mostly see females.
Really?
Males are rare.
Is this a male?
On corals.
Ooh.
So this is like a female ship.
But a territorial action going on there.
Yeah.
So what are they feeding on?
I always think they're picking off little organic pieces and,
Keeping the coral clean?
I think so.
You can see the whites, the transparent squat lobster on the right a little better now. It's kind of reaching its claws through the octocoral colony to the other side. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. It's great images.
This is what they do all day.
But none of these are actually feeding on the coral per se, right?
No. We've never seen any evidence of them feeding on the coral, the polyps, tissues. You see the other small chirostylid crab, the far left, straight down from the N in Okeanos, you can see the red arms. Perhaps really hard to see. I guess you don't have the Okeanos where they don't have it up there, but
It's right down from where the hydroids, the dark brown or the brownish material is on the left.
Oh, I see.
Toward the bottom, you'll see the crab.
See them like moving around.
Go back up, Dave.
This is
Very
great.
nice. That was awesome.
Thank you very much.
He's up in the upper left, I think.
Still don't know.
So these squat lobster associates we often see on corals, octocorals, and black corals in the deep sea, and they are don't appear to be feeding on the corals, but rather trying to get up higher, potentially in the water, to feed from things floating and swimming by in the water column. We do see certain animals feeding on corals, including some asteroid sea stars and urchins, but no squat lobsters that I'm aware of.
Anything else you want here, Andrea? Different views, something?
No, I think that's good. If you could pan out like halfway and there's this other brown stalk-like thing, we'll get a snap of that. We need to kind of move a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that on the right. Yep.
Thank you so much.
That might be a black coral.
Bathypathes?
Possibly, Dave.
So how many species total did you see on the fall?
Start to come in video.
At least 3, maybe 4?
Perhaps three or even 4 species living on that octocoral. You had a shrimp, and you had 3 crabs. We don't know if the crabs are the same species. I would doubt it. The two smaller crabs might be the same species, but they were really different in size as well. We don't know.
Stand by video, sorry.
Yeah, that's a black coral.
Looks like it's seen better days.
Wow. Can't tell if the white part there is an ophiuroid or not. If there's any associates, but
And
Normally those Cheirophthalic crabs live on black coral like this. There's usually a pair. Sometimes there's 3. Sometimes there's a polychaete at the base.
What is that? It's sargassum caught on the black coral, the very tip.
Yep.
Is that a polychaete next to the sargassum, or is that something else?
I'm not sure. Is that our closest zoom?
Ready to go when you are.
Go ahead. Oh, is that our closest zoom?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
On the left there, kind of under.
Yeah. There's another one of these black coral types, just closer to the ROV.
Okay, I think we can move from here and continue along the ridge, and we'll look kind of into the water column as well as we move. There are a couple corals along the ridge as we move.
All right, full wide.
Copy that.
Sachet right.
Thank you guys. That was great. Shoreside and pilots and video.
Thanks, Dave.
Very welcome. Thank you all.
Okay, so while we move, let me recount in Spanish. Estaban hablando los científicos con mucha excitación sobre los cangrejitos que estaban encima del coral negro. Y es que creen que a lo mejor es una especie, no la habían visto antes, así que el cangrejo que había por lo menos 3 o 4 especies viviendo asociados a esos corales. Y no le están haciendo daño al coral, sencillamente están aprovechando la altura del coral sobre la roca para poder alimentarse de las partículas que hay, o también les quitan partículas a los pólipos de los corales, pero sin hacerle daño al mismo. Así que estaban describiendo toda la asociación que había en ese único coral que encontraron, y a lo mejor tenemos la suerte de que sí es una especie nueva. Esta información es bien importante porque se está documentando un área geológica que no se había documentado antes, además de que todas estas especies pueden tener alguna importancia para nosotros, como por ejemplo producir nuevos medicamentos para combatir el cáncer, etc. Así que por eso es que se está tomando tanto detalle de cada una de las imágenes que están viendo.
Andrea, did you want to try to do the deep water kind of water column view now? I don't think we ever got that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and just kind of what we were just doing?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll just hold this for a while. Oh, there goes something.
We can have some of the wall in view too.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be completely the water column. I think we'll pick up more if it's the edge.
Yeah, copy. And video, if you just want to try to pull out whatever you can, just do your thing.
Run it out of tether. Just pull me.
Yeah.
We'll do. We're a bit far off though to get anything.
Copy.
Right now.
Go ahead, Nev.
And then in the water column video.
Yeah, Bridge, requesting another ship move.
Yeah, anyone online, have you done any of these deep water dives that you can listen to the sound?
0.1 now.
Is there any sound
50
recording
meters
from
at
this depth or
120 at
deeper?
0.1
Yeah,
knots.
I have not been a part of that. I mean, I know some people are putting out hydrophones to listen in certain areas, but personally I haven't. I don't know about anybody else.
I mean, deep, like where we are now on deeper. They actually put hydrophones in the ROVs and listen.
I can answer that.
The noise would be too big. Yeah.
Let's go get this little star video while we're waiting.
Go ahead, Dave.
It's difficult to use an ROV for hydrophone work because the ROV itself is noisy. It's very difficult to make an ROV quiet enough to be able to pick up the surrounding, vocalizations or sounds of anything else nearby.
Yeah, pull by tether.
we would have to deploy something and
Yes,
pick it up, or
it would be possible to
be
perhaps
able to
leave something
listen to the
behind.
signal.
Okay, come live video.
If we need
Can
something
you
at the
zoom
bottom.
back in on that and get a closer zoom?
I'm just
Okay.
getting yanked around a little. Let me set up better.
Thank you, Chris.
The ship's headed this way, anyways. Should get easier.
Yeah, there could be a cup coil off in the top left as well. Right now.
Oh, I see.
Also about the hydrophones, there's probably an array that listens to this region, and many of them are now online. They download their data. Most countries do, and so it's a possibility. I mean, I've done some of that on mid-ocean ridges and counts that are volcanically active, and so I'm listening to hear bursts of activity, magmatic activity. But I can imagine there's people listening for bioacoustics, whales, and whatnot in this region too. But I don't know.
Okay, video. You want to come back in? I think it's a little too silty to sit down here.
I'm not going to make any attempt to identify who this is because I've made mistakes all day on these guys. Anyone else has any idea?
No idea.
The key that I had from last year on these guys isn't holding up very well today, so I've got to do some renovation.
Nav, how far have we moved today laterally?
So I was testing out an auto there. Probably a bad spot.
You're getting some tether now.
Yeah.
Zoom tight. Still trying to attempt a closer zoom of the Sea Star?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
We're still waiting on a little more tether. I just got it, actually.
– 600 meters? Okay. Yep. $315 meters.
Okay, come back in, video. Just hold there. Okay, keep coming. Hold there. It's probably close to max, isn't it?
It is max.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
We've gone 315. Right.
Okay.
You can really see the structure on top of the Sea Star, on the arboreal side of the Sea Star.
You can come live video. Did you want to try to get in a little closer, Andrea? I could try to set up for that. A little more stable?
No, I think we need to move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we are moving.
Roger that.
I'm going to bring my head a little bit left.
Copy that.
If you stay in frame, you'll always have plenty of tether.
Roger that.
Up, down, left, and right.
See something white in your screen up there, but
and we're still going to move kind of looking out?
yeah, we could do that, yeah.
That would be great, thanks.
Sure.
Just for a little bit, I mean, keeping some of the wall in view if possible.
Sure.
Are we almost done with the ship move, Nev? No, I think the speed is good. At the end of this move, we'll move jump up slope. We still have some time. Yeah, roger.
Okay, Andrew, I'm just going to creep along kind of like this. Is that okay?
That's fine for a little bit. Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, video, this is Copilot.
Good, Co. You're a little quiet, but...
I don't have you latched on. Or I'm not talking to you. Maybe I should. How's that?
A little better.
When you have some time, if you could run about a 30-second video with the still cam. Because I want to do a sound check. There's no mic plugged in.
Okay.
I want to see what my background noise is. So a 30-second video clip, we can check that, and then put it back in still mode at your convenience. Any point during the dive.
Now seems like as good a time as any.
Yeah.
So let's bring up the Super Scorp hydrophone.
So we're not really seeing too much ahead. Maybe we can come back in towards the wall a little bit. That's good.
How's that?
That's good. Thank you.
Well, the question regarding a hydrophone, I've thought of that before. We've never made any measurements of D2's noise level. But there is no hydrophone on board. But when I was working out the still camera design, I routed the left and right microphone input for the still cam to the bulkhead connector.
Survey 2?
In video mode, we'll see what the background noise level is without anything connected. We might be able to connect something. Future.
Andrea or Mike, can you remind me what our depth range we're aiming for today? What's our minimum depth?
300. So we can jump up if everybody's ready. I mean, I was going to wait till the end of this ship move and then move up slope.
That'd be great.
If you come back to me, you'll have plenty. We can go up together while the move is still going
Co-pilot, as far as video goes, did you want to record it to our servers, or you want to record it directly in the camera?
No, it goes directly to the camera.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yes.
Yeah, Chris, I like how you're moving. Like, that's good. Good shots.
Okay.
Because I don't think the audio comes up the SDI.
Yeah, and actually we have a problem when it goes through the frame sync.
Yeah.
It gets some audio anomalies and clicking. But, yeah, we're recording right now.
So you went into the camera menu and put it into video mode? I can't see that far, but that's what it says.
Yep, I have it says video mode only, record, start, stop.
Oh. You might have to go into the menu and put it in video mode.
Okay.
FYI. Okay, bringing my head back perpendicular to the wall.
All right. Let's see. That looks like it's in video mode now. Let's give it a shot.
Can we just pan to the right?
Or perhaps this is something
More to
that
the
could
right?
be done with the X-Bot. Less vehicle
Okay, we can
generated
keep
noise.
going. I just wanted to take a quick look here. Did we already pass this area? No.
I've kind of been zigzagging, but I don't think so.
Have you? Okay.
We passed by here earlier. Whether we looked at this in any detail,
okay.
not sure.
We weren't this high though. It was I think 487 is the shallowest we've been.
Dave,
I think
is
it was
this
on the ledge beneath it?
Does this camera have a tally on it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not really.
I think there might be an on-screen display option in the menu.
All right, so let's take a look.
Video, can you snap zoom
Setup?
on this debris sheets down here? Just check it out. It looks geologically interesting.
That is.
Can't
Whether it's fallen from above.
There's a little sea star on there as well.
Sorry, I did not get to the mute button in time. I apologize for that.
Take a quick zoom on the sea star, and then we can continue.
Sure, go ahead, video. From here. I'll do it from here. And oops, sorry, unless you want more, Andrea. Keep coming if you got it.
I'm going to venture and say that we observed this a little while ago.
A little different coloration.
Yeah, there's a little
What's
more
max
pink
zoom?
on the sides.
Copy. You want to take a little closer look?
Yeah, sure, if you can.
Copy. Come wide. Oh. What's that guy doing?
Is that a shrimp?
Go ahead, video.
There's a large shrimp right there as well. We can. There you go.
I remember seeing
Wow. It's got the serrated rostrum again.
that. Oh, and there's a little. It's about to.
Getting ready to.
I think we may have seen this species in a sponge before. Oh, in a squat lobster.
He's
Unida species.
pretending to be invisible.
The shrimp has a
Lights
very
there.
fat head, very broad head.
Do either of these creatures emit any sort of light?
I don't know about that. I know some shrimps do. They can, emit bioluminescent, spew, kind of like squids release ink.
Right.
Not sure about these two in particular. I don't think the Munida would, but it's possible that the shrimp does. Tim, do you know about that?
Nav bridge.
He just had to step out for a bit, so we'll have to
Coming up
relay the
on,
question
5
to him when he
meters.
gets back.
So not sure on this species, Dave, but definitely some shrimps can.
Do you want to keep chasing him, Andrew, or go back to the
No,
star?
go back to the star
Okay.
and then
Wide video?
continue on.
Roger that. We'll
Start making a little more headway here.
sure. Oh,
Haven't-
hey fish.
Epigonid.
I don't want to get too much closer. So my swing arms are on the very edge there. Try to get it from here. Video, go ahead.
Got tilt if you want it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Coming on. It's tilting slow. This more perforated
Yeah,
dorsal.
definitely different. A boral side. Very beautiful colors today, too.
Is that oboral as opposed to dorsal?
Aboral. Yeah.
Aboral?
And oral on the other side. Oral, aboral.
Can you get a sight on that?
Sure, we can put the lasers on, or as we zoom out, we'll see them.
Yeah.
I'm seeing probably 10 centimeters across.
I think it's smaller than that.
You do? Just the zoom is so good. My eyes are deceiving me right now.
But we'll see here. Might be right. You want to try to get the lasers in?
They're on.
You want to come a little wide, video? And Dave, you
tilting.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe 5 centimeters.
Tilting back down. Man, we're still swinging a little bit.
Yeah,
that's good,
okay.
gentlemen. Thank you.
Come on, video. I want to get away from this wall.
See, that's why just to put in context, like all the creatures that we're looking at versus immensity of everything that's around them.
Yeah.
Giving you a little bit of a tug.
But it's always good to have lasers on for the underwater video, too. Get accurate size estimates. I feel like we were here before with the gold coral, but right above. That we came in and we zoomed in on that gold coral, and then we continued. And our depth right now is 488 meters. Continuing to move southeast for a little while longer, and then we're going to jump back up slope.
Copy that.
So yeah, if we can go the end of the tether, and then we'll make another move up.
Sure.
Thank you. Well, if we could get to 300 meters. Oh, for the next move. Let's see. Let me confer with Shoreside. Maybe 450. Shoreside, what would you like to be the next depth to be? We could do 450, or we could go a little shallower if you'd like. Any preference, Graciela, Michelle? Shallower.
Graciela, Michelle, if you guys are listening, if you want to do like 350 or 400, maybe either type it in the chat or let us know.
Let's go to 400. I don't want to jump to 350 quite yet.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you recommend? 400?
Yeah, let's do 400. Does that sound good for everyone?
Yeah, pilots are okay with that.
Sounds good to us.
Pilot's good.
When you get out to the end of the tether here, Chris, and then come back, center up perpendicular, and we'll crawl up together.
Copy that.
See when we need a ship move.
What is that?
Yeah, can we zoom on that?
Is it a holothorian? Upside down. I'm gonna go ahead and video snap. No, it's not. Leaf.
Looks like a leaf.
But it's got some strings hanging.
What is it?
Is that a real leaf? Or
Is it a
fake
balloon?
Leaf?
No.
Is it a piece of cloth?
Some kind of trash.
There's some what appear to be
It's like-
threads have hung it around a
balloon of some sort?
That's what I was wondering, if it was a balloon, but
It's got.
is it rubbery? Looks more rubbery, I don't know.
Oh. I think it might
So those
be
are
a
actually
towel.
strings.
I think it may be a towel.
Co-pilot.
Yeah.
I know.
It's more like
Confirmation.
rubber.
We get some video on the Super Scorp. It's up here.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. We can zoom out and keep going.
Okay. We're
Could
at the
look
end
back
of the
at
tether
it.
there, so
Thanks.
Sure thing.
you come wide, video.
Full wide pilot.
Copy, thank you.
No problem.
And that doesn't need to be a long recording. Just don't want to take up too much memory.
Yeah, it's between 30 seconds and a minute.
Perfect.
Should give you enough to play with.
Yeah. Co-pilot, you want to come up together then?
Yeah,
I'll
you
start
need
making
to.
my way back.
You need to make your way back, and you will rise as tether allows.
So as we're moving along, we had a question from shore. Ed McNichols is on the ship. He's one of the videographers. His wife Kim asked, as we were talking earlier about aging black corals and aging corals, how do we actually age these organisms? The corals, if you cut a coral axis kind of as a cross section and open it up, it almost looks like a tree. So if you can imagine a stump of a tree having all these rings that you can count and age a tree, you can do the same with corals. Now they lay down their skeleton in a radial fashion, so they have these ring-like structures. So a lot of people that are studying the age and aging corals are using radioactive isotopes such as carbon-14 to help determine the relative age at certain time points across this across the cross section of the coral. So by using this method, you could get a relative age of the coral as well as the growth rate of the coral. So you could predict yeah, so you could get both the age and the growth rate of coral with these techniques.
Yeah. We'll just
you can also get other information using isotopes, different types of isotopes. You could get certain.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
They're often used for paleoclimate conditions to understand past climate conditions and even nutrient additions into the water in certain areas.
Go ahead, Neff.
Yeah, bridge requesting a ship move. 50 meters, 035 degrees, 0.1 knots.
Okay, 50 meters at 035 degrees at 0.1 knots.
Good copy.
You got it.
So thanks for that question, Kim.
The questions are coming in from the people on the vessel.
Oh, we just had one of the people on the vessel his wife had a question, so I decided to answer it. But
I think that's great.
We have had a few questions we've had a few questions on Facebook, on the NOAA Facebook page, and if we get any of those, we'll definitely do our best to answer them.
Can you go snap zoom underneath that ledge there? Video. Hold there. Okay, it's just white rock behind.
Maybe coming up over a very large
Thank you.
shelf, very large step. I'm not seeing.
So we're at a depth of 481 meters. Today is Sunday, the 12th of April, 2015. Local time is 13:33, UTC 17:33. We're currently 33 miles west of Rincon, Puerto Rico, in an area known as Pichincho, which is a local area that fishermen
60 meters from me.
come out here to fish for deep water snappers and also troll for pelagics. It's been a pretty fascinating dive so far. We have moved only about 315 meters, but we come down and never seen the seafloor here before, so we need to image as much as we can. Several species of sponges and different octocoral species today, including one still yet to be identified, as well as some primnoids. Black whip corals, we've seen a few of those, and some new chirostylid squat lobsters that none of us have ever seen before. So, exciting stuff.
Now it's my turn.
Go for it.
Estamos todavía en el Pichincho y aunque no lo crean, solamente nos hemos movido alrededor de 600 metros, una cosa así, a esta misma profundidad. y es porque se ha visto tanto biodiversidad que está todo el mundo tomando muchas fotografías. Es posible que haya un par de especies nuevas, así que todo el mundo está muy pendiente. Y como esta área nunca se había visto de esta manera antes, se está documentando en P3. Es un área que se pesca, tanto para pelágicos como para tipos de palangre, y por eso también así que todo se está documentando en el más detalle posible.
Yeah, we just came up over the edge here.
Yeah. Trying to find something.
Can you zoom under the ledge there?
Sure.
Snap zoom, see if we notice anything different.
Go ahead and Phil, go ahead and zoom. And then I'll just kind of lateral. Right, Andrea, if you see something, just yell at us.
Great, thanks. Yeah, close up of the sea star.
Sure.
Snap zoom would be good. And the fish, before you move, maybe we can get a zoom on the fish.
Copy. There we go, snap zoom on Sea Star video.
Tim, you just noted a stylosterid in the event log. Was that to the right or to the left?
I believe it's to the right.
Okay.
Is that enough for an idea?
Good for me on the sea star.
Go detailed.
I
Okay.
think that's good. We'll be able to zoom in on the image.
Come on, let's see if I can find that fish that is no longer there. I think he's over there. Right under the lasers.
It's right below.
Snaps
Yeah.
on there?
I think it might be the same. Yep. Same epigonid. Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Is he feeding or distressed?
It's a little, I don't know about distressed, but
Seems rather twitchy.
a little twitchy.
Wonder if it's the light.
Could be.
Okay, video.
Looks a little stunned, I guess. Maybe not distressed. And then if we could zoom back in on the lip of the ledge, something white directly center. Yeah, if you just zoom in now.
Copy. Okay, go ahead, video.
Okay, and stop.
Hold
Too
there.
much.
Come
Oh,
back
there
on.
it is. There it is. Yeah. It's the white branching thing, kind of left of the lasers.
Yeah. It's a pretty bad angle for it. But okay, you want to come back, video? See if you can just
Just a snap zoom's good. Thank you.
copy. I think we saw him earlier. Or her.
That's good. Thanks, guys.
Copy, come on. It's going up.
Lots of fans on top of this rock.
Yeah, I think if we can get a zoom in on any of the white fans on top here.
Decub corals too.
You want me to go back to the rock?
Just, well, if you can, just move back a little bit and pan down. They're on the top on the left.
Go too far.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, if we zoom in, we'll probably start to see one. Yep, there's one on the right. The right in front of the ROV.
Copy. The lighter?
Yep.
Lighter objects? Okay.
They're like fans. Yeah, they're whitish.
Copy.
Several sponges on top here as well.
Right on the lasers now? Or not?
No, the fans to the, there's one behind that. There's two to the right.
Copy. This guy looks like he has an associate. There's a bottle.
Anybody inside?
I think we need to test out our manipulators and see if they can pick up a bottle.
Take a drink.
More green glass.
We can test the manipulators if anybody's interested to pick up a rock. I know that the pilots are definitely eager to get some practice in, see if everything works well.
Dave, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Rotating a little.
Tilt.
Thank you.
Looks like another primnoid to me.
Keep coming in video.
Nah.
By serial polyps, I would guess that it's a plumarella.
Hey, Andrew, next to that green bottle to the right, I thought I might have seen a Chirostalis on the floor.
Copy.
Oh, really?
It may be a crab.
Okay.
Let me know when you're done here, Andrew.
We're done if you come out partial and then pan to the right.
For the bottle?
Yeah.
Okay, come wide video.
So I'm glad I stepped away and I didn't see the bottle.
I haven't seen it yet either. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, there's a squat lobster at the base. I think it might be a Munida.
Yeah, I think so. Let's look.
Is there something inside the bottle?
A ship?
A ship, a note, a message in the bottle.
Note for Andrea.
I think the crab might be going into the bottle.
Please pick me up.
Go ahead,
It's a crab cork.
A crab.
Is that a tube worm inside? Yeah.
But actually, it is having settling, so that's not too bad.
Look at the color on that.
What?
Wow.
Sort of iridescent.
Very iridescent.
Yellow.
And all of the
Let's hold that for a minute, please.
spines on the claws,
One bump up there, dude.
they're like shining back green, and yellow and orange.
Perfect.
This is Max Zoom.
Copy.
And what's inside the bottle?
It's not cooperating.
It's like it's something growing in there.
Looks like a tube of some sort.
You can walk down the bottle. Yeah, let's do that.
Bueno, acabamos de encontrar una botella, ya saben de lo que es, y esto está casi a... What's the depth?
The depth is 474 meters.
A 474 metros de profundidad está esta botella. Por lo menos parece que se ha convertido en hábitat y está todo el mundo pendiente al organismo que se está moviendo detrás y hay otro organismo encima de la botella. Así que hay algo creciendo dentro de la botella, algún tipo de tubo, no sabemos lo que sea, pero parece que se ha convertido en hábitat.
I'm not really sure what's in the bottle. It almost looks like a worm tube.
Yes.
They collect a lot of sediment as they build the tubes. Maybe
We can try to look down the mouth.
some terrapin. No, that's okay.
There's a little gastropod crawling along the outside of the
Oh
bottle.
yeah, look at that.
You can see a little snail on the left.
A micro habitat.
Itty bitty
Something
snail.
moving inside the bottle.
Yeah, I saw
You know,
that.
to make that tube like that,
sediment
agglutinated
move,
material, shell material,
This really
you
gives
know
you a good
that would
idea of
happen
the scale
outside the
of
bottle, or maybe a sediment got inside the bottle and it rolled around.
Squat
Yeah,
lobster.
Possibly.
Yeah, it would take a while collecting all that material.
So this squat lobster, Tim, this looks quite a bit different than others I've seen. How about you?
Yeah, I agree. I saw one like it on this dive,
Right.
but I have to go back and look. But yes, I agree with you.
Okay, great guys. Thank you.
And what,
Oh, go ahead, Graciela.
what was moving inside?
All right, I'm
What
all
was
set.
moving inside the bottle? There's something moving through the sediment here. I mean, you can move around, but did anyone?
Yeah, something's be near the neck of the bottle, the top of the bottle.
No, but actually inside some of the sediment moved. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, inside toward the mouth.
Straight ahead and then left. A little 45 off.
Thank you.
Hi, just briefly, I just got a question from Stuart in Sweden. People in Sweden are watching us. Stuart is an ex-Navy guy, and he wanted to know how long the dives last. And so on this survey, we're trying to do 12-hour dives. And the length of time we spend on the seafloor depends really on the length of time it takes to transit to the bottom. So it depends on the depth we're going. Today, we're diving very shallow, down to only about 500 to 300 meters, and it only took us less than an hour to get to the seafloor. So today's dive will last about 10 hours on the seafloor. If we go deeper, some of those dives maybe take 2 to 3 hours to get to 6,000 meters, which is the limit of our dive. So those dives will last from 6 to 7 to 8 hours. Hi, Stuart.
Okay, I'm squared up.
Copy that. Coming to the end of the 50-meter move, we need to go about 80 more meters.
Okay.
Do you want to just roll it?
Let's keep rolling.
Might be some exposed carbonate.
We're at a depth of
just ahead.
467. We're coming to the end of a ship move. We're going to continue on to get to a depth of 400 meters.
Go ahead, Nev.
Yeah, Bridge, could we add 50 meters to this move?
You got it.
Thank you.
Another epigonid.
Nav,
Several here.
Have we had a report from the winch watch anytime recently?
No. That doesn't mean that usually means it all's good, correct?
Yeah, I was just curious
the
about
family is Epigonidae, Andrea?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, we now workshop.
And we have also seen these on both Dog and Conrad's seamount off of the Virgin Islands.
Clipboard. Co-pilot is interested in the trending of
Snap zoom on the fish.
water temperature and drop temperature.
I think it's the same.
Yeah, but that's the same.
Okay.
And the urchin, if you just want to pan up before we... Oh, well, that fish is different. Okay, we've seen this sea urchin a few times, the Stylosideris.
Back to fish.
Yeah, there's another one on the seafloor. It was...
That little guy?
Yeah.
Full white.
silver.
Come back in.
Nope, another one, just smaller.
Okay. Let him go there.
Maybe two species here. The first dorsal fin, on some of them there's a black flag, and others black flag is absent. But those are hard to identify to species without actual specimens. Unless you can match, collect a specimen at depth, get a good in situ image of that specimen, and then match up the coloration. But often it comes down to the number of gill rakers or different numbers of rays and anal fin or dorsal fin for a lot of these fishes. Sometimes it's counting the number of scale rows between the lateral line and the dorsal fins, or the number of scales along the lateral line.
I was also looking to see if any of these fish come up in the deep water snapper stomachs, but I don't have any of those in the pictures that we've taken.
Interesting.
Actually, the fishers have taken for me. They take pictures of whatever gets regurgitated.
That's cool. Do you ever get your hands on the specimens themselves to identify the gut contents?
Yes, I do, and that's, I have a regular job, so it takes me a very long time to go through everything, but we save everything, then we take it to the museum at the Department of Marine Sciences, and eventually go through the list. We have a few identified at least 2 families, so that's good, and working our way into the genus. So there are a number of fish that we have preserved thanks to the fishers.
That's great. That's nice that they're willing and wanting to provide you information.
So let me take this opportunity to thank them in Spanish. Sí, estábamos hablando de las especies de peces que se están viendo en la pantalla, de identificar, porque hay veces que hay que contarle las escamas que tienen en la parte dorsal o contarle las espinas que tienen en cada una de las aletas o los filamentos que tienen en las agallas. Y como no tenemos especímenes, es muy difícil hacerlo desde la fotografía. Sin embargo, yo personalmente quiero agradecerle a todos los pescadores que han cooperado con nosotros y con todos estos científicos alrededor del mundo, dejándonos ver los especímenes que ellos recuperan de su pesca, que no conocen, o de los contenidos de estómago cuando los peces arrojan, cuando los traen a bordo, porque esa información se puede utilizar y nos ayuda a nosotros a identificar estas especies. Y sin esa ayuda, pues no podríamos entonces describir las nuevas especies que están dándose en esta área. Así que muchas gracias a todos los que cooperan con nosotros. So I just thank everyone who cooperates in allowing us to see the fish and keep the things that come up in the stomachs of other fish.
Yeah, that's great. Can learn a lot from gut contents. You can also learn a lot from stable isotopes. Let Amanda maybe...
what's that
oh,
orange?
is that awesome? A Chonax Gaper. Sweet find.
Yeah, let's
Good eye,
definitely take
guys.
a look at that. That's new.
Chonax likely pictus. We observed this on seamounts as well, and John Crusoe, who is an expert in this group, has identified this as Chonax pictus. Similar anyways. There's 2 species that are similar, Stigmaeus and pictus. Very cool.
Let me say something, because this actually caused quite a stir before. I mean, it's a fish that people kind of really enjoy looking at.
Focus.
And it's a wonderful picture. Beautiful shot.
Beautiful
Very
shot.
Nice colors.
Actually, yeah, this is a pretty great
Thank
shot
you,
if
guys.
you can hold it.
So you can see the little black mark in between the eyes. That's actually a little esca or bait. It's used as bait, so it can kind of put that out and use to attract fish. And if you notice that the mouth is oriented upwards, that's also for more easily grabbing fish after they attract with the esca. And you can also see some of the lateral line canals on the head. Again, used for sensing movement. Mm-hmm. Yep, right in between.
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat it in Spanish, because this is something that probably catches everyone's eye.
Okay.
Okay, este es el,
Yeah, you're up against the thruster dead band.
sí, lo que tiene en el medio entre los ojos, un puntito negro, y de ahí sale un tipo de carnada artificial, o sea que sacan como una pequeña caña de pescar y es lo que utilizan para alimentar.
Fins that are adapted for walking.
Come back in video.
You know, sometimes they can puff up, but they're actually bringing in water in between, like an outer layer of skin in their body.
Tilting down slow. There you go.
Thank you.
And pelvic fins and pectoral fins are pretty fleshy. Some other fishes you see, a lot of rays, it's not as, I guess, fleshy, and you can see as it's moving, it's almost like walking on the bottom.
They almost look like paws.
Cool. Look like chicken legs a little bit. Here it comes. It's coming. It's going to get you.
Did you get it on it?
Excuse me, Graciela?
Coming for you.
Did you get a size on it?
No, not yet. We will.
First time I've seen a fish walk.
Yeah. Wow. It's like reaching out with its right fin.
Tilt down, Dave.
Wow, it's so cool.
It is spectacular. You guys, I have seen this before. I mean, has it been this clear and this, nice shots, right, looking into the camera and everything else?
With their lasers on too.
They are. We're just
I'm not sure like this. I mean, we have seen them walk, but they usually walk a little bit and get up and swim. Looks like he or she may. There it goes. Oh. And the pectorals are almost like paddles.
Try to get size for you.
Yeah, I think that's good for size too.
Copy.
Wow.
tilting down.
This is a lot more yellow than others I've seen. They can be pretty bright orange.
Let's tilt back up. Let's get some lasers actually on him.
Oh, on lasers on him.
Yeah, man.
Here we go.
Very cool.
Tilting.
Yeah, let me back it up a little
Okay,
bit.
so I was distracted about the size. What was the size on this one?
Tilting up.
There you go.
They're trying to get it again.
And passing over the top of you.
Sorry.
There
Sorry
you go.
about that.
That's okay. Maybe 13 centimeters long. 12.
And giving you your tilt back.
491 meters or something like that.
Full wide video.
We're at 453 meters depth.
Let's leave him be.
Directly
Yeah, that's
above
great.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Delta 18.
Andrea, I have a question because I haven't logged into the chat, but can you tag the video from breaking up? Hello?
Yeah, I heard you something about a video.
Tag this little video here that they just filmed.
Can you get the video?
Is there any way of tagging it so that we can get it?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
You all lined up there.
Yeah, that whole clip will be pulled out, so it'll be saved as a separate clip.
Straight ahead.
And it'll be labeled as such.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes it's like hard to hear shoreside, but if I shut off my co-pilot here, I can hear a little better.
If they're using a...
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to apologize because I do have a very bad connection.
I can hear you much better now. I just had to shut off Mike's mic.
They're using a conference calling device. They need to speak closer to it. Oh, pardon me.
Graciela, we're just testing connections here. Can you just say something for a little while?
Certainly. So I will tell them something in Spanish. Is that okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Nos estamos moviendo ahora. Ese último video que vieron, que fue espectacular. Yo creo que probablemente de lo mejor que hay en términos de la especie que se vio, que midió alrededor de 13 centímetros. Estaba a una profundidad de 453 metros y se le vio todo el detalle. Así que el video va a estar disponible. Lo van a poner probablemente en la página de Facebook, etcétera. Así que va a estar disponible para que lo puedan ver. Is that better?
Yeah, thank you, Graciela.
Gracias.
Okay, Andrew's taken a break, so I guess I'm back on the mic. Just worth commenting that as we proceed upslope, as we can see from the outcrop, we're going up a now gentler slope. So less of those steep faces connected by flat faces. We're seeing more rubbly outcrop, and what we're tending to see are these big blocks which are just peeling away from the slope, maybe not moving very far at all, but just falling down a meter and just opening up. So we're still going up, but it's a more gentler slope, and we're seeing less fresh rock because of the sediment covering it.
Yeah, I don't see any impenetrable barrier out to 80 meters.
Go ahead, Nev.
Bridge, just like to add another 30 meters to this move.
You got it. 30 meters, bearing 035 at 0.1 knots.
Good copy. Thank you.
Sure.
So again, the slabs that we are seeing are the individual layers of the limestone platform, which have broken off and just slightly fallen down the slope. And for people that might have just joined us, as the ROV rotates, we're kind of almost now looking parallel to the fault face. So you can see the slope of the slope of the slope, but basically this slope has been caused by a fault which is down dropping to the left, and that's why we've got all these rocks which we can climb up. Thank you, pilot.
Anything under there? Go ahead.
Looked like there was a fish in the sand back here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was just a black spot and dry.
Okay.
Back here, right?
Let's go check it out.
Just
Got,
over this point.
got plenty of time.
Yeah, you're running out of tether there.
At the moment, we're fish on tape. Carry on.
There, then step up, down a little bit more. That. Now, just drop down.
Does
camouflage.
it is suggestive of a flounder or a halibut, though, isn't it?
do a snap zoom video just to make sure. While you're in. All of them. It is different, something different. What's in the background back in there? Looks like just another mushroom looking thing. Okay. Thank you.
As we zoomed in there, we saw the shell debris and the sediment on the floor. And we can get a feel from this, the rock that's just disappearing out of the left-hand corner is part of that face, which is just broken off and just rolled down a meter or so away from the face. And so now we're going up a relatively steep face. Lots of corals, another spiny sea urchin on the right. Lots of sponges.
And what's the depth now?
428 meters.
Que estamos tratando de subir este talud, pero hay tantas cosas interesantes que nos distraemos mirando todo lo demás. Estamos a 428 metros de profundidad para llegar a una profundidad de 400 metros. Y se está viendo bastante caricoche y especialmente pedazos de caracol o de conchas. Así que se está examinando esta área. Derrumbes en esta área, que es el sedimento y el caricoche, los pedazos de corales y de conchas que se ven. Ya aumenta también la diversidad de esponjas, erizos, etcétera. Que según
Welcome to the front row.
llegamos más
Thank you, Dave. The big chair.
llano,
The big
vamos
chair.
a
The big chair.
Thank you, Graciela.
How steep is this area?
Centered up on our line
I'm
of
looking
advance here.
At the other channel,
Sidle
it looks
over.
like completely vertical.
Yeah, I think it is. We're just seeing this staircase topography, so I think, we're just at the top of a little vertical step, and with
Nav, that mark on your screen
steeply
is,
dipping
should be
slopes
the end
in
of the
between.
ship move.
And what we're seeing is lumps
Temporary mark.
of this rock just almost just falling off from the face, creating this somewhat hummocky topography at times. If you look at the Seirios view, you can see the kind of differential erosion of the face, and in fact from the D2 view. If you look at the D2 view first, you can see that corner at the bottom left where more of the rock has fallen away from that side than the other side. And if you look at the D2 view, you can see that clearly, that there's a missing chunk from about the middle of the field of view. And in fact, that block in front of it might be piece of that face which has fallen down. And that's pretty much how this whole cliff face is eroding. Bits are falling off piecemeal, just relatively small bits at a time, and then falling down the hillside, whilst at the same time all getting doused in the sediment which is washing down the slope pretty much from Puerto Rico.
And so basically, but is it because of some type of just a heavy material that's being deposited over it over time? The erosion from the currents as they change? Is it some type of tectonic movement that is very shallow for this area? Can you tell?
I think it's very difficult. I think the background is this sediment that's probably being carried down by currents, all the way from the coast of Puerto Rico, and then it's drowning out the topography that's being created by the tectonics. And so if the tectonics is very recent, then we start to see more of the rocks poking through. If the
squat lobster
tectonics is old, then it's buried by the sediment. But it's very, without being out there and measuring the rates of deposition, it's very difficult to judge how recent is recent.
Your mic's muted.
No, I can't hear you in the headset.
So, The red light. I'm catching up to you there a little bit.
Gotcha. It's weird. I can
Pilot, this is video. Can you hear watch lead?
I don't believe I can. Watch lead, radio check. Maybe I'm not doing something.
Oh, she's blinking. You've got the listen on.
Yeah, I've got her in my ear, too.
All right, coming up.
Oh, I bet he's got the gain dialed down. We got to stop doing that.
I mean, Graciela, that was a great question.
I didn't
mean,
change it.
It's,
Oh,
your
no.
question
You were
basically...
listening to OKEX too, right?
Basically, your question is how recent
yes,
is recent to a geologist, and
I don't know if I can take that.
I gotcha.
I don't know if I can take that much information.
There you go.
as we discussed earlier, geologically, all these things are very recent. You know, the tectonics around Puerto Rico is happening now, but as we know from earthquakes, you know, the big earthquakes occur on a frequency of maybe one every 200 or 100 or maybe 300 years. And so, you know, it might have been several hundred years.
Now you're running out of tether.
Maybe even longer since this fault actually moved. But somewhere else close by, there might be a fault that's ready to move tomorrow. And in fact, we were sent an email today that there was a 3.6 magnitude earthquake off the north coast
Pilots
of
were coming very close to the end of
Puerto Rico just earlier today.
Just continuing it.
I think it's more of the same.
420.
Sí, I received the email from
Got
Dr.
shallow
Marisa
slope out
Barreto.
to 50 meters.
Oh no,
from me.
another photo. But the thing
Copy
is
that,
the
I'll
geology
just,
that is very
extend this
interesting
move
for
another
this
50
area.
meters.
It's not what I was expecting to see, really.
Yes.
In this area. So I, you know, as soon as we have a little time, I'll go over that information in Spanish. So let me know when I have a chance to do that.
Right.
No, sorry, I was just latching you on. Sorry.
And so again, now
The plan is 50 meters, continue this move.
we're seeing boulders,
Sounds good.
lumps of rock that have fallen from a cliff face, not too far away, but have just piled up on the side of this slope.
Pilot,
Yeah, stand by one.
Yeah, I got your watch lead.
oh, okay.
Sound better, pilot?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're at a depth of 419 meters.
Good, Nav.
Hey, Bridge, can we add another 50 meters at 1/10 of a knot to this move?
You got it. 50 meters, bearing 035.1 knots.
Affirmative, thank you.
Thank you.
A few more sponges colonizing the rock face here. Looks like a flat top. It's a great image in Seirios view.
Another fish.
Below
Down in the crack.
yeah, we can zoom in.
Whenever you're ready, video.
I think there's two, epigonons again. There's one on the left. It's good for ID.
All right, back out video.
Pilot, can we zoom in on that rock face? Almost as close as you can get. I'm still worried
Sure.
about what it's made of.
We square up to it.
Here we can clearly
Push
see
in.
the grey
Chris
carbonate
is
at
watching
the
the swing arms
base
like a
of the
hawk.
scarp. The question is,
Come on.
how different is the big, massive face
Exposed
above it?
carbonate off to your left in the Seirios.
So maybe
view.
by zooming in with the camera, we can get a better idea of what that rock's made of.
You want to look at? So watch that. You want to look at the rock face or this rock?
Yeah, I mean, that'll do. Yeah, that'll
All right.
probably do. Rather than, if it's easier than the rock face, that's
Either
good.
one.
Yeah. Well, the rock face would be best.
Okay, rock face it is.
You see that exposed bit over in the left margin? Just
Oh,
out
yeah,
of the
yeah.
shadow there.
You
It's
wanna go over
very
there?
bright in Seirios view.
What are you looking at, Dave?
There it appears that some is broken off the face. You notice the
Yep.
white spot?
On the top, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Try to rise up and get over there before.
Don't be afraid to shove some power on it.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Well, you need to see what you've got in the bank in case you have to run for cover, so.
You're heading up to that very white area.
Yes. Just again
Like a breaking.
to try and confirm for sure what the lithology of these rocks are.
Okay, video. You want to try to push in there?
That's great, guys. I mean, well spotted. That was the absolutely the best place to look. It's clearly carbonate. So
And some
we can,
burrows as well.
yeah.
Mike, you can see in this CSV where there's like cracks along the edge,
Right,
where there might be another potential failure coming up
right, indeed.
in the future.
I mean, this is great because it really does, ground control, or ground truth, the fact that those brown slopes really are made of carbonate.
Okay, video.
Now it's
Come
time
out
to
and go.
And for purposes of training, punch it full up and see what
And
you've got available.
so as
if
Amanda
you have
said,
to
that
escape.
white face is there because the slope failed and the brown stuff fell away and revealed what the rocks really look like underneath. And so the whole exercise was to make sure that all that brown stuff you're looking at, that underneath it is
I
actually
failed that test, Dave. I didn't go full up.
limestone carbonate rather than some other rock.
But you did get right over that quickly.
Yeah.
Michelle Scherer has a question
But
on the
sometimes
event
we have to
log
go
whether
faster than that.
these were uplifted like Mona and Monita were 15 million years
We're gonna
ago.
come up and over this next one.
These rocks have probably
Good
actually
position.
been dropped down just a little bit. Remember, we're only at
Watch out for this big
400
guy.
meters. These rocks formed probably near sea level, so they've probably only been dropped down at 200 or 300 meters. In truth, we don't really know if they could have been brought up above sea level and then dropped down. All we can really say at the moment is that they formed at maybe a meter or so below sea level, and they're currently at 400 meters, so we know that net they've gone down 400 meters. And the reason they might have gone down is the west side of Puerto Rico is really a big fault zone. And Mona Canyon, where we'll be tomorrow, is a much, much deeper manifestation of that. And so we're getting this subsidence in this area as the west side of Puerto Rico is actually rotating slightly to the north with respect to Cuba. And that motion of Puerto Rico to the north with respect to Cuba is creating these faults, which is causing these rocks to just fall down.
So we're at a depth of 410 meters. Just to kind of remind everybody, the temperature here is 14.8 degrees C, DO 4.8 milligrams per liter.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Well, I'm getting a few texts from Marisa Barreto. She's trying to communicate, but she hasn't been successful today. She'll try again tomorrow. And she was commenting on what Mike was saying. So exactly what Mike had said. But I didn't see it until now. So I would try my best to do a little bit of this in Spanish. Okay?
Sure.
Y esta área que estamos viendo, Mike la estaba describiendo como un área que es muy llamativa porque es una base de carbonato. Eso quiere decir que está formada, que es suave, por decirlo así, porque tiene incrustaciones, tiene organismos que se han podido meter en esta piedra. No es una cosa que haya pasado recientemente, pero sí estos derrumbes que se ven donde se ve la piedra caliza debajo y bien clara, sin ningún tipo de colonización, es lo que da una clara indicación del tipo de roca que se está viendo, el tipo de formación. Tiene mucho sedimento sobre esta estructura o esta piedra, y es mayormente sedimento que proviene del oeste de Puerto Rico. Sí, no se puede decir exactamente si es por pequeños temblores o si es por corrientes que erosionan las caras de las rocas, pero sí sabemos que esta área es de mucho movimiento tectónico y está ocurriendo el cambio geológico ahora. Es un área reciente en términos de estos cambios. Así que estos derrumbes que se ven, estos pedazos que están separados, es porque se han derrumbado de la formación más grande. Sí, estaban comentando que esto ha estado más cerca de la superficie y que ha bajado a la profundidad que se encuentra ahora, que son alrededor de 410 metros de profundidad. Esto es todo en el lado sureste de la área que se está buscando, y la búsqueda de mañana es donde se va a ver mejor toda esta dinámica tectónica que hay, porque estoy buscando el cañón de la
Let's come to an easy stop here.
Copy that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's really awesome that we have you online with us today, doing these translations for us in Spanish. Another really great value of telepresence.
Yeah, thank you very much, Graciela.
And Marisa has been texting me just like she's been having problems actually hooking up, because she would be the perfect person to. So she'll be with us. I'm going to make sure that she's with us some of the days next week.
If she's having problems logging into the chat room, I mean, she can contact us. We can try to help with that.
Well, actually, Nav?
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
Okay, I will let.
As I understand, our target depth was 400 meters?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, well, we're just about there. Would you like to start lateraling across this face?
Yeah, let's lateral.
Okay.
At least as long as a tether, let's see what's here, and then we'll make another move up.
Okay, copy that. Okay.
May have overshot it a little bit. Let's see where we swing back to.
Yeah, probably.
So we're at a depth of 406 meters. We're just going to lateral alongside this wall here, and to end the tether at least, and then determine whether we want to continue on or continue
Seirios
upslope.
depth, we're in good shape.
We can
here.
be pretty flexible.
I'm gonna swing my head east.
Okay.
Look in the
120
direction.
125.
It's
Whatever you guys are set up,
I'm gonna get the local strike here, but I think it's pretty much the same as it ever was. Bringing my head around.
I still see a lot of sponge colonization on this rock, but they appear to be different species. A lot of sediment cover on the rock.
I think now I'm much happier. At the start of the dive, I was unsure whether this really was all carbonate, but every time we've looked and found a little bit of exposed rock, it does seem to be carbonate underneath. But as I mentioned, the sequence is a sequence of intermixed limestones and more sandy rocks.
perspective on Seirios looks like, yeah, maybe just paranoia, but it looks overhung.
No, it can be deceiving from there, so until you keep good eyes on it, I would.
120 looks to be the way to go. If you tilt your camera up, Brian, you'll find out that it looks threatening in the Seirios view, but in fact it's not.
This feature is still a lot more rugged. You know, we talked about this earlier about the resolution. We started with looking at a map with the resolution of the map at 150, and then we did higher resolution mapping last night to 25 or 50.
Probably 50.
And still, you know, you're just seeing these contours. It looks more like a gradual slope, not this very rugged, rocky habitat.
We get more of these gastropods in the.
That's the fun of mapping the sea floor, and that if we really wanted to map the sea floor like we know the surface of the Earth, we'd have to send a submarine down and map it maybe 10 meters off the sea floor.
Right.
And that's why it's so difficult to find, for example, the Malaysia flight that crashed in the ocean. Not only do we not know where to look, we can't really easily search from it from the sea floor. We have to put a submarine down there.
Autonomous underwater vehicle, perhaps?
Indeed. And so another way you can survey is to have, as Andrea said, an autonomous underwater vehicle, one that's not attached by a tether. That's a totally autonomous robot that you can send off and have it just sail on its own for maybe 24 hours in a row, just in detail mapping every little bump on the seafloor. And then as geologists, we can use that information to interpret what's going on.
And as biologists, imagine all the work that we could do if we already had a map. I mean, we'll be pinpointing specific areas of high biological diversity, for example, places of hotspots where we could find new species and that kind of thing. I mean, just we have to do it.
Absolutely, that's a great point. That's a basic tool that we desperately need.
Let me ask you a question. How far is the ROV from the surfaces? I mean, like the video and the zoom is one thing, but physically, how far away is the ROV from anything that it's looking at?
Is she asking the distance to what's in front of us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
So
the closest
I'll leave that to the pilot.
right now is 3 meters or so. Yeah. If she can see the sonar, this is what's on the left is what the ROV sees right in front of us. And the first ring is 2.5 meters. The second is 5. The third is 7.5 meters, and we're looking as far away as 10 meters. So we're looking at everything near to us on the left-hand display.
If you look at the quad view in feed 3, on the bottom right-hand quadrant are the sonars for both of the vehicles. So you can actually see what we're seeing in the control room as well.
Look at that crack.
Can we look
Yeah,
underneath
I
the
know,
ledge?
and that's why I'm asking the question, because I cannot, for some reason, it's not letting me, my video does, or my internet connection or something is not actually letting
Yeah,
me
watch
do
lead.
that.
That's in our direction
So
of
I'm
travel.
only able to look at the full resolution.
Give me 1 second. I'll come down video and get a little more
Sorry,
light on
Gracia.
it. Sure.
But that's
You're
okay.
full wide?
Full
but
wide.
yeah, but the question was answered, you know, so anywhere between 3 and 10 meters. So that's
Yeah,
pretty close, you know, for big ROV.
Right. So to give you a feel is that, you know, because of the lighting is that, you know, we're always going to be on the order of, you know, 1 to 5 meters or so away from any rock face. And so that rock face that you can currently see on screen is about, and I'm looking at the sonar, is something about 4 meters away. Something like 4 meters away.
Well, there's an interesting cave down there.
Sure is
All right, video.
interesting. Sea star on the left. Several different sponge species. Saw a few epigonans.
Pan over. Come up.
Don't see anything here. You could come out a little bit. Keep moving.
Yeah. Can we come out and get a little more view video?
That's good, thanks. So next to the sponge, the big one on the top, there's there might be another barnacle crinoid.
Right at the top edge of the screen.
Yeah,
there,
top
little
left.
Feathery thing.
Second here.
We're starting to pick up a lot of shrimp in the lights
Yeah.
here. They have mobbed us in the past. Now that we've come up in the water column.
Okay, video.
Yeah, there's two. One on either side of the sponge.
I will adjust your tilt for you, Brian. You just
Thank you.
keep her steady there.
Holopus species. That's good, pilot. Thank you. Tim and Amanda, did you see anything under this rock face you'd like
You
a
good
closer
video?
image of?
All set.
All right. Full wide.
No, I have not seen anything yet.
Okay. Can continue on.
No, agreed.
For extra credit, if you go
Looks
down
like
and
it's
look at
scoured
that
around the
cave.
bottom.
Which cave? That cave
Right
right below me to the left?
Yeah.
Extra credit.
Cave.
It's pilot training.
Tim made the point that it looks like we're starting to see more sediment between the rock faces.
Well, don't be afraid to give it a
And
little gas.
I thought we can start
I
to
have
see
been
ripples in
accused of being
places.
goal-oriented.
As Andrea said, we can see that scouring underneath. And so probably as we're coming towards the
You had
top of
your,
this scarp, currents are that little bit more active, that they're causing more transport of the sediment.
Well, that's because I'm thinking many moves ahead here, Chris. It's just, you know, there's so much going on. You really wouldn't understand.
The other thing that's possibly worth saying is, you know, the kind of change in topography that we're seeing is exactly what you might expect. Overall, this slope was formed by a fault, but the fault, it wasn't formed in one movement. You know, the fault moved...
Ooh, fish, sorry. I'm interrupting you. Can you take
Oh, that's new.
It's Osteophes,
Fish
I
at,
think. It's a type of holocentrid.
Dart back
Low
in there. I
8
missed
o'clock.
it. Oh, I
No,
see.
you're there.
It's
Yeah.
red.
Standing by.
Yeah, I think it's
I'll
Usticles
tilt for you if you
trachepoma.
like, and,
Hold on one sec.
We'll get the common name
Pilot.
here for a moment.
probably going to need to lateral over the right a little bit just to get him.
Okay. You,
A big eye
can you get it
soldierfish.
from here?
Yeah, try.
All right, I'll just try to float.
Sorry to interrupt
All right,
you. I
so-
just got excited. A new
All right,
fish.
video.
No, not at all.
Okay,
Yep,
slow
that's
tilt.
what it is.
Snapper?
No, it's in the family Holocentridae, so a type of squirrelfish, but it's called a big eye soldierfish. You see squirrelfish on shallow water reefs. So on the seamounts to the south, we started seeing these around this depth, a little deeper, maybe 450.
Okay, I'll get my own back here. Why is it called a
So
soldier
now
fish?
we need to
I
Keep
don't know the
moving.
answer to that.
Okay, full wide, please, video.
You know, there's one, this is an idea, again, a wild guess on the common name, but there's one that,
up
it's called the
and to your
black
right.
bar soldierfish. So
Okay.
it has a black stripe, a black bar running down it. Maybe that had something to do with,
Okay, okay.
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know where some of these common names have come from.
And again, don't
So
be
look
afraid to
back.
give it some gas. See what you got to work with.
So just to finish up the little story I was making about the scarp, the overall slope is a big fault. But that fault wouldn't have moved all in one go. So the slope wasn't made in one big earthquake. It was made by several repeated motions along that fault.
You need
And
to
so
come
if you
up
think
about
it
5
through,
meters.
Okay.
the top of the scarp is the oldest bit of the scarp, because that would have been the bit that moved first, and then with maybe a meter or so of displacement, and then another meter or so
Another
of displacement,
cardinal
and then
fish.
another meter or so. So the
looking
rocks
good.
at the top of the slope have been sticking up above the ground for the longest time, and so it's quite reasonable why they might be
About
the
halfway
most
through that move.
eroded, the most broken
Thank
up,
you, Nav.
or more broken up than the ones below.
Still too deep, though.
All right, I'm going to come up over this ridge then.
Yeah,
Does that make you happier?
it would make me happy.
Yeah, so
Wow.
Thank you, Chris.
There you go. Coming up on target depth. Well done. And I'm
The
headed your
Seirios
way
view is
slowly.
pretty amazing right
Got it.
now.
So you've got lots of room to play now.
All right.
Dave, I don't think we've ever seen it freeze that quickly.
I'm wondering if this image shows us why there's been this difficulty to actually see through the rock. It almost looks like there's a thin layer just coming to screen now on the right of crust which is standing free of the sediment below. I mean, I'm wondering if parts of the carbonate can grow a sediment crust which is more resistant than the rock below, and that crust kind of protects it and remains in places like this when the carbonate underneath can just get eroded away.
Thought we'd see more corals, I guess.
You know what's interesting is that we had quite a lot of shrimp 7 meters below us when we were hanging out there. They came around the lights.
Uh-huh.
They have not followed us.
Well, did we pick them up at 400 meters on the way down?
I don't know.
Maybe they followed us going down and stayed with us for a while. And now we're back up.
I think when we first reached bottom, I don't remember seeing them at the 600
No.
meter mark. No. But maybe a half an hour in, they were on us, something like that, 45 minutes.
I mean, just moments ago.
Peek up over this. See what's
near the cave.
Side.
Oh, the shrimp might would follow the ideal migration, no? So we'll find them at different depths depending on the time of the day. No?
Yeah, I think they can. I would be surprised that would happen over, today during today's dive. Maybe more night-day differences, but it's possible.
We're getting the shrimp back, Dave.
Yeah, here they come.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they do migrate that during the day, but our lights may be so strong that we're interfering with their typical migration.
Yeah, that's true.
They're following the light.
Watch the lead, Nat.
Yeah, go ahead, Neff.
Hey, Andrea, we're approaching the end of this move here. I believe you said something about keep going up.
Yeah, let's keep going up.
Okay.
Okay, Ryan, I'm going to rotate
Another 30
my head
meters, I guess.
slowly
Okay,
left.
copy that. Just
Okay, as you come back, I'll square
along the
off
strike
to
of
the
the slope.
slope, and we'll see what lies ahead.
We're going to continue to move up slope. Another 30 meters.
Coming up on
a
5
30-meter
meters.
move.
Roger that. Thank you.
Hey, and just want to confirm the bailout direction is still south-southwest?
Stand by one. I believe that to be correct. Stand by one.
Okay.
Yeah, there's lots of room that way.
Okay. Affirmative southwest would be good, Bridge.
Good copy, thank you.
You need to race for the center of the screen there, Brian.
All right. Okay, pilots, I have yet to call that in, but...
yeah, we're going to get squared up here before we get the train rolling.
Sure.
Range out on the sonar here.
And we have a temperature of 15.3, DO 4.9 milligrams per liter.
Okay, most distant feature I've got right now is 43 meters out.
Okay. What's our target depth nav?
I don't think we have one for this next move. Just 30 meters uphill. So I can tell you that.
Yeah, coming to the end of the tether there, Brian.
All right.
Catch you when I can. I'm going to rise up a little bit and see if I can see a little bit farther off so we don't go charging into something embarrassing.
It'll be close to 360, 360. If we believe these contours here.
Yeah, they've been pretty reliable.
Yeah. Co-pilot, you comfortable?
Yeah, looking for another scan here.
Yeah, if you
Steadied
ever
up by
have just
040.
chances to snap zoom into some of the crevices and cracks as we move,
Sure.
that would be
Is
useful.
there anything of interest in this on this wall?
Don't see anything. I mean, it's all of interest, but an
understood.
interest
A
for
particular-
a snap zoom.
I heard 040 Copilot.
Yeah, 030, 035. It's all pretty squared up to what I see in the distance, even though I'm a little bit left. So 040 sounds good to me.
You all set for that?
Yeah.
Pilot, that okay with you?
Yep.
Bridge, Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Ship move, please.
Sure.
30 meters, 040 degrees, 1/10.
It's pretty dramatic.
Okay, copy that. 30 meters at 040 at 0.1 knots.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
No problem.
Can we possibly get a zoom on just the top of this feature, see what all that is? All the little sponges, I believe. But
On the little sponges on the top or on the edge?
Yeah, on the top.
Okay.
Thanks.
Come in a little closer, video.
Partial zoom.
Okay. Go in more if you need to.
Huh. Guess those are all little sponges. Couple cup corals.
Yeah, sometimes I think I see barnacles too, but I think these are just in cups.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
You got some room to advance now.
All right. Full wide, please, video.
Full wide, pilot.
Thank you. Whoops.
Can we take a look at that underside on the left of the rock?
That little undercut there?
Yeah. Just a quick pan around, see if there's anything different.
Okay. Probably push in a little and then set it down.
I got your camera tilt.
Okay.
Perching.
Commencing perch.
Ooh, I'm going to tilt down for a second. What is that? Oh, that's just a sponge. Okay. Tilting up.
I would just give it enough to stay down.
Yep.
No more than that because you only have 1 foot in.
Okay. I think I'm stable. Oh, you got the tilt, Dave?
I got
All
the
right.
tilt.
Video, you're free to zoom.
Oh, that's good. You can come out a little bit. See more of the feature.
Come out video, just a little bit. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Tilt down.
You should be able to comfortably rotate on that right front pivot too.
Okay.
If you wanted to.
We'll
That's up to you.
Pan right.
You need to push in a little bit when you pivot on the front there, so it doesn't.
See those striations in the, or those striations?
It's got a little bit of lateral.
I think Andrew's pointing out those what look like in the picture east-west cracks just above the lasers. I think that's what they are. They're actually cracks, dissolution cracks in the limestone, I'm guessing.
Oh, okay.
Tells us that it's limestone. But there probably were originally cracks where fluid has been coming through and dissolving out.
Oh, okay.
And so you get a crack.
Okay.
Okay, great, guys. Thank you.
All right. Come out video.
And as we move upslope, if we can once in a while kind of pan into the water column to see if there's
Sure.
any larger fish kind of hanging away from the ROV, that would be helpful.
Okay. All right, we'll come up over this next rise.
And we're at a depth of 388 meters.
Pushing ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me, Tim? Amanda?
Video, actually, and I think we may be last Hui.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you at all. Nope, not coming through. Maybe have you turned down.
You're muted, I think.
Ah,
video.
yeah. Okay, go ahead. Nope, he's muted.
Mike's muted. I see a red light.
Flip it the wrong way. There we go. Can we watch this?
Yeah, go ahead, video.
Were you listening to Hui on Tel 1 or on the RTS unit itself?
OKX line. Whatever that means. Conference line, the telecom line.
Yeah, so that means that Hui dropped off the teleconference line, so they will have to dial back in there.
Are we hearing anybody?
It's funny because I didn't hear the beep that somebody... Is Graciela online still?
I'm going to check the telecom right now. Just to make sure
Yeah, no. Never mind. I thought I saw something. I get excited. Start pointing at stuff.
Graciela, are you online with us?
Okeanos Explorer, this is Tel 1.
So watch lead. Is that the view you're looking at?
Yeah.
Off into
Yeah, kind of every so often pan out just to see if...
Okay. So that's looking northwest.
Okay.
We'll turn around and look. Oh, did it again.
What's that?
Well, actually, could you ask me if
Stubbed my toe.
the teleconference is dropped?
It has been dropped.
They're bigger than
Yep.
last year.
I like these
On
cameras.
our side,
though.
both Hui and
Manipulator cameras.
Graciela.
They're very, especially the one looking at the port side. So I guess that's the starboard manip cam.
The cameras on Seirios are different this year?
No, the camera's on D2. The two small screens at the center.
This is
the
video.
top.
Stand by. I'm going to redial into the conference line.
They are wide-angle views for when we are manipulating.
Okay.
We haven't had those before, and it enables us to see where our toes are, so
Right.
to speak, which is real helpful for getting those good macro shots. You just can't do it floating in the water column, so you have to get a toe hold, get some piece of the vehicle in contact with the rock.
So that's the watch lead. That's the view out west southwest.
Okay. That's great. We can continue on. Thank you.
Okay.
Watch the nav.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
We're coming to the end of this ship move here. Do you want to do the same kind of step that we did before, lateral, or do you want to keep on trucking up the hill?
Welcome to the conference calling center. At any time during this message, please enter your passcode followed by the pound sign.
I can stand by till we're done with that.
Yeah, stand by.
No worries.
Your passcode has been confirmed. If you need technical assistance during your call, press *0. After the tone, please state your name, followed by the pound sign.
Get up over this.
There is no
I'm sorry, we did not get your name.
Thrust to go
At the tone, please state your name, followed by the pound sign.
The worst that can happen is you stir up a little bit.
There are 4 parties in conference, including you.
Hi, this is Okeanos Explorer. We're back. Sorry we did lose you guys.
Counteract that.
Welcome back, EX. Good to hear your voice.
Thanks. So we have Hui. Who else is online? There's Graciela.
Yes.
Okay, and is there someone else? Do we have Michelle?
Yeah. Hi, I'm here.
Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Good.
Well, I have you.
We'll dial back in. Thank you,
we
folks.
have come to the end of our move. We can move another 30 meters upslope, or we can move laterally at this depth for a little while. We have to come off the bottom at 6 p.m. So, your choice, Michelle.
Upslope would be great.
Okay.
So the shallower, the better. And at some point, Andrea, is it possible to turn off the lights and then turn them back on before the ROV leaves the bottom?
I can ask.
Get a couple of pictures of the dark.
Nav, did you hear that? 30 meters more upslope?
I did.
Go ahead, tilt, Dave. Can I take it back?
You can take it back. Right, Jim.
Bridge, Nav.
Go ahead, Nev.
And can we add
Look,
30
there's fish
meters,
over there.
please?
Oh, yeah. Can we get a zoom on the red fish before we move?
Yep.
There's 2 of them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is good.
These red
No,
fish
because
are
I've
new.
seen these, and I haven't gotten a close-up view of them yet.
Video standing by.
So I'm excited.
Hold on, one. Trying to get them.
That looks like it could be... Oh, yep, that's a slope bass. It's Symphysanodon. Very cool.
This is the final test, Dave.
You can do it.
All right, video. Don't move. Why do they move?
I don't know.
You didn't tell me about that part, Dave.
It's a whole evolution
Well,
thing.
keep your eye out for more. That'd be great to get a close-up.
Oh.
Oh.
Now he's just
It's cool because the males have long filaments on their
Yes,
pelvic
sir.
fins, and the females do not.
Ultimate test is tracking him while you're zoomed in.
Oh, no, we're not ready. No. Come on. All right.
Got to see him.
But it also looks like some of the pseudoanthias
All right.
type.
Are we settled out
Yeah,
now?
they do.
We
It's
need a
in
good
the
spot
family
to-
Symphysanodonidae. Seen these on the seamounts to the south. So
I
those
just tacked
long
on 30 more, but if you want to
filaments in that really long forked tail is
we'd be happy.
a good indication. But yes, we need a closer view to
over.
confirm that ID for
So,
sure.
Just for
Oh,
me,
please do,
Yep.
because I would
Yep.
also like to see
try
the new
100%
species
up
of
for 1
Odontanthias
second and then
here.
let off the stick.
Right.
One
See what it-
1,000.
Okay.
Etc.
So you see how much you
Yep.
coast. Now hit it in the opposite direction for 1 second.
1,000.
Are you counteracting a lot of the
Yeah.
inertia?
Okay. So it's all about shove and coast. Shove and coast.
Really?
Yeah. Rather than a constant amount of thrust necessarily.
Even when you have a lot of sediment?
Well, that's different.
Okay.
But
Oh.
I'm just talking about moving it from place to place
Okay. Yeah.
efficiently.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to get over this, you just punch it for a second or two, and then let it coast, and as it rises up, just move ahead.
It's also a lot easier to correct in turning. It's pretty snappy in turns.
How many trainees do you have on board? This is great. They're doing an excellent job.
It take a while to stop that momentum.
Well, there are 3 shifts of pilots, so pilots and
square
nav.
off to the
They usually all switch
hill
in and
here.
out of the pilot chair, and they rotate every 4 hours.
So right about there, center screen is where
There's
we're
a
headed.
trainee scientist on board.
Trainee geologist on board.
Stand by for shift change in the video chair.
I see what you say, Dave. I see what you're saying, Dave. I did the step inputs on that one.
And they are just changing out now. So if we come across any more of those little red fish, if we can get a zoom, make the fish stop somehow.
No, you got Todd. Todd will track it like a laser.
Well, every other fish has been cooperating, so I'm hoping that this will too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that we've been very lucky at getting, very good pictures of the fish that we have seen.
Yes, we really have.
Excellent work.
Yeah, they don't always cooperate.
What's between the lasers right now? Is it a gastropod?
Oh, can
Go
we
ahead, video.
zoom? Looks like another one of those
Maybe a slip
partial.
shell?
slip shell. Yep.
Good shot. Good spot,
Good
Amanda.
spot, Amanda.
Why, thank you, Mike.
Okay. Go ahead, video.
Can you clarify what object they're looking for, watch lead?
I believe it's that shell right there.
Shell here.
Nice to see a live specimen. The one we saw earlier was just the shell, so
That's right, and it was kind of split open, and I think
Got
Graciela
any more
mentioned
video?
it looked like it was opened
yeah.
like with a can opener.
this one you can see the split for sure. But
This is beautiful.
Amanda, how can we tell it's a slip shell?
Hey, Andrea and Mike, do you think there's any value in if this really is fish hunting time to
I don't think I've broken anything.
turning down some lights if you think the lights may be interfering? And just raising it for discussion. I have no idea what light could be doused or turned off, or they have to strike up. It takes a long time to strike back
No.
up. I don't know, but
To get this, we're done.
just curious if the goal is really to look for fish here,
Yeah.
among other things.
Yeah, we can ask.
sorry,
I
video.
do think
No,
we
no
may have a lot of lights on this ROV. I don't know. Let me see. Ask the pilot that.
And Andrea, I guess does
Okay,
Seirios
video.
have all
Give
of
it
its
one
lights
shot.
on? It's another question, I guess.
Yes, it does.
Zoom
So
in.
we
That's
could maybe
full
turn
zoom.
off
Okay.
Seirios a little bit. Yeah, let me see.
the split
All right,
shell
zoom out video.
gastropods are so
Yeah.
named because
Jeff
of the nice little slit that you see going through the actual
That's full.
shell.
Okay.
So
Why do they have a slip?
you're laughing because you
I
don't
don't
know.
Why do they have a slip? Yeah, evolutionarily speaking, at least.
That's a good question.
Good thing to do.
Ship's moving upslope,
So there's a pilot change right now.
looking for fish and coral.
And after the new pilot comes on, I'll see about the lights.
Bridge nav.
Coming up on 5 meters.
Roger that. Thank you.
No problem.
We're at a depth of 360 meters.
Temperature and flow of oxygen. It's really, really great to have this information.
Sorry, Graciela, we couldn't hear you.
What's the temperature?
Temperature right now is 15.5 degrees C. DO is 5.0 milligrams per liter.
Gracias.
De nada.
You see opportunity there on switching. Estamos allá a 360 metros de profundidad con una temperatura de 15.5 grados centígrados y 5 miligramos por litro de oxígeno disuelto. Estamos ya un poco más llanos. Estamos en conversaciones porque creemos que hay demasiada luz y a lo mejor en nuestros esfuerzos de ver y encontrar peces se ve disminuido por esto, así es que ya está preguntando al capitán y a los pilotos si se pueden apagar algunas luces para entonces ver si tiene algún efecto la cantidad de luz que tienen los dos robots en los peces que estamos viendo. Pero sí encontramos uno de los más coloridos, de las aletas bien largas, pero lo que pasa es que estaban demasiado activos y no los pudimos retratar. Así que estamos haciendo un esfuerzo para seguir subiendo en profundidad y ver qué encontramos. Todavía estamos en los Pichinchos.
Watch leader, Nev.
Go ahead, Nev.
Yeah, we're coming to the end of this move. I don't believe there was another one planned yet. We'd need some guidance on whether to keep going up slope or go across or stay here.
Yeah, let's go up slope. Another 30 meters.
Roger that. Bridge, Nav.
Pilot, watch lead.
Go ahead,
Go
watch
ahead,
lead.
Nav.
Just a couple things. One, if you see any bright red fish, we're on the lookout for them
Bridge,
to
we'd
get
like
better
to
images.
go another 30
Sorry,
meters
hold
up
on.
slope, please, at 040, bearing 0.1 knots.
So
Hold
look for
on.
bright red fish.
Please repeat
Yeah,
that.
hold on. Stand by.
30 meters,
Video, watch
bearing
lead.
040,
Go
0.1
video.
knots.
I'm sorry. Go watch
Good
lead.
copy. 30 meters, bearing 040.
So I have all of the
0.1
pilots
knots.
coming
That's
through
right,
my
thank you.
OKEX line. Is there a way to turn them off? Because I can't turn them off and mute them anymore like I was able to.
You should be able to turn them off on your...
Yeah, right. And I just did. I just turned off nav, but I can still hear.
Oh, yeah, he had me keyed. I'll turn it off.
No. Do I have the wrong one on? No, I do know that. But Nav, can you speak again?
Yes.
Oh. I heard it earlier. I was hearing the pilot coming through the whole time, I guess, on the OK line.
Yeah, we are speaking on EXRV, so you might hear us through OKEX as well.
You shouldn't, right? It's different. Something's different.
Brian had me keyed like this, but I turned it off.
Oh, okay, you just turned it off. Thank you. Okay.
Is there a fish in the center of the screen to the left of the laser?
Right, yeah, I know. Something changed, though. Like, it just got a little different. Okay.
I heard left of the laser.
Yep.
What am I looking for here? Sorry.
No, it's
Straight in.
straight in.
Oh, the fish? Yeah, okay, I was honing in on that. Come
Pinkish
on in,
color
video.
just above the lasers right now.
It's partial.
Copy that.
See it?
I do.
Oh.
With some of that cryptic coloration, Andrea?
You can take my camera.
That's
Co-pilot,
left, no?
follow him up. Don't mind.
Oh, what's that? Oh, that's awesome. Sorry, I was, dealing with sound. Oh, I don't know what this one is. Graciela?
It's like a big eye spot on
Or
the tail.
Michelle, yeah.
Yeah, a little more up for us.
We did see this, Amanda, and it was a really terrible image. We saw it on Conrad's Seamount, and it's the image it's in the where the tire is, or we saw a tire on the bottom of the seafloor.
Might have to go up.
And it was red and white barred like this, but yeah, I don't know what this is. This is very cool. Maybe somebody will help us.
It's like a basket, no?
Yeah, possibly.
All right, up a hair, and then let's video if you want to come in.
Sure.
Come on in.
We're pretty deep, though, right? 355?
Might have to get.
People, there was just a new species identified from right around 200 and something meters, so we don't know exactly where the distribution is. This is excellent photography. I mean, I don't recall the big black spot on the tail from the one that was just recently described, but the pictures are amazing, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah.
Come out, partial video. Thank you.
So, I mean, and imagine all the things that we're not seeing that might be in those crevices. Y aquí estamos viendo un pez de un colorido muy llamativo y el ojo negro en la cola. Y es que no sabemos exactamente lo que es, así que se están tomando muchas fotografías e información del animal para poder identificarlo. What's the size?
A little more video. Thank you.
Pilot winch.
You've got your camera back. Winch is calling you.
Nav winch, excuse me.
Nav winch. Nav winch is calling you on deck A.
Looks like about 5 centimeters or so.
Winch, this is Nav.
So the inboard shiv is missing
So
a
right now I'm hearing Nav coming through really loud and clear, and he's not
one of the
talking
pieces
to me.
of hardware. I was wondering if you could hold your altitude for a second, if that was possible, so I could put a new nut and washer on there.
I believe so. Let me talk to Todd for a second.
Is that what
Todd,
happened?
did you hear that?
All right,
Is
video.
the ship
Come
still
on out.
moving, Jim?
The ship is still moving. Yeah, you want to wait till they stop?
Why don't I come
Yeah.
up 1 or 2 more full turns?
It's full wide.
Talk to.
Maybe
Why don't I come up 1 or 2 more full turns to get
Stand
a
by,
little more
watch it. I'll
delta,
call somebody
and then
in.
we'll have a few minutes for Josh to do that. Josh, do you copy that?
Yeah, I copy.
Okay. Tell me to stop. I'm listening to Deck A.
All right,
Sorry, I'm having
just stand by.
technical difficulties
make the
here. I think
move.
I've become so
Just
excited
grabbing
over the fish
hardware
that I
right now.
messed all of my channels up, and everybody was just very loud in my ear.
Jeff, we're going to be fixing a flagging ship. You might want to scoot out in front of me.
Copy that.
And I'll get
Scooting
a nice,
out.
healthy delta.
Okay, so I'm back on. Pilot, is it possible to turn down a quarter of the lights on Seirios at all?
Turn down the lights on Seirios.
Yeah, or turn a quarter of them off. We're
That's
trying to
a
reduce
third
the
of them.
amount of light because we're looking for fishes. So I'm not sure if it'll be too dark, then we won't get any good video. Just like to play with it if we could.
I just turned down
Yeah,
a third of them.
I think.
Yeah, they go in thirds, so we can do
A
1/3
third.
or 2.
Okay, 1/3.
1/3 is off.
I think you'll notice 2/3 a lot more than 1/3.
And what about on D2? Can we try the...
There's 2/3 is off on Seirios.
Okay.
Yeah, we can turn off more on D2.
In fact, let me change which one's on.
So Tim, Amanda, Graciela, just playing with the lights here. Let me know if it gets too dark. We turned off a third of the lights on Seirios.
I'm going to turn off some of your lights on the
That
back of
dark
D2.
object in the lower part
Yeah.
of the screen is about to go out of view.
Oh.
Lower part of the screen, sorry.
Yeah, we're sorry, we're playing with lights here too.
Okay.
Tech co-pilot.
Is this the red? I see some red here. Is that a
You're
shrimp?
almost ready.
Looks like a shrimp, possibly. Quick snap zoom here, video. Let's just see what that is. Or a coral, maybe.
I can stop the
All
winch
right,
anytime
come
you
back out.
say.
Is that a red sponge?
Yeah, maybe a
All
sponge.
right, keep coming.
Some kind of matting on the... Trying to find what they were looking for.
Something dark. It should be. Yeah, if you back a little more.
coming.
Not really too much. Yep, there it is.
There it is. That. Okay. Do you see the
Okay,
tiny sea
hold
star?
there.
No.
All right.
I'll snap on it in just a second.
I'm
21
attaching.
meters delta.
Video.
You have plenty of time.
Video
attaching
snap.
the nut right now.
Little tiny sea star. In the middle of the screen now on the zoom. Oh, sorry.
About 3 centimeters.
And then scrolling down to the black here. I think it's right around here. Video partials, help me find it.
Hey, just to...
There it is.
We're looking at the dark.
I know.
Dark spot.
Yeah, I know.
All right, right there. Come on in.
What were you going to say, Tim?
That's full zoom.
No, just as we were
Oh, I've
drifting
backed ways off the
down
wall.
and right
All clear.
from that sea star, there was something
Come on out. Video.
Copy that.
translucent
right.
like a
Last
worm
place.
You want full?
spinning in a
Yes,
circle.
please.
Oh, okay.
Blacked out.
Can we zoom back into the Sea Star pilot?
To the sea star?
It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, let me just find it again. It was awfully small.
Right
looked
above
really
your
different,
lasers
Andrew.
right now.
Yeah, I see it. Let me just come around this way.
I was right here on it.
Yep.
It was just to the right and down from the sea star, but if you zoom in, we might.
You're going slowly.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not looking for the sea star?
It's circular. And turning.
It's turning, it's circular, it's just below.
You'll have to zoom in to see it. Sorry.
Okay, come in partial.
Yeah.
I copy Deck A. You are all clear on the flagship, correct? Okay, thank you.
It's translucent, so it's going to be hard to see too. But
Looking. Do you see it yet?
No.
Yeah, I don't
Let
see
me know if you
anything
see it,
there.
Tim and Amanda.
it should be on the edge of the screen up top.
Edge of the screen up top.
It just went off. If it's there, it went off the screen
Okay,
on the top.
going back up.
You have to know if you're right there. Of course, we can't hear them through that, right? You have to listen to them.
I know.
You know that.
Did you see it, video?
I just saw like a little hermit crab or something at the bottom of the screen, but I don't think that's what they were talking about.
Are we moving in the right direction?
Yes, but I think it might have. This is such porous substrate. I think it might have gone into
Oh, okay.
rock. So.
We're looking in the right area. They
Yeah.
should be in the field of view.
Video full wide. I gotta go. Co-pilot.
Okay.
Full.
Thanks for looking.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Sorry.
Thanks.
It's weird.
Do you think we caught it on video as we zoomed into the Sea Star?
Yeah, when you guys were looking at the sea star, it was on the screen. So we'll have to take a look again.
Do I understand that we want to keep our lights partially off?
That's what it sounded like to me. Trying not to scare away any fishes.
Watch leader Nav.
Fish.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
Do you want to keep the lights down? I don't think it's a problem for us at this level at all, but if you want to keep them down, we'll keep
Yeah,
them like this,
definitely
or-
whatever you've done is fine so far. What about if we took off a light on the manipulator arms? Would that get too dark? Just kind of curious.
Oh, the swing arms?
Yeah,
Oh,
the swing
swing
arms,
arms.
sorry. Not the manips.
We can certainly experiment. I mean, I don't think it's a safety problem as long as we keep a couple of lights on.
Okay.
All of the swing arm lights are
But
off. Just the main
I mean, the
lights.
video quality does start to suffer a bit.
Yeah.
Jeff.
Yes.
All your swing arms are off. Only your main light bundles on
Copy
the
that.
bar are on.
Okay.
And I only have one.
Hey, Andrew, there's
bundle
something
of
red
those.
right there. Is that just a sponge or is that?
Red on the right.
like a
Where?
fish, but I think it's
Yeah.
not moving.
Could you pan down again,
Yep.
Jeff?
Yep. Coming
Yeah,
down.
I think it's a sponge,
Got,
but
got a lot of inertia to stop.
Sorry. Yeah. Thanks.
on the right-hand side of the screen.
Oh, the right.
Right, yeah, keep go right a little bit. There it is.
This is the fish shape that I see over here. Looks like a sponge. We'll snap in on it here.
I think it's just a red sponge.
Okay, video. Just snap in partial here. Looks like, am I looking at the right thing?
Partial.
Thank you. It's definitely an orange sponge.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Come on
Sorry
up,
about that.
video.
Thank you.
Yep.
Watch leader Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Might be hiding under here.
Do you want to continue going on upslope,
Peek around
or
this way.
do something else? I think we're coming to the end of the line right about now.
Yeah, let's continue upslope. And I think the lighting is fine for now. What do you guys on shore think? Continuing, we could shut off some more, or just...
We could try shutting off different lights.
I think it's fine. It's fine for us. Let's hope it's fine for the fish.
Yeah. Let's just continue on like this. We shut off some of the lights on Seirios. And did we end up shutting any from the D2?
Yeah, most of our lights are off on D2. We
Okay.
only have a couple banks on.
Yeah.
Enough to
And
pilot.
it's still pretty
Yeah.
bright, so...
Yeah, we could just do
Right.
maybe bring the upper swing arms into the middle and just do those.
Something swimming underneath that rock. Oh, he just disappeared. Might have been a fish.
Go ahead.
But
Nav.
always remember, stay
Yeah,
clear.
what's the status of the last move?
Just completed.
Let's get our light in there and see.
Great. Let's
That's
throw
what they were
another,
looking for.
identical move in. 30 meters, 040.1 knots.
You got it.
It's hard to bring the light out without those swing arms on.
Yeah, as far as video image quality, definitely suffers.
All right, do you want to zoom into the dark and see if we can just use gain, and if there's something in there we can adjust the lighting?
Can we throw the swing arm lights on again, maybe?
Can we get a
we could.
close-up of that coral on the sponge there?
Yeah, okay.
There we go. Okay, we'll do that first.
Really like that, Dan.
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Come in tight on the coral. If you want more of this watch lead, I can get a tow and we can really macro in on it.
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you.
All right, video, let's come
So we
out
have an
so I can get a
octocoral
tow.
here.
There's
Plexaridae,
a hull
perhaps?
nearby.
Do you want me to go full
Go
wide?
ahead, workshop.
Yeah, I'm just trying. My toe's pretty close, so.
Yeah, that's full.
Thank you, workshop.
Is that a new requested procedure, or is Josh just being extra diligent?
I wasn't doing it.
Nope, I never have.
Maybe it's just, I don't know.
What is that?
All right, come up. Can you come up my camera a little, co-pilot?
Oh.
I'm going to take your camera.
Yes, please.
Up.
Thank you. Just trying to settle on this kind of rocky toe hold. Just up a touch. And we can come in video. Hold this.
So that, can we, that might be a fish under the rock.
Oh, yeah?
To the left in the dark patch. Can we try that first, pilot?
Yeah, I could try to get over there with this tow hold. Can we go up a little on the camera there, co-pilot? Up a little more. And go on in video. Okay. Oh, I guess down some. Sorry. You were right.
I don't think that's a fish.
I think that's a light. Yeah, it's light shining from my...
Yeah, it's like shadow.
Yep, shadowing.
Yeah, just checking.
Absolutely. Okay, and come on in on the coral.
So I have a pretty good ringer, 20 meters out. And
Okay.
I'm getting pretty much above you at this point.
Okay. Take it all the way, video. This is our chance, and we gotta run.
That's full.
Okay.
It's a beautiful image. You can see the polyps really nicely. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement. A plexer a day.
All right.
Thank
got
you.
It, I gotta run.
Yep.
All right.
Great.
Pulling back.
Thank you, video.
The tissue looks really rough.
You're at full.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, co-pilot.
Okay, we're at a
Made you
depth of
nervous.
336 meters.
Fine. That time, but it's time to start pushing out there.
Copy that. Headed up.
Coming up with you.
Took a long time there, so we gotta run a little. I'm sorry if we see something interesting, we gotta skip it.
Okay.
Just gotta get out ahead of Seirios here.
You okay?
Yeah?
Well,
Feeling better?
Keep
Yeah,
moving in that direction, but yeah, we're in a safe place.
Okay. Oh, that's a cool overhang there.
You're good.
Okay.
Go ahead, watch lead.
This is an interesting feature over here. Let's try to sneak up on some fish here.
I sure like the weather over in the Mona Channel.
Yeah, understood. I think we're getting toward the end of a 30-meter move. We could just start going lateral, or we could try to get up to 300. Okay, so when this move is done, we'll start going to the southeast.
turn your lights back off for
So at the end of this move, we're going to stay at this depth contour and move laterally for a while, and then towards the end of the dive, we're going to go up to 300 meters, but we really need to stay 300 meters and shallower during this dive.
Deeper.
Deeper, excuse me, 300 meters and deeper.
That's right up there on the left side, a couple of them. I'm not sure how shallow Stylasters get.
Say again, Tim.
I think I'm seeing two or three Stylasters.
Oh yeah,
on the
left, yeah. Stylasters get shallow. The paper by Alberto Lindner was greater than 50 meters, so and shallow, even found in shallow seas. That's fine depth. Yep. Can we take a zoom on the left, the coral on the left? It's white, branchy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
thanks.
Video, never mind. Thought we might.
Straight in there.
So what's the minimum depth that you're going to take your ROVs to?
300 meters, 300. But we're going to stay here for a little while after the ship move.
Is this the one you were talking about, or the one below?
It's on top. Yeah.
Could you advise the
on top,
state
it's
of the
white,
last
branchy.
move?
I think it's center. It's right of the lasers.
Thank you. Could you please let me know when
And
we're
above the lasers.
Yep. I see it. I'm just settling in here.
4 more meters on the ship move.
Okay, video, come on in.
Partial.
Is that the one?
Yep.
Okay.
Great job. Thank you. You can come in more if you can.
Yeah, I got more. Come on in. Is that full?
Not quite.
Okay.
Just framing it.
Yep.
I can go in more when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah. What's going on? Losing my toe hold, sorry. Okay, come on in.
That's full.
Matt, this is the bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
The move is complete.
Thank you. Watch leader Nav.
Go ahead, go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, the ship move is complete. Seirios should be coming to a halt pretty quickly. Do you want us to go ahead and start the lateral move, or should we stay here for a little bit?
Let's stay here for just a little bit and kind of poke around, and then we'll do a lateral move.
We'll move on your.
Let's come on
your
out.
say so.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Pilot, co-pilot, we're going to stay here for a little bit.
That's full.
Roger
Thank
that,
you.
Nav.
All right, so moving laterally from here.
We're just going to scoot around here while it settles.
Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, let's just kind of poke around here and see anything new before we
Okay, I did see
make
a
a ship move.
coral in this.
Did you?
Down in here, that looked a little interesting. Co-pilot and I saw it. I'll drop back down and see if we can catch it again here. Try not to bump any sponges. This way. I don't know if you can see it under the rock there, kind of branching off to the right side of the smaller little edge in there.
Can you get a better view?
Yep, about to do it. Hopefully as we speak. Once I settle in. Okay, video, go in from here. Do you see it, actually?
Yeah, we have a few different colonies here. That's great for ID. Thank you.
Yeah, Andrew, I didn't see any polyps either.
I know I have been hesitant to say what this is. I thought at first
the-
stylosterid, but yeah, we're not seeing any pilot.
Could be a sponge. Do you see the clear in the mid?
Could be sponge. Oh, yeah. But the branching could be branched by zones as well. It's hard for me to say.
Yeah, great.
I don't know. Question mark for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, video.
Thank you.
You think you saw spools
Come on,
coming off
slow.
of the
Let's see
individual
if there's
branches,
anything
and
else
that's
in
what I
here
saw.
you wanna look at?
Yes. Like little hair-like structures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Certainly like stylosterid.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
It's full.
Thank you.
Plenty of tether to work with.
Okay, I'll go left and right then. Starting going this way because I see some possible interesting terrain. Could also go forward and up.
Really blinds you when you don't have as much light everywhere.
Yeah.
I think I was going to suggest if we're going to go laterally along a contour that we get all our lights back on, so we don't get caught by surprise from the side.
We're at a depth of 314 meters. Mike, how are you doing?
Video, let's just take a quick snap on this real quick. This pink color might just be more.
Yeah, it looks
same,
like
more the same. Okay. Thought I saw the wispies. I thought might be polyps. I thought it was a coral for a second. Okay, we can come out right there. Let's look around, see if anything jumps out at us. Otherwise, we can.
Todd, you'd like to get more light on Seirios?
I'd like to get all the lights back on if we're going to go lateral along the contours.
Okay.
You know,
Right.
because as you scoot along,
Let's
you don't
just
see
stay at
what's
this
to your
partial.
side so
Right.
easily.
Right.
Kind of why we designed a lot of the lighting on D2 and
Yeah. Okay. Did you catch that, watch leader?
No, I did not.
If Pilot would like to have more light before we go lateral.
Okay. Well,
so they can see what they're about to hit.
yeah, when we zoom out, I'd just like to see before we move lateral what else is around here to look at.
got plenty of tether to play around as long as they want.
Okay. Yeah. Video, if you want to come wide, so we can. Guess they want to zoom all the way out.
That's
and
full.
look. Thank you.
I guess I should comment on this morphology that we're seeing. There's a nice view from the Seirios camera. You can see those big, rounded, circular depressions.
Your video up so I can.
This is kind of typical of how limestone weathers on the surface of the Earth. It's called karst terrain, and what we're seeing is the limestone being dissolved away. It's very soluble in the calcium carbonate is quite soluble in water, and so what we're seeing is a combination of deformation related to the fault and dissolution of chunks of the limestone. And that's when you see these circular pits, that's what you're seeing.
Possibly a fish over here.
Yeah.
Can't tell.
Oh, I think you're right. Below the red sponge.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's maybe one peeking out of a hole here. We'll try to get that first just in case it runs away. Okay, video partial. Nope, coral
Partial.
and
Oh, right.
sponge.
Well, can we get a zoom on the coral?
Yeah, we can get the best we can.
That's fine.
Not a
Best
good
you can
angle.
do.
Okay, video, you can come in on the coral.
Partial.
Thank you. Settling in here. Okay. Just you can take it in farther if you want video. As long as I don't lose it.
That's definitely a stylosterid. You can actually see the calyces, the openings where the polyps would come out. So it's possible, is it possible that the other ones that we observed, all the polyps are on one side? So we actually didn't see the other side of the last potential stylosterid.
Okay, video, can you come out?
Yeah, I think that's possible. I thought I saw a couple on the one just image before this one, but I couldn't tell if it was just an abrasion on the skeleton or actually it was sort of like a hole like that you just saw.
Okay.
So it's possible. Back to stylosterids.
Back to stylosterids.
With fun spigot. Tough one.
The hybrid.
Sea star. I don't know if those are of interest.
Sea stars are of interest. Snap zoom on it would be great.
Okay, let me get back down to it. Here. Video, snap zoom. Another one like the one we saw before.
Yep. Looks like it.
Its arms sort of look like corn.
It does. It's like corn cobs.
Yeah.
It's like something kids would make
I
out
wonder
of.
if it has a common name. Corn cob sea star. That's great. Thank you, Pilot.
Welcome.
So forgive me, another question for Andrea. Some of these sponges are kind of cup-like, and others appear to be just plates or a flat sheet.
It's full.
Is just the different way they grow?
Yeah, different way they grow. I would assume, let's see, they all look to be the same species.
Is this an urchin?
Here.
Yeah, maybe.
Just see some clouds out there. Jim, is there any squall activity on the radar?
Snap in
Has
video.
Bridge said anything about?
Bridge hasn't said anything.
Wind's pretty light, isn't it?
Is that an urchin? Or
Yeah,
is
they
it
definitely
sponge?
have a lot of different morphologies.
Does
Each
look like it might be a
individual
little
is
bit
different.
unsettled.
Looks like its growth pattern.
So that's the bridge for weather
Oh,
report.
here we go. Here's an Okeanos
Yeah. There's
urchin.
squall activity, they ought to let us know.
first Echinus of
Bridge
the
nap.
day. We have seen several of the spiny, long-spined urchins, the sideroid
Video.
urchins.
Let's just keep going in and out, characterizing things. Unless you want to, if you get something
Bridge
you really
nav.
want to get a pretty shot of, let me know. So we can come out.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Thank you.
Go ahead, Nav.
Do you have a weather report, or is there any sign of any squall activity? There's sort of an intuition down here that we might have some weather.
There are a couple rain showers in the area.
It's an interesting.
The wind right
I
now
see it coming.
is
This
light and
sort of
variable.
rock leaning.
The seas are.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, Mike.
They're like.
Get down so we can
They're
see a little
confused,
better.
but they're not high.
You mean the Seirios here?
That's how I put it. I think there's a.
No,
Something
just
into
the way
view
that
online now.
that slab is
Right,
laying.
understood.
Okay.
Do you have any sense of whether squalls are coming toward us?
Yeah, there's a line of them. It looks like it'll pass by in about.
We peering in that.
Do you want me?
Trying to
I
get
can,
the other side,
track the
underside of
progress
it
and give you a
here.
more accurate
Okay.
assessment.
I guess we really only care if they involve high winds.
Well, there's no way to tell if a squall has high winds until it's on you. But
Oh, and then Jeff, once in a while we're kind of panning out into the water column too to see if there are any larger fish kind of
Okay,
off the
thank you, Laura.
wall.
Okay. I think we'd catch them on Seirios.
I think so too, but we'll
I'll
just
Catch that
pan
puck.
around once in a while, yeah.
Watching, listening.
Absolutely. How close are my upper swing arms right now tied to that rock? Can you tell? Close enough for discomfort.
You're fine. You can see on your starboard rail cam. Bottom left view over there.
You know,
Oh,
I've
yeah,
been
okay.
searching around for the basslet that we saw. I still can't find it.
Could you repeat that, Graciela?
I've been looking around for the basslet that we saw,
Yeah,
and I can't find it.
you can't.
No, hopefully that's good news.
Yeah, I've been looking too. I've looked at a couple different families and I haven't found it, so. Have to look at it later, send it to some folks.
Okay, Carol Baldwin from the Smithsonian recently described one from Curacao, and
Get a
then
hold
they
there.
found it to south of Puerto Rico here in one of the ROV dives.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering.
Yeah, she's
I just sent it around also.
Oh, is that a? Yeah. What's the yellow?
Yeah, can you zoom
Snap
on that?
real quick, video.
Oh, it's an eel.
It's an eel
Yeah, it just
coming
went in.
there.
Yeah, it's green in color. They look like green morays, but green morays are fairly shallow. There's another species that has a green mucus
There it is.
coating, so there it is. So it's probably Gymnothorax matarensis.
Looks like he's following the laser dots. Like a kitty cat would.
And if you could make that eel come all the way out and we can have a shot of its tail, that would be lovely, Jeff.
Okay. Do what I can.
Just
Now,
joking.
now.
Good practice with the craft.
Make cooing noises, Jeff.
Yeah, you can see the long tubular nostrils on the very end. Yep. What was, when you go back in too, there was something, the white branching
You got it.
objects
it.
below the eel as well.
Maybe I can. Afraid if I set up on top of this that I'll lose the light. Sorry, on top? That stuff?
Nope, below the eel.
Oh, below.
Yeah. But we can get the eel first. The fish moves, those aren't going to move, so. So this is a type of moray eel found in the family Murarenidae.
Thank you. All right, come out for a second.
Some of you
video.
may be familiar with the more shallow green morays.
Partial.
Thank
You want to go full?
No, you're okay.
Temperature now is 18 degrees C. DO 5.2 milligrams per liter.
Just gonna try to get a better foothold here. I can luck out. Still have some good light.
What's the depth?
The depth is 307 meters.
Okay, video.
That's full.
Okay, this is the coral you're talking about?
Wasn't sure what it was.
This is full zoom.
Looks like a coral. Orange polyps.
See his tail in there? I don't think so.
Yeah, you can see the speckling really nicely.
Sí, es que estamos a 307 metros de profundidad con una temperatura de 18 grados y estamos tratando de que la pequeña congre que están viendo en pantalla salga de su cueva para poder ver el rabo e identificarla. Es de la familia del grupo de las ciudades más llanas, pero probablemente no es la misma especie. Así que se está haciendo lo posible para tener una buena fotografía.
Just a sponge in there?
Yeah,
The
behind
specks?
it, I'm not
Yeah.
sure what that is.
Too bad this is all the zoom I have. He's nudged back in there a ways. It's
Yeah,
hard to,
no,
can't
I
really
know.
get
I was
any
just kind of
closer.
joking, but that's great. Thank you guys. You can come out.
All right.
So moray eels are anguilliformes, and all eels have a special larval stage called the leptocephalus. And leptocephalus, you can spend months to up to a year in the
Probably
open
settled in,
ocean,
right?
moving around. We're not positive what they feed on. Some species feed on particulate organic matter,
to the right or the left?
fecal pellets. It was suggested that they may absorb organics through their tissue, but we have some preliminary data that shows that this could be species dependent. So not all leptocephali are doing the same thing, but it's pretty crazy that they have this this unique leptocephalus larval stage that can really be in the plankton community for months to a year, even in some cases. And we're at a depth of 304 meters. Nav, have we made our lateral move yet?
No, I was waiting on you.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Are we moving east or west?
East, east, and
okay.
east southeast.
East southeast. Yeah.
All right, I'm pretty far to the, or a little bit to the west right now. So
another sea
I'll start
star
moving over
under the large rock on the right.
And I was going to go 50 meters.
On one right in front of the view.
125.
Two more.
Sound all right?
Sounds good to me. Co-pilot, happy with that?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Bridge nav.
this is the bridge.
Yeah, we'd like to call in a move 50 meters, bearing 125, 0.1 knots.
Something red.
50125.1 knots.
That's right. Thank you.
Go video. Quickly. Nope. I saw the white. I thought it was a stripe.
Yeah.
Okay. Continuing on.
Amanda, where's the white patch? Before you guys take off.
No worries, we passed it.
Oh,
This
okay.
is a big white splotch. I think it's the sponge.
Okay, we can keep going. No worries.
I can look
Jeff.
back as I go now. Okay. Continuing on.
Gosh, I was going by the bathymetry to define the 125.
But
just worried maybe it's
might
not
want to
the-
change it.
Well, we'll see. You might have to go a little deeper to stay on the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, I'm right at 300 right now, so I could go a little deeper. You choose.
It looks like it's getting deeper in the 125 direction.
Okay.
Based on your.
Jeff, when you're able to, can you kind of pan out into the water column towards the right?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Should probably catch up with me. I'm already moving, Jeff.
Okay.
Get out in front of
Perfect.
the direction I'm moving.
Yep. I'll just back up here. Get my head spun around.
These help a lot. Oh, that is cool.
That's a cool feature.
Look at that feature.
Yeah. You can see it really well in Seirios view too.
Can we get a snap zoom and see what's growing on it?
As I go by.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're already
Let me
moving.
know when.
I gotta catch up. Yeah, go ahead. I've already passed it. A little bit.
A lot of coral.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ship store is now open. Ship store is now open.
Full.
So coral spry zones.
I think those were corals.
Corals.
Yeah, the crack. This is interesting
Wow.
geology. You can see the hazard, maybe you call
Looks
it.
like you could just
Looks like it would
knock
just
it off.
break off if I landed on it.
Indeed, you
I
could.
won't. Sometimes I knock a sponge loose. I hate
You've-
to knock a big rock like that.
I read the stories of the guys rolling the big boulders in the national parks. You can see, actually, it's very nice. I guess you were pointing it out. There's the cracks. Sooner or later, that arm is just going to fall off. And it's partly a function of the way this limestone is actually weathering, how it erodes, how it breaks up. But it's cool. You're following the crack with the laser. And then on a smaller scale is what we were trying to look for on the Monday dive, or on our first dive. You know, those sorts of cracks are occurring in this limestone on the edge of the escarpment to the north of the island. And it's those sort of cracks that eventually grow and fail, and that whole lump is going to fall off. And this is happening on a bigger scale in other places.
Better co-pilot. Great.
It's quite a crack.
Yeah. Goes on a ways, doesn't it? I was hoping to see it sort of complete the piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, thank you guys for spotting it. But yeah, it is a beautiful little analogy for what's happening on a bigger scale that's building the amphitheaters that we dove on the first day and that we'll dive on again towards the end of the cruise.
So the tether, Jeff, I just gave you a little tug.
Copy that. Well, the crack goes on farther than my tether will allow me at the moment, so we'll kind of double back here, see if we can find something else to look at. I'm sure there are things. Sort of turn for the water column shot when I get a little space.
That's a great shot, Pilot.
Not seeing anything in the way of fish.
Somebody drop off or call in on the conference line?
Me, I keep falling off with the Skype connection and with the internet. So I'm back.
Is that a fish right there? Something. Swimming.
Far in the distance?
Yeah. I don't know if I have tether to chase it.
No, probably not.
I can try to get a quick zoom on it.
I've come into slightly deeper water.
See his
I have
eyes.
to drop down to have more tether, Jeff.
Okay. Well, he's up.
Yeah, he's too far out there to reach him.
Yeah. Well, we saw a fish. We don't know what it was, but it had glowing eyes.
Glowing eyes?
Yeah. Dropping down. We're going to have to actually drop down a little here.
Okay.
We're at 304. To keep the wall in view, I'm going to have to drop down, otherwise I'll be at the end of my tether. We'll be bobbing the whole time. This ought to be interesting. We'll try not to get under here since we just saw it have a huge crack on it.
Indeed.
We're just passing through a little rain shower right now, and it doesn't seem
But
to have any
we're now
effect
looking
on
under the
wind.
piece that's sure to
Great.
break soon.
Thank you.
Yep.
Quite an overhang.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is cool. Quite an overhang. How deep do you think that is into there?
Well, I can see the back actually there. I wonder how far it goes.
I'm trying to gauge it from.
If you could get the lasers in there, you could get some sense of it.
All right. Well, here it is. The lasers are on the foreground. See them.
Pretty close to the edge of it.
So we're seeing this classic example, which we've pretty much been seeing all the dive to greater and lesser degrees of differential erosion. The rocks underneath are softer, and they're basically more easily eroded than the layer of rocks on the top. And so that layer of hard rock on the top is forming a lid to the softer rocks below and creating this overhang.
That's for sure. As soon as you said that, I looked over at Seirios. I looked like I was touching it.
Could we get a snap zoom on the whatever's growing underneath?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just see if I can carefully get below it here. Settle in and look up. Hopefully my camera will look up that far. I might have.
Yeah, it should. Might be looking into your lights, but let's have a look. Oh yeah, nice.
Okay. Video, if you want to come on in. See what we can find.
Find
Todd,
your.
you want to tease the light bars and see if we can light this up a little more? Or?
See what I can do.
We've got our own limestone cave.
Co-pilot's going to try to light this up a little for us. Maybe we'll get a little bit more. Hey,
A few of the Holopus Barnacle Crinoids.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
Yep.
If we want to come in tighter on one of those video.
What's up? And a coral right below it.
Did that help at all, Dan?
I didn't see
Very
it.
slight.
Oh, the lowers won't rotate around and up? Not really, huh? You swing them right.
Well, if I swing them inboard, they're not going to point upwards more than they already are.
Darn.
You're getting compliments on the chat log for amazing video work, guys.
Thank you.
Vehicle's not designed for looking up, though.
So we're at a depth of 309 meters. Temperature here is 18.1 degrees C. 5.7 is dissolved oxygen in milligrams per liter. We're currently 33 miles west of Rincon, Puerto Rico. We're in dive 3 of Oceano Profundo, and today is the 12th of April. We've been diving a site known as Pichincho. We started at a depth of about 600 meters, and we are now at 309. Surveying benthic communities, we've observed lots of sponges today, several species of sea stars. Can you get a zoom on the yellow coral to the left, too, after you do the urchin?
Thanks, Ted. It's full zoom, Jeff.
Thank you.
Did you just hear me?
Come over nice and easy to the yellow coral. Oh, it's that same orange polyped one that
we saw below the moray.
runaway camera.
And you guys are still looking underneath. You're looking into the cave, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah. Very cool. A limestone cave with a crack on the piece above it. But we're not in the cave. We're just looking, zooming in.
Don't remind them of that.
It's kind of a neat shot. Can we get lasers off for a second?
Another sideroid spiny urchin.
Thanks. That's neat, the way it's lit.
Come around, get it again.
Can you get a zoom in on maybe one of the bigger white coral colonies?
How are we doing, Copilot?
Any one of your liking, your choosing.
I think I see one I like. Come on in, video. This is an uneasy toe hold. I don't understand what's going on.
That's full zoom.
Copy.
That's full zoom. So this is a scleractinian stony coral. I think it's Madrepora. I'm not completely positive yet. Have some agreement back on shore with Amanda and Chris Kelly, Madrepora. This is otherwise known as the zigzag coral. It's a good characteristic as the polyps are arranged in a zigzag pattern.
Come partial. Find a different one. Isn't it different? There's
Yeah, I think that was the issue I had. Is that when I first saw these, it had the some yellow lanthus on it or something like that.
There's another one that looks like the same thing.
Yeah, above here.
Yeah.
But it does look like it's got this the characteristic zigzag. But
5 meters left.
I didn't. The ones I saw didn't look very plainer. But now the ones I'm seeing right here now look like more like the Madrepora that I've knowing love.
Yeah. I think the
maybe because of the size of these colonies, they're not necessarily going in the form that we're used to seeing in the larger colonies. Yeah.
I'm not sure that's Madrepora, the orange.
That's that orange coral we were seeing.
That might be a type of zoanthid.
Bigger.
Could be, yeah. That is Pilot, the same coral we were observing before. The one with the orange polyps. Great, thanks guys.
Yeah, thanks guys, great fun. And I guess it's worth just saying as we pull back from this cave that this is just a small example of exactly the same sort of feature that you find in Puerto Rico. The Camoy River Cave Park is full of similar but larger cave system in Puerto Rico, and they're forming in exactly the same way. The limestone dissolves and you can form these cave systems.
Tilt it up some? Yeah. It's not often we get like underlit images of these things.
How's that?
I'm just gonna
try to get that out. Yeah.
Maybe up a bit more.
Okay. See what I have. Oh, you want the top?
Yeah.
Like that.
A few cup corals on the top and sponges. Stylostarids.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Go ahead, Bridge.
The position move is finished.
Thank you. We'll stand by and figure out what we're doing next.
Okay, video.
Could you, the yellow coral kind of in the middle right now, below, I'm sorry, it's going off the screen. Any one of those?
Right
I think it's the same thing that we saw before, but maybe we'll get a better view.
Are we full zoom right now, video?
A little more.
Yeah.
That's full.
Tom, would you like to bring Seirios ever closer to the vehicle?
You want to?
That's good for me, guys.
Okay. I don't know if you can see my tether right now, but that extents.
Watch later nav. The move is done, so we're stationary right now. We can.
Oh, okay.
Do another one.
Can we just pan around to see? We can't. Are we at the edge?
Yeah, I did. I cut my eye. I was gonna go up for it though.
You do a snap zoom on that.
You want to snap from here? I don't know if I've got that much turn. My tether's tight.
Okay. So yeah, let's do another 30-meter move.
Okay. Let's let Jeff catch up first.
Yeah, I'm actually behind them quite a ways, so I can behind the move, so I'll catch up and continue on safely without bumping any overhang. Am I partial or full right now?
Partial.
Okay.
You want to go full?
No, that's okay. I'm just going to mosey over here.
Swing pretty much back the way they were.
Michelle, to answer your question, we've been discussing whether the lights, we have a lot of light on this sub compared to other ROVs. So we turned just a third of the lights down on Seirios, but we really haven't turned off many lights. I mean, we can turn those back on if you'd like, and the Seirios view will get brighter. We had that on for most of the dive. We just changed it about a half hour ago.
And I'm out here.
I'm just going to go full.
Yeah, perfect.
sure all the lights are back on both vehicles when we started going laterally.
Could you repeat, co-pilot?
What was that red
All lights are
brown
on
thing?
both vehicles
All right.
right now.
I think this is all I got, and it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be a little bouncy. So let's zoom from here. See if we can
So I'm
figure out what
reading
it is.
all the lights are on both vehicles now.
Right.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, copy. Another red encrusting sponge.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, video. Another interesting part of this feature you can see in the Seirios video, but I'll come around and get another good look. So I come this way. This is another one of those lobes hanging off. A little bit of something behind it.
And we're beginning another ship move 30 meters to the southeast. Along this depth contour, right now we're at 306 meters.
Makes you want to go rock climbing.
Bouldering.
Yeah, bouldering.
I'm starting to feel the move.
I went bouldering once in my life.
You haven't?
No.
Oh.
I guess I'm not feeling the move.
Maybe I quit tugging on you.
That could be. Or else just the perspective of the lights.
Oh.
Feel that way?
I'll call in a move when you say to, but I'm a little mystified on what the hydrography is doing here, whether we were heading off into
This is an
empty
interesting
space
little,
if we keep going the same direction we were.
little area here.
And right now it looks like we want to do a traverse. We want to go
Yeah.
northeast, not southeast.
You think so? Seirios, the sonar looks pretty. Looks like I'm pointed kind of more or less uphill, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess I agree.
It's lumpy. It's hard to read.
Yeah.
Can you just pan to the right when you get a chance, Jeff, just to kind of see what's coming up ahead?
Yeah, I just want to look. There's a bit of green here, and I just want to see what it is. Video, if you could just
In the
come
chute?
partial. Hold on, wait for it. Might just be a sponge of sorts.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It's just
The
a
bright green sponge.
Yeah, it's a green. You don't see much.
Yeah.
Or I haven't seen much. Okay. Just gonna peek around the corner here.
We're still sort of behind the
move.
The last move. We're still behind where I am.
Copy that.
A little bit.
Roger. I think that's an urchin in there. Or maybe an enemy. You want to zoom in?
Yeah, please.
Video, if you can come in.
Maybe.
Anemone. Drifting to the right.
Yeah, I just got a sunburn.
So this
So
has
just to let you know.
bulbous tips as well. This one's new. I mean, new for today and for the expedition so far. It's an Idarian.
this a corallimorph?
It has these bulbous tips which suggest corallimorph.
Yeah, it's new for today, sure.
It's really a deep red color.
Trying to light it up for you, a little more video, sorry.
No, take your time.
Oops. Oh boy.
Another small sea star on the left. I think we got an idea on that was the corn cob sea star.
That's our name for it, right?
That's our name for it. Beautiful.
Nice job, Jeff.
So we're looking at the oral side. The boral side attaches to the rock. This is a cnidarian. One of the defining characteristics of cnidarian are cnidocytes. And many of you may know nematocysts or stinging cells, which are one type of cnidocytes.
So what sort of depth range do you find this guy? Could I find him in rock pools on the beach? Or?
No, but relatives of this. But, I shouldn't say that because I've never seen this species before and I don't know how shallow it gets. It's unlikely that you'll find it in very shallow waters,
right?
like tide pools and rocky shores, but I'm not really sure how shallow this species get. But definitely members of the group get that shallow.
Oh, fish.
Fish.
Fish, it's a big eye. Cuculus. Let me get the common name on that. We also observed these seamounts off of the Virgin Islands.
Fish, fish, fish.
Yeah.
It has
It's back there now.
it's long fin bulli. That's what it is. It has these long pelvic fins. It's a defining characteristic and kind of a pointy, soft dorsal.
Pretty much even with me now if we want to keep moving.
Copy that.
Should I call it a move?
I couldn't get a picture.
Okay, and can you get another zoom on the white branching coral on the right since we're here?
Right branching coral.
Right to the right of the anemone.
Okay.
Todd, on the bathymetry, it looks like 120 would be going.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong screen. You can keep going. Sorry.
Feel right
Oh,
to you?
that's okay.
Right.
Jeff, I sometimes watch the video and sometimes they're behind where we are.
Oh.
Because it's right in front of me. It's easier to see.
Okay.
We can keep going.
Coming out.
And sonar returns are pretty much from straight ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Watch leader, I'm going to call another move.
Yes, please.
Bridge nav.
And Jeff, as we're
Bridge
kind of
nav.
turning this corner, if we can kind of look a little more to the left, just behind where we were.
Nav, stand by.
Okay.
Just
Back
pan,
off a little
pan
bit,
that
do
way. And
Otherwise, I'll bump a swing arm.
thank you.
Yeah.
It's nice to have that view.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, we'd like to do another move, please. 50 meters, bearing 120, 0.1 knots.
50 meters, bearing 120.1 knots. Roger that.
Thank you.
It looks like a pile of debris at the base.
Yeah, indeed.
Spike here.
I mean, it's just that flaky material just falling off. The technical geological word for that is fissile, meaning that it can break up into platy, sheety-like pieces.
been looking up this whole time. We haven't looked down at all.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Look around here. So areas of possible fish hiding.
Possible fish hiding.
Another, I can't say the name, but the crinoid, the black one we've been seeing.
Yep. Halopus or barnacle crinoids.
Barnacle crinoid. Hold on. What's this? Snap zoom real quick video. Can I just see what that is? Oh, my eyes deceived me. Okay, come on
Cave
out.
painting.
Yeah.
Graciela, we saw the big eye that went across the screen a little while ago. Do fishermen bring a big eye often? And is there a fishery for them?
Well, I couldn't take a complete look, so I was looking to see if I find it in my notes. There is no fishery I know of, and as they don't want to bring things up that they're not going to use.
Loop right.
So I might have seen a picture of those from the deepwater snapper fishery, but not the actual specimen.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there was a thing
Thank
there. You. Couldn't tell if that nose was a nose or what's that?
And can we just look to the right a little bit, pilot?
To my right?
Yep.
Yep, absolutely. Sorry.
What was do you have the species?
Yes. Cook Keolus japonicus, or the long fin bulleye in the family Priacanthidae.
Hey Todd, what were you saying?
Nothing.
Okay.
Shoreside, any zooms here?
Sort of looks like a purple blobish object.
Purple blobishy.
Left of center.
Left of center.
Yeah, left of the asteroid, it's dead center.
Purplish.
Right there. So two purplish.
No, yeah.
Either of those?
Either one.
Take it all the way, video.
It's full zoom.
Thank you.
Is that just staining, or?
Might biomatter, it might be staining.
Mineral.
Hard to tell.
Microbial?
Maybe encrusting sponge or?
Crusting sponge thing?
I see. Maybe pore, that might be the rock.
Dark it is.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. You can come wide.
Yeah.
Full.
Thank you, video.
There might be a fish underneath the rock on the right.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. Okay. Let's see if I can get around over here and get a view of it. Are we moving still? Okay.
Very slowly.
Roger. Doesn't look... It's looking less like a fish at this point. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I don't see anything. You can keep going. Moving on to the southeast.
Copy that. Another urchin, another sea star. A couple,
Can
like
we
2 or 3 sea stars.
kind of pan around, like above the rock and below, look at some different kinds of habitats instead of just the rock face?
Absolutely.
Is that possible?
That is, in fact,
Thank you.
possible. My pleasure. Kind of stretched out here, trying to reach this face.
Okay.
And I'm in line with Seirios, so I'm not sure this part of the wall is, unless we ooch towards it some, I'm not sure that we'll be able to get too much farther along than this.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think there's a flat similar to this below me, my co-pilot says, so I can drop down to that one.
Great.
That'll give me a little more tether to play with. Don't mind the blue for a little bit. We'll be right there in a second.
Nav watch lead.
Yeah.
Where are we in the ship move?
Not quite halfway on a 50-meter move. So we've probably gone 20.
Okay. And
we can always stop it.
No, we don't want to stop it. Kind of want to continually moving laterally. To stop it. Kind of want to continually moving laterally. And then Jeff, looking up as much as you can, kind of up above when you're not stretched out.
Okay. I feel it's sort of falling away from us at the moment, so we're starting to lose it. That top part we were on.
Okay, well, the goal is just to, kind of look around and look above as we move.
So I don't know if you can see on Seirios view, but this is another little ledge with a top on it.
Yes, thank you. I mean, again, characteristic of this limestone topography that we're looking at, which is called karst topography, K-A-R-S-T, and very typical of limestones that weather under the influence of water. Water's just going through these things and dissolving out the parts of it that are easy to dissolve and leaving the more resistant layers behind. And so forming caves and sinkholes, and very similar to what you'll see on mainland Puerto Rico.
This looks like a pool in there.
Looks like a what?
Like a pool of water in there, which of course doesn't make any sense.
Can we tilt the camera up just a bit?
Yeah.
Well, that's not always true. We have seen brine pools.
Yeah, I know, but no, it's not. It's just
Yeah, just a shadow.
Just the shadows and lighting.
So, is it possible to look up above this ledge?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thought you were hoping to go back and forth, so I was trying
No, yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
to do a little of each.
Yep. Is that a fish in the back? Perched? Or is that a sponge?
Try for a zoom. Go ahead, video. Coral and
Coral.
sponge
Was
combo.
different. One
Yeah.
of these things is not like the other.
Okay, so I'm going to tilt my camera up a little and give you kind of a view of what
Awesome.
we've got coming.
That looks good.
It's a little bit different. Got this.
Can
hard
we
part.
kind of stay at this camera angle for a little bit?
Of course.
Oh, it's a good view in Seirios right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Watch later, we've got about 10 meters left to go on this move. We could simply extend it and just keep moving.
Yeah, that sounds good. We'll do another maybe 30-meter ship move, and then we could go upslope a little bit more towards the end of the dive.
Have we got time to just quickly zoom in on that sediment on the left, just to see what it is? Is it shelly? Is it mud? Is it sand?
We've got plenty of time here. Let me just get over there.
Thank you.
Bring the light a little closer.
Go ahead, Nav.
We'd like to extend this move another 30 meters beyond your set point. It looks like we've got about 10 meters left to go.
Roger that. Another 30 minutes.
Right after this.
Thank you.
Right after this. You want here?
After what? After dinner?
After dinner, okay.
Andrea, any comments on the lack of sea cucumbers to this dive?
Yeah, we certainly have not seen any sea cucumbers in this dive. We saw a few yesterday, but the first day there were many sea cucumbers. Again, it's not a lot of current here. So yesterday's dive we talked about whether there's too much current for the sea cucumbers, but here we haven't really felt any, at least on the bottom today. So again, they're deposit feeders. They're ingesting a lot of organic matter. There might not be a lot of input here. It's also not very sedimented, not a lot of soft sediment, so maybe not enough for them to eat and to ingest. Just a couple thoughts. It's also pretty shallow.
Okay, we can come on in video.
What'd you say, Graciela?
It's like a lot of dead
Yes,
coral.
you say in Spanish because the question was
Yeah.
posted in Spanish.
A lot.
Wow,
So
that's interesting.
Coral debris.
Good, good eye, Mike.
So coral debris and spicules.
No, just doesn't look like spicules.
So the straight things. So
Just
the
pieces of coral.
Spines from echinoids.
Oh, maybe.
Bottom,
Yep, I
yeah,
see them now. Yep.
yeah.
So spines from the Sideroid urchins and coral rubble. There's quite a bit all kind of in this little area here.
Kind of collects here, yeah.
Collected.
Thank you, Palette.
Absolutely. Hey, there's a cup coral right there in the middle.
A dead one?
A dead one, yeah. Possibly. Middle top now. Right in the middle. You see
That's
a little
quite
bit?
a thick layer of coral rubble, too.
Seems like a cup coral, dead cup. Or there's another one in the top now, too. Top center. Anyways.
presumably, I mean, the topography of the limestone is collecting this stuff. The interesting thing is that it looks dominantly biological debris and not much sand in there.
Caught up with you.
Wow. Look how extensive it is. It's like a pool of coral rubble.
Tim's comment was there must be more of this upslope coming down.
Must be a lot of coral upslope for it to come from somewhere.
I'm going to answer the question about the sea cucumbers. Okay.
Sure.
Sí, es que me preguntaron que por qué no se veían muchos pepinos de mar en esta buceada, y es verdad, hemos notado que no se ha visto casi, bueno, ninguno. Y es que una de las cosas que pasa es que el sedimento que vieron, que lo deben haber visto en pantalla ahora mismo, es pedazos de coral, con ricoche y tipos de erizos, o sea que no es un fondo de un tipo de sedimento donde van a estar los pepinos de mar, que ellos se alimentan de filtro y sedimento. Así que no debe haber mucha comida para ellos en esta área tampoco. Y ha sido impresionante la cantidad de carricoche que se encuentra en esta área, en un área tan específica. Mike ahorita está hablando del carso, que es prácticamente esta área, exactamente lo que se ve en el noroeste de Puerto Rico, y que es un tipo de geología establecida especialmente por el movimiento de agua entre las. Así que todo este sedimento que estamos viendo es mayormente carricoche, no es suave, no es lodo, y parece que es bastante extenso en términos de la profundidad.
Nice view from Seirios.
Yeah.
Whole bowl of.
Yeah, can we take
coral.
another snap zoom into that as well?
Yeah, of course.
Get back ahead of it. You're looking good.
Copy that.
How do you say sea cucumber in Spanish? ¿Cómo se llama sea cucumber en español? ¿Está escuchando la Graciela?
Alright, video. Just snap in here.
There's a shell of a mollusk.
Where?
Snail, top right.
Top right.
Yeah, it's a pretty little thing.
Wow.
There's a crab right
Another
there.
pile of
Oh, right, just going out of the
coral
right.
rubble. A
There's
crab?
something-
Right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's well, I don't know if it's a crab. Something living and moving around. It blends in so well.
Yeah, I'm
But
still not
it's-
seeing it
if you
yet.
zoom,
Squat
it's, right,
lobster.
it's almost centered down.
Oh, I see it now.
We're already zoomed in, aren't we?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
full zoom.
Oh, it's a squat lobster.
A
It
squat
looks like
lobster.
a squat lobster, yeah.
Little tiny one.
Do they adjust their color?
If you go up and a little bit to the right, there's a mollusk shell. Right there.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Another one of those slit
Or
shells.
partial. Do you want me to go full?
Nope.
Is that a gastropod at the top?
Andrew, what's next to the slit shell, the black thing?
Yeah, can we zoom in on
Yep.
the dark thing? Yep.
Just getting in here.
Pretty cool mosh pit.
A mosh pit, a coral rubble mosh pit.
Not a term I'm familiar with. Hey,
So how
pilot,
did
can you
all
grab
this
my
get
camera?
here?
Precarious.
It likely fell from above.
Up a little, yeah.
So if this is a pretty
video.
active area and there's a lot of movement and rocks breaking off, it could likely dislodge a lot of corals. And, but it's interesting how it all pools in these areas.
similar in size to some degree. It's not like big chunks have fallen down. It's like they've been worked and reworked and hit against rock, whatnot, and broken.
Right.
I agree with Tim.
Sort of size distribution to thought, right?
Yeah, this is...
Whatever there is, it's probably upslope.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, my guess is this is... Sorry, Tim, carry on.
So the amount from
And my guess is this is winnowed material. Currents are just carrying this stuff down slope.
Shiny like ring around it.
I have no idea what that is.
No idea.
There are two slit shells.
It's full zoom.
Thank you, video. I think that's partially broken.
Split. Yeah, it's not
Uh-oh.
You have all the lights on there?
Yeah.
Copy that. Oh,
Okay.
bigger tug. Oh boy.
I'm getting ahead of you.
Line out video.
Got it.
Sorry, I'm
Try to drop down a little bit, give you a little bit more slack.
It's full wide.
feeling bumps from Seirios. Broke my toe hold. Very nice. I think there's a sea pen right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's take a quick snap zoom video. I could be wrong. Black coral.
It's like a black coral.
Oh, sorry.
Can we get a better view of it, though?
Yeah. Yeah, I am
Don't be sorry, that's a good eye.
pretty far away.
Looks like it.
Bring it in.
We are shallow, though.
This is full zoom, by the way.
Copy. Trying to bring it in.
Trying to give you a little more tether.
Look a couple of associates on there.
Yeah, I
Give you your
think we're
camera back.
going
Okay,
in for a
copy
better
that.
view.
Got a little bit of tether to work with.
Copy that. Okay, video. Come on in.
Yeah.
So we're getting a closer view of this black coral, Antipatherian. You can see the black skeleton now.
Yeah.
Especially below, where there's no live tissue towards the base. So there's two associates on this.
At least, yeah.
One on the other
there's
side
strip.
at the very, yeah.
There's one Carostallid crab at the base of this image.
Zoom.
They're all on the other side.
Watch leader nav. We've got maybe 5 more meters to go.
Yeah, it'd be good to get some shots, some close-ups of the polyps like this.
Yeah, Nav, let's just maybe hold for a little bit just so we can get some good images right here.
Okay, got it. So, Todd, if we go 5 more meters, are we going to be okay, or should I just stop right here?
He's already kind of stretched out. I've got a pretty low delta just to give him room.
Bridge
I don't know. It seems really dense.
Co-pilot,
for
wanna
the-
just
Go ahead, Matt.
Could we
Camera
come
down.
to a halt
Down
as
the
close to there as possible, please?
No view.
Sorry, I can barely hear you. Did you say it stopped?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I guess it's not very long. Bump back up. Try to get all polyps.
Coming up.
good zoom of the shrimp.
Yeah, getting good close-ups of the shrimp on this black coral.
Todd, should I bring her back towards you?
If you want to, if we're going to stay here any longer, it might help.
Yeah. So you're actually
Any
pointing.
interest on the base?
You're
Yes,
pointing
please.
80 degrees.
And then put the lasers on the base too after we zoom on it.
040?
Down to the base, co-pilot.
Oh, got it. Got it. Okay.
Did you say lasers?
Down to the base, and then lasers when we come out.
Want the hold fast?
Yeah, the hold fast.
Bridge nav.
Can't see it.
Nope. That's okay. When we zoom out and have the lasers.
We'd like to maneuver a little closer to D2, please. I want to go
Lasers
5 meters at bearing 040.
Hold on just a second before I ask Tim. Tim, was there another view on anything on this black coral?
Let's just get what science needs.
Just get the lasers near the base.
No, I don't know if you can get a zoom on the lower crab. Everything seems to be on the other side, so
the lower.
maybe one more zoom would be
shrimp.
good here, just on the crab for a second.
Okay.
We can't capture some features.
Okay.
But other than that, it's okay.
So yeah, zoom on the crab.
Down a hair.
Yep.
It's full zoom.
Yeah, it's hidden fairly well on the other side.
The thing is, you go around the other side, and then you think it's on this side. Right, it's in the middle.
It's embedded in the...
Embedded in.
I'm just want to sure that it actually is a chirostylid and not a shrimp.
Yeah.
Let me do something. Maybe I can illuminate it differently with the upper swing arms.
Well, actually, co-pilot's going to try something with the lights and see if we can illuminate it a little.
Okay, great.
Might bring out some detail.
Could bring Seirios over there, too.
Okay, I think that may be all we're going to get here anyway.
We're at a depth of 308 meters.
Did that do anything, Dan, for you?
Got a little dark.
Yeah, Andrew, do you mind putting up the camera to look at the other chirostylid? I think it's on more on this side. You can see some of the arms there. You can see the claw, top of the screen.
Top of the screen. Can we pan the camera up? Yep. And then to the right a little.
Yeah, moving over. There's something translucent.
There's the shrimp. Right.
Little shrimp.
Yeah, there's a...
Oh yeah, there's this claw. You can see
See
the claw.
squat lobster. Where's the shrimp claw?
Yeah, there's a claw hanging out from around.
There's something wrong with our starboard swing arm.
This is full zoom.
Full zoom?
Yeah, that's full zoom. Sorry.
Oops, sorry.
Don't be sorry. That's great.
Yeah.
Looking at a flea on a net.
It's pretty incredible.
Very small.
I need to look at something. You've got your camera. Dan, can we get partial zoom on Seirios HD1?
Sure.
Are you guys good here? Okay, when you come out, if you can just pan to the left, get a zoom on there's a sponge with a little stylosterid coral underneath. Could you get a zoom on both?
Okay, can you track focus out video? And is this what we're looking for here?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
I think we've got a problem with our upper...
There's a branching sponge and a stylosterid below.
Upper starboard.
Upper starboard swing arm. It's got a issue.
Okay.
It's not moving.
It's broken.
It's, I mean, it's,
Now, take a look.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
oh, we hit something?
Yep.
There's a squat lobster, Munida.
Not sure what we're going to do about that. It's dangling. I think First of all, I'm going to turn off the those lights.
Turn off the upper swing arms, yeah.
Or we have a... Alright, upper swing arm lamps are off. Stow the port one. Somebody ran it into a wall.
Andrea, while we're here, if we could zoom on the white sponges, too.
Yeah, we'll do. We have a problem with the upper swing arm, so just...
Okie doke.
Yeah, let's bring it out to the sponges video. Focus out to the sponges. The coral's sort of bombing it.
Yeah, it's busted.
Oh, and... Sorry, guys.
It's going to be a jangle.
Is this the sponge we're looking for?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Do we need to,
That's
get
good
off?
for me. We can...
Come full wide on Seirios HD, please.
Full wide, Todd.
Thanks.
Do we need to come off early so we can get up slow?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I need to digest this.
I can probably get a little more zoom if you need to see.
Yeah, pilot, if you can, figure that out. I'm going to also go ask about something, so we can just hang here until I'm back and you guys figure that out if we need to come up early.
Yeah, we'll
Zoom in on
figure it out.
Seirios HD, please.
Is there a chance we could zoom in on the yellow sponge as well while we're waiting for here?
Sure.
Yeah, it's right there.
Yep.
Yeah. It's also the base.
The only thing we could do would be to reach up and grab it with the arm, but that would certainly damage the cables and maybe the lamps.
I don't think.
But we risk losing the lamps if we just recover this way.
Think?
They're going to be just banging around.
Yeah, that's true.
We could.
I mean, it's pretty calm. We could do a recovery at a slower speed than usual. That would help.
Yeah, I mean, at worst at best we're looking at replacing the swing arm tube and probably the cables going to the lamps. At worst, they come unglued.
Yeah, I think maybe we try to do
Serious?
quarter knot instead of half knot recovery, and
it's full.
And I'll bet they'll come up okay.
I mean, do we even need to? I guess we should make way eventually, but did you see that? Do you know what happened? So, but we didn't just do it. It's
Any
been
chance we
broken
could bump over
it
to the
just came
right,
free.
take a look at the black coral?
Pilot, is there any chance we can pan right? There's more of the yellow sponge, I think.
More yellow sponge or this black right here?
There we go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's the black.
The black, please.
I got it. Sorry, video. Our swing arm that would light that up is broken.
No,
so
it's fine.
track focus as you can.
That's a Corey.
I guess so. Although, I really like to see
Look at those.
like to see
They're
it
all
hold fast.
singles. I think they're...
This looks a lot like the very first coral on the dive, I think, all right? Similar. Maybe not identical. But without seeing the hold fast, it's hard to tell, too.
My arms are getting sore with this long hold.
Yeah, I agree.
We haven't figured it out. I think we will likely need to do something along the lines of either reach up with the manipulator and try to move it around in a safe manner, or come up. We'll let the dive super decide, and when he assesses the situation. Yeah, we can zoom out on D2. Yeah, we can do it. We can zoom on anything you want nearby. Oh, the more fortune-picky looking one. See if my toe hold will allow me to get that far over. Otherwise, I might have to adjust.
Now it's that pitchforking.
Okay. Come in partial video. Not sure I can get it quite centered with this. Is that enough, watch lead, or do you need to come around? I can't hear you, sorry. With this toe hold, that's all I got to the right. So I can readjust if you want to. All right. Let me just. Yeah, we're not moving. Haven't been for a while, so you should be all set. I'm just going to lift off here. Come full wide video. Sorry, I should have told you first.
It's full.
Thank you.
You're full wide on Seirios.
Hello, watch lead. Oh, I'm doing all right. Let me get you turned on. There we go. Wait, still can't hear you. Ha, minus 64. There we go. Should have you now. Are you muted, watch lead?
I am, that's why.
Oh, there we go.
Thanks. So the plan is that we're moving laterally, kind of looking, in many different directions, not having the camera right into the ledge all the time, but looking up above and out along the slope so we can look for fishes and things like that.
Was there something specific here you wanted to see?
There was, oh, hello?
Yeah.
There was a pitchfork-shaped coral. We wanted to get a bit of a better zoom. I don't know where we stood on that, if that could be done.
Do you see it in view now?
I do not. That's okay. We did get one image. We can zoom in later.
I believe it was to the right.
To the right?
Yeah, if you pan right.
And co-pilot, feel free to use this time. Ship's not moving, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so use this time if you want to take Mini Zeus or Titan or any of those and take a look at our right side.
You see that bulb structure?
Yep.
Yeah, it's near there. I can give you a partial and you can...
Yep, roger.
So it's just to the left of the lasers now.
Just to the left of the lasers. Okay, let's go partial. Yeah. Ah.
Yep, there it is.
All right, let's come
Great.
wide, please.
It's full.
Co-pilot, in your log, I think somebody might have recorded comp levels as we went down. Just curious if the hydrolec were damaged, if we could see the comp level difference.
There we go. There's my toes.
Oh, they did it yesterday. Okay. I guess it's actually downstream of the valve too, so you don't lose fluid when you try to move it.
We're at a depth of 307 meters.
Okay,
Is that a
co-pilot,
fish?
can you take my camera, please?
Can you, before you move, Bobby, just, if it's possible to pan down something, just moved kind of?
We can try, co-pilot, if you would.
Or are we at our limit?
No, we got a little bit more.
Yeah, right there, if you can zoom in right where the lasers are.
You coming
Ooh,
down?
yeah.
Right at the bottom of the screen.
Video?
Oh.
Go in? I think that's our limit, unfortunately. Yeah, that's our downward limit. Watch lead.
Okay, thank you.
Let's come up and get the
full wide.
trident. Go ahead, video.
Partial.
Keep going. Give me full.
Oh, that's full. I have a little more.
Great, and we have another octocoral here. Looks like another Plexauridae. Some hydroids on the one branch.
Going back. You happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy
Watson?
with that.
Okay.
Fine. Thank you.
Let's come on. Full wide, please.
Anything else here, shoreside, before you move on?
Full wide.
I think we got it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Roger.
So it looks like the general direction of travel was 120, which is a long slope.
Nav watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
So basically, if we could move laterally until about 20 minutes left in the dive,
Okay.
and then would like to move upslope for that remaining 20 minutes before we end the dive.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
So anytime you guys are ready, I can call in another 30-meter move or 50-meter move at 120.
Yeah, I think you can get it underway.
Okay.
Watch lead, feel free to call out if you see anything you want a closer look at.
All right, thank you, pilot.
Bridge now.
Dark above me.
Yeah, bridge, Go ahead.
I would like to request a ship move.
Okay, where would you like to go?
I'd like to go 50 meters, 50 meters, bearing 120 degrees at 0.1
Can we just pan right a little bit too? Just kind of look out.
1/10 of a knot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason to have it out there would be side lighting, right? Well, yeah, something special. I think I saw it down in the workshop, they were looking at a black coral from the side.
Can we also restart my sonar?
Got it.
Coming back down closer before I go stretch out.
Is that a fish? Maybe.
Need a little bit more than that, watch lead.
Yeah, it's up above you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's. If you can move back up.
And back up.
We should make a note to the ETs. I've noticed we can now control the
No, it was
pilot GUI
behind.
from other computers, and I cannot control the sonar computer from this computer.
I don't see it.
I can demonstrate. See, Josh, I have control of the upper swing arm.
Another coral rubble pool.
I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. When we're relieved for dinner, I'll head out. Or I'll talk to an ET. Something must have switched in the system because I can't do sonar, but I can do that.
So the top of this rock face, the top has several sponges.
So I can't really go off that way either.
Running out of tether?
Yeah, are we heading off the wall, co-pilot?
120. It's a long contour.
Yeah.
So I think you guys have just kind of moved ahead. If
no, I came back left here.
The abundance of sponges is
It
really
is,
similar to what
no, you're
we've
right, it
seen
is.
in other dives around here,
Away
like
from us.
we have about a
Seamount, for example,
5-meter wobble
in the British
ship's
Virgin
position,
Islands
so
when we were
it's
coming up
currently
to
in a
the
backwards
summit.
part
So
of it.
around the same
If you look at
depth,
high pack.
we saw tons of sponges, and I'd like to say some of the same or similar types of sponges were really the dominant fauna that we found throughout, with sort of sporadic corals.
120 is still quite a ways to your place, so yeah, we'll keep coming
So
down.
sponge is definitely the dominant sessile fauna in the area.
It's a 50-meter move, so it should...
Seems like it, and I mean, obviously we've only done a handful of dives, but fairly characteristic, seems like.
This is a kind of an interesting feature here, Mike.
Again, it's just this karstic topography where the limestone is dissolving on either side of that, and that's a resistant layer that's still standing up. I mean, another name for the big circular holes are sinkholes, which, again, we know about on land.
So we're making a lateral move.
Yeah, but you're still not pointing 120.
Well, he won't.
We're
If he
trying
points
to make a lateral
120,
move to the
he'll
southeast.
just be looking into darkness.
Okay. You guys, 120 is taking us way out, I think.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we're,
Mike, when I see
paralleling
these,
the contour.
Yes, I
these
understand.
circular pits with saddles in
What I'm
between
saying is
them,
I don't
think
think
of lava
120 is
collapsing
parallel anymore.
from work on many ridges. It looks very similar to me, where you have lava that pours out of the seafloor and then cools differentially, or certainly with the lava, where the lava is transported.
No, you're facing 3-0 at the slope, so if you had 90 to that, that's
through
120.
existing structures, let's say, those will be pillars that will stand and form
There's
the
definitely
saddles,
local
while the
bumps
rest of
to
the
that.
lava cools and becomes
Confusing.
heavier and then collapses onto the
Where would you
seafloor.
like me to go,
So it's
Copilot?
sort of reminiscent of a different, much different process.
Right.
Similar looking formation.
Yeah, no, I can see the
I'm
similarities.
not sure if I come up,
But
I have to push out
I guess,
away.
yeah, I mean, in my opinion, these just have to be dissolution holes. And so form, as you say, ending up with a similar structure, but formed in a different way.
But it dissolves in a way where there can be then waste.
So you want me to
probably
go
the
right?
wrong term, but
Come up?
these chunks will fall off then, and so it dissolves along a crack then, right? Frenchly,
Yeah, I think.
we see these pieces. Yeah.
Sorry, Tim. Carry on.
No. Just to say that's how we see these pieces down slope, right? Because they've broken off because there was a crack somewhere that some portion.
Best way to do this might be for Seirios to head
Yeah, so I think we're seeing.
Biologist, I don't know.
maybe
I think we're
060.
seeing two processes. We're
Almost
seeing the cracks, which we saw quite
perpendicular,
clearly,
but so you
which
can see a little bit ahead.
enables big sheets of this stuff to fall off, but then to form the pits. And I think some of the other structures, the more vertical cross-cutting
if I come up
structures,
and you want me
and the
to move farther
caves,
out of the way we're
a lot, I
going,
think, of what's going on is
go
we're
up
actually
the step.
dissolving
That's the
some of the
problem.
limestone. Again, I'm shooting from the hip here. I don't know, but one might wonder whether this terrain here, we're so shallow, actually came above sea level for a small amount of time during the tectonic history of Puerto Rico, and whether we're seeing a relic land surface. I mean, that's me purely guessing, but that's one possibility. I mean, clearly we know it's going down now because of the tectonics, but there is a possibility that it was just pushed up and weathered just a little bit before it's now been subsiding.
Let's zoom in on the red.
You got it, actually.
Yeah, so I guess like some of this could be. Have you seen any wave cut actions, or is it too old now, too dissolved? Like we cut terraces, I think about on seamounts where this material might be exposed.
Sure. I mean, Tim, I think a great thing to look for. I haven't seen anything. That doesn't mean they're not there. I mean, I guess I'd like to know, and I just don't know, a little more about how you form these structures in limestone. Do we have to bring them above? I mean, well, we know we can form them on the land surface, and so does this mean this had to come above the land surface, or could we form these structures underwater? My guess is we could probably form them underwater. I mean, we get limestone caves underwater.
0.1.
As long as we can get fluids picking out the cracks we're seeing and then dissolving the limestone away, then we're going to start to form these structures.
I think that the extensions add some drag. And
All
weight.
good thoughts, Tim. I'm just not an expert.
No, it's certainly intriguing to think about. I'm certainly no expert, but when I see some of these bed forms, I think about how things might have been exposed to the surface or exposed to wave actually, and help cut and form some of these things. That's all.
Sure, no, absolutely.
So about it,
Sorry, pilot. Yeah, we can keep moving.
Got it.
No, sorry, Tim. I wish I knew more.
I guess it all starts with asking the questions that we're asking. We'll figure something.
Sure.
Yep, heading along.
I mean, I think it's an easy question. I mean, the question is, can we form these kind of dissolution structures underwater, or did we have to bring it above surface? And I bet some experts in the limestone world would find that a very easy question.
Is that the dark on the top left? Can we snap zoom?
We can.
Ready when you are.
Video's gonna have to be quick, but hold there.
Same anemone
like
we.
another Craliomorph.
Yeah.
All right, go all the way.
What are we? Same we observed earlier, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, great. Thanks, pilot. It's fine for ID.
Okay, coming up.
Got a good image of that a little while ago.
We're going to change video quick.
And video is back. Thank you.
Hey, video, I know I'm pretty far off and pretty high, but can you brighten this up a little bit?
Yeah, sure thing. Let
Pretty
me.
dark.
I'm gonna flip your gain up.
Should I save you something?
Are you happy there? You want me to keep coming up? Okay. Yep. Yep.
All right. That better, pilot?
Yeah, that's much better.
Another
I'm coming back in
Seirios
for you.
urchin.
Copy that.
Have we gotten a close-up of this today, Watch?
We have.
Okay.
Yep, we can keep going.
We'll keep going.
Find us the fish. Nav, when do we have to be off bottom? Has that been decided?
I believe 6 o'clock. I think I heard that from you.
Okay. I didn't know about because of the swing arm.
Can we?
Oh, I don't.
Can we just bring the swing arms in?
I think the consensus was it's broken already. There's no point in recovering early to.
Great, thank you.
The other intriguing part would be to find out where all these corals are coming from.
Yeah, we can. We'll move upslope for the last 20 minutes of the dive. Oh, Graciela, you're not in the chat room, so you haven't been able to see. But we have to stay at this contour. Our last ship move will be upslope. We'll see how far we get.
Okay.
Co-pilot, I've got a pretty big shadow.
Maybe
now
we'll get to 250, but we can't go much shallower than that.
Co-pilot, you can put it back out. Yeah.
And it's gone. Thank you.
Thanks, co-pilot.
Okay, snap zoom on the white object left of the lasers. It's bright white.
You got it?
It's one of these things is not like the other.
Video standing by.
Just going. Let's go ahead and snap zoom.
Definitely a different type of demo sponge.
Copy that.
Maybe
Something
Shirley.
in the sponge to lower right.
Is there?
Shrimp.
Shrimp or something.
Okay.
Shrimp there.
There's something else. Yeah.
Get a closer view.
Okay.
Co-pilot, can you take the camera, please?
So all of the sponges around this white
Go ahead,
sponge
video.
are in the family
Holding critical.
Corallistidae.
Max zoom.
This one's a little different. Shirley Pomponi has been watching from the Netherlands. She's a sponge expert who is normally at Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institution in Florida. She's currently in the Netherlands watching this dive, which is another amazing part of telepresence, sending us IDs through email.
Happy, Watchley?
Happy. So maybe she'll give us an idea
Come on.
for this species as well.
Full wide pilot.
Oops.
Moving on.
Yes, co-pilot, we can. We got zoomed way in. Find it a little hard if you can't see where we're going and coming from, but
Pilots, I know you just sat in the chair. Did you see the coral rubble pools?
We did.
You did? Okay. I can't remember. Is that something different on top?
You saw that? Something just passed through our lights?
It looks like there's something waving.
Can you,
I'm not
I'm
picking
sorry,
it up on
Bobby,
Seirios,
pan
so.
back up.
Nav
Yeah, I'm
bridge.
trying.
bridge nav.
We have 2.7
Not
meters
respond.
left in this move.
Thank you, bridge.
Sure.
I'm full up right now.
Really?
We must either be in a tough current coming right at us.
That'll be interesting. Ooh.
I'm getting no upward motion right now.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm full vertical. I'm going nowhere.
Wow. And your thrusters are turning.
Verticals are showing up.
But that's command, right? You don't
Yeah.
possibly can zoom on Seirios and see them turning?
Sure thing. Whenever you're ready.
I mean, do you think? Well, question for Bobby. Do you think that's what's going on? Or do you think it's really current?
That's a very strong current.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I mean, I'm full forward and full up, and I'm not moving.
Yeah,
Do you want to take a peek at the thrusters from Seirios?
Yeah, if we can.
All right, I'm pushing in.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, that's good diagnostic.
Yeah, it's come full wide.
Full wide sled.
Wow.
Full wide all.
This is a very, very strong current. I am full forward, full up, and I'm not moving.
Wow. It's interesting because we have had no current all day. And so now we are at 314 meters with a strong current. Any estimation on the speed?
Must be over a knot.
Over a knot? You can see the particles flying by in the Seirios view.
So you sure the tether's not snagged?
No,
It's the aft cam looks normal. Yeah, it's not. I think so.
this is very...
And should we just move away from the face of the?
I think we need to, get the ship to move away. As soon as we can confirm I'm not tagged or caught on anything.
So you're. Well, what happens if you stop pushing forward? You probably just move away from the. But stay going up. You were saying you were pushing ahead as hard as you could.
Yeah.
Well, looks like there's a lot of crap in the water too. Stuff in the water.
Wow.
Doesn't it? Yeah, look at it go by us.
There's a salp chain
It
that
really
went
is-
by,
It
a
really
little
is
off
a
the
high
bottom.
current situation. It's like a
We're about
the
23
Monterey
meters off the
Canyon,
bottom.
They talked
Depth
about
311.
these gravity-driven flows that suddenly could just be a storm.
So I'm full forward,
Yeah.
full up, and I'm not moving.
I would suggest that we go away from the face.
Yeah.
Just out into midwater. Okay.
Do you have any confirmation on my tether or anything? Okay.
I don't think we're snagged.
I don't either, but
So should I go for a move?
yeah, let's get us off the wall. I've never seen
So
this.
that'll be the inverse of 40, 220. Bridge, nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
We'd like to get away from this wall. We'd like to go 220. Just why don't you just call it 100 meters at 0.2 of a knot, please.
Sorry about this, watch lead.
220, 100 meters.
That's all right.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to.
What's the decision?
But we just have to get out of here. So we're going away from the wall. 100
Okay, I'm gonna
meters.
have to come right, and
Going-
it's gonna take me. Yeah. That's fine.
It's
You're
okay.
probably gonna need to come left.
Okay, we're
and we'll just
basically going
stream
into
out.
what looks like a towing configuration relative to this current.
So we're going to move away from the wall.
Wait. Did you come left? Yeah, I know, but from where we last were? We want opposite headings. And it's pushing me right. So you need to be opposite the ship.
Well, you're pointing north now, and he's
Yeah.
pointing east. Now you're coming around.